So Notre Dame, looking back at Notre Dame, Week 12. Irish Nation, you're under the Golden Dome with your hosts, Wes Pritchett, Frank Stams. Our third amigo is MIA currently, Mike Stonebreaker. Our weekly podcast, Week 12, reviewing or recapping the Virginia game, the home game, where Notre Dame wins 35-14. And then we will be previewing the Army game, where Army is 9-0, playing in historic Yankee Stadium this week coming up. So, did you get a chance to look at some of the game, Wes?
I did, yeah. No. I watched some of it. I watched most of it. I mean, I thought, Virginia played them as hard as they could. I think it was very clear. I think it was clear that we had better players, and I thought we played relatively sound on both sides of the ball, and it was pretty nondescript game. I mean, I think the offense is getting better every week. I think the defense is very good. We don't seem to turn the ball over a lot, which has been good so far. We covered exactly what the spread was, which was 21. So I don't know. What did you think about the game?
So that stood out to me too. Notre Dame had the superior athlete on the field, and the score reflected it. I got the game at 20.5. How about that? I win by half.
Yeah, there you go. You like that little stat I gave you about Notre Dame against the spread?
Right. Yeah, I did. That certainly did influence me. But there's still, and I hate to keep, I don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer, but this is how you get better. You don't sit there and, you enjoy the win, the 24-hour rule. You enjoy the win. You laugh, you relax, and it should be, you go into the films the next day, and it should be something that you look forward to. It's a healthy criticism of where you are. And I was listening to Marcus Freeman talk about how do you build upon a win like that, and how do you get better? And he says, no, you don't focus on. And I agree with this. Hey, there he is,
Mike. You wake up from your nap.
Ah! Hey, man, we've gone into the playoffs, man. It's playoff time. I was out there working out, getting the sweat going. I don't know what you guys were doing, but I'm ready.
That's some great energy.
Right.
Are you still teaching Pilates?
Pilates, my core is very strong. That's what we focused on today, a strong core. I'd like to thank everybody I ran into this weekend and who bought an Irish 88 shirt. We were able to donate a nice check to the Holtz Heroes Foundation, so I appreciate everybody that came by and said hi. And all right, I'm ready to talk. Let's talk football, Notre Dame football.
All right.
He's coming out fast.
Coming out hot, baby. I'm coming out hot.
Sprint. He's in a sprint.
Yeah, so we were just recapping that Virginia game. Just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it was, first quarter was slow. Second quarter was fast. Third quarter was slow. Fourth quarter was fast. It seemed like it was a lot closer game than what it was. Just some big plays in between there. A couple long bomb plays. With the runs and I guess only one of them counted, right? But it was an exciting game. They took care of business.
I thought we were talking about the talent, and it was obvious to me, and Wes, and maybe to you too, is the talent level. Notre Dame far superior on the talent level. But having said that, they did
to Virginia, yes.
Yeah, to Virginia, right. But just saying that, they did give up some big plays on the ground. Controlling the line of scrimmage was an issue. They continue to have problems with penalties. I think it was 9 penalties for almost 100 yards. I don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer, and I was just talking about Marcus Freeman's path. He was asked in his post-game comments or interview today, how do you build upon that? How do you get better? He says, you don't look at, you don't become outcome oriented. You take each play and you focus, each position, and you say, you start talking about, did you win your assignment? And, there's a lot to be said about that. But, looking at, and I mostly agree with that. But we're talking about going into films the next day after a win like that, and it's all healthy criticism. It should be a time, you should be relaxed. It's something you should be looking forward to, not envying or not dreading. So looking at that, when I offer these healthy criticisms, the penalties, they got to clean that up. They still, there was, I think, at least one turnover, maybe two. Got to clean that up, in close games. What was the other thing? Oh, third down conversions. They were 1 for 12.
Really?
Yeah, 1 for 12.
I think it was 0 for 5 in the first half. And they started slow again. You got that one cheap turnover that in 3 plays you scored, okay, but then the rest of the first quarter, they didn't get anything together.
Yeah, he talked about it in his post conference. He said there were 5 drives in the first half that resulted in no score.
I think, I think it was 4 punts and 4 punts, Virginia and Notre Dame in the first quarter, maybe. So neither of them were starting the game off very well.
Well, the thing that I'd like to say is, everybody's talking about the CFP and the playoff and all that, and so everybody's trying to figure out where they're going to be seated and get into top 12. But it's like if you lose a game or don't get in the top 12, everybody feels like their season was a disaster. You know what I mean? So when you start looking at these games, it's like, is Notre Dame ready to play Alabama, Georgia, Texas, Oregon, Ohio State? You know what I mean? Are they? How do they? I'm thinking in my mind, how do they stack up against those guys? Not against Virginia. Yeah, okay, they beat Virginia, but it's like, like you said, Frank. Typically Notre Dame, you really have a good feel for how good their team is because their schedule has been pretty rigorous, and this year their schedule is very soft.
Well,
so,
Wesley,
it'll be interesting to see. I think we're pretty good, but I don't know if we're elite.
They started off the season. They beat A&M, who was ranked number 20th when they played them. They beat Louisville,
that was a good win.
They beat Louisville, who was ranked 15th when they played them. They beat Navy, who was ranked 24th when they beat them.
Not very
and
good.
they're going to play They're going to play Army, who's ranked 24th when they play them. So, their defense looks good. The team looks good. But as you said, Wesley, they haven't really been punched in the mouth and gone up against some, premier talent.
I'm not saying they can't compete against those guys. I just, it's just,
no. Right.
We'll see.
All of these teams that they've played after that second game, they're putting up, what are they putting up? 35 points, 52 points, 51 points, 31, 49, 31, 28. They're putting up the points, and the defense is, the same thing. 14-3, 14-3, 13, so they're beating the teams they're supposed to beat. But
that's all you can ask of them.
And that's all you can ask of them. But this goes back to the second when they lost at NIU, and their schedule wasn't tough enough for them to get back into the playoff picture. But everyone else across the country has lost also, so it really helped them out as far as the playoff picture. You've got who's the number 1, Oregon, and what'd you say?
Who, by the way, I watched that game. Alabama went to Wisconsin early in the season and just absolutely destroyed them.
Right.
And Wisconsin had Oregon on the ropes, brother. They had them. They were winning most of that game.
Yeah,
and
right.
Oregon came back in the fourth quarter to win 16-13. So who knows? I do think there's a lot of parity in the NCAA now, unlike anything we've seen before, which is a result of the transfer portals and the NILs and all these contracts. So it is, it's a little bit more like the NFL, where anybody can win on any given Sunday, and it's all about the matchups. But it's going to be a lot of fun from now until the end of the season, talking about the matchups and who's going to win. What I do like, though, is the fact that there were only 4 teams for the last however many years, there was a lot of controversy about the 5th, 6th, and 7th teams that were potentially good enough to win against the 4 teams that made it, and we don't have that argument anymore. At least we're going to have, I think whoever wins from the 12 teams that make it, I don't think there's going to be any argument about who's the best team. You know what I mean? At least it'll feel fair anyway.
Yeah, it's more fair and more competitive and more fan interaction. It's definitely going to draw a lot more money for the NCAA and, the playoff picture.
Yeah. Everybody's been talking. Think about how much more talk there is about the NCAA and the finals this year, and think about how many more programs have all the alumni still interested because they think they got a chance to make it.
How much more talk about 12 teams, or right now 18 teams, as opposed to 3 teams or 4 teams?
Right. That's exactly right. Because think about it. If we were doing a 14 playoff this year, you would already know there's going to really 6 or 7 teams that are going to make those Final Four.
Right.
We're talking about 12, like you said. There's 18 teams. So anyway, that's it's exciting for football.
No, I think it's great. I think it's great for football. But to your guys' point about Notre Dame being battle tested and scarred, I'm not so. I think they're at a disadvantage going into the playoffs there. We were talking about this earlier before you came on, Mike. Really, the only game I saw where they were, something that would qualify for that would be the A&M game, where the good news is that they rose to the occasion. They won that game and they finished that game on the road.
That game. And A&M's gotten better, and we played them early, but whatever.
Well, Notre Dame's got
a great
better.
win in a great environment, in a hard environment.
I think Notre Dame can compete with all the schools. I think when we talk about the creme, I think Oregon is up there. I think Ohio State is up there. We've seen Georgia can be beat and Alabama can be beat. I think Notre Dame can be competitive with those schools. I'm just afraid that not being battle tested and scarred during the season, which we were. I mean, when we got into this, and you guys know this, we got into that West Virginia game. I mean, that was never going to be a game. We hit those guys had played 1 or 2 tough opponents. Yeah, you're right, Frank. Our year was very unique. I don't know that anything. I would love to do a analysis versus other teams that won a national championship, but they played more teams in the top 10 than we did, or in the top 5. Shit, what I heard about? You know what I heard about that game is I heard that Miami wanted a rematch in the bowl, and Lou was smart enough to say, we've got nothing to gain by giving you a rematch.
Yeah, well, in today's world, we would have definitely had to play them again, because we would have won through our silo and they would have won through theirs.
Right.
But we didn't have to.
What I remember about that bowl week down there at the Fiesta Bowl is all the shit that West Virginia was talking. Do you guys remember that?
100%. I remember the first night we were down there. You may not remember. We were doing like a commingled barbecue or something. I don't know.
That's right.
And they got up on stage and held up the national championship trophy and were talking shit to us. And I was like, I'm gonna fucking kill those guys. They are not going to win. That was it. They were done. The first day, we all looked at each other like, okay, hey, you know what Jesus told the people from West Virginia? Act stupid till I get back.
And they did, right, Wesley?
And they obeyed. They did exactly what Jesus told them.
Oh, that is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I'll never forget that, Frank. It's funny you bring that up. I've told that story.
Oh,
I remember. And they were like, but it was over the top. It wasn't like they were just kind of talking shit. Like they had a whole skit. And they were singing and all. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Right.
I remember we had our press conference, press day. We're sitting at the tables, and some guy was asking me some questions, and I'm like, yeah, they're a good team. We're going to come out and give us our A game, and, the best team's going to win, and all that other stuff I'm supposed to say. And he said, what? And he didn't, he heard me, but he didn't pick up on it and run with the story. I'm like, yeah, and all that other stuff I'm supposed to say, like, get me out of here, man. It's like I'm doing the Lou Holtz speak talk, and I'm like, yeah, whatever.
You're under the Golden Dome, Irish fans, with your hosts, Michael Stonebreaker, Wes Pritchett, Frank Stams, 3 All-American Amigo linebackers from the '88 championship team, talking Irish football past and present.
I have some more good stories if you want.
Yeah, tell another good story.
I don't. That's all I had.
Well, let's go back and talk about that '88 season one more time, because I always think about it. We played Miami, who was number 1, who had, by the way, did you realize they hadn't lost in like 3 years when we beat them?
I didn't know.
Southern Cal, who was number 2, West Virginia, who was number 3, and then Michigan, who I don't remember what they were ranked.
They might have been 7, I think.
I think that's right too. That's the number that came in my head. But they finished the season. What's crazy about that is Miami played Michigan either the week before or the week after and beat Michigan 31-30, and we beat Miami 31-30.
Oh wow, that is crazy. Yeah.
And we played Notre Dame. How about Notre Dame versus USC? Number 1 versus number 2. Last game of the season. Winner goes to the championship game in the Coliseum in Los Angeles. Man, how much fun was that?
We sent our leading receiver and our leading
running
rusher
back
home.
Yeah.
That was fun, man.
Great story.
There was a lot of build up to that game.
Defense won that game.
Defense wins championships, Wesley.
Yes, it does, Michael. That's why I keep talking about Notre Dame. I mean, listen. We can argue that they're battle tested. The SEC's got a harder schedule, maybe the Big Ten. But at the end of the day, I do think Notre Dame has I think they have a really good defense. I think they've got D linemen. They're deep. They substitute those guys in and out, keep them fresh, and they've got pretty good defensive backs. So, if you can keep a team at 14, 21 points, you're in the game. So,
yeah, let's talk about that. Their personnel by position. To me, I'm looking at that defensive backfield. I think it is good. I was watching them, man. It was like a feeding frenzy in the Virginia game. They came away with a number of interceptions there, and they were jumping the routes. I mean, it was like the high school, the varsity team playing with the junior high team, and they just were going off, played with a lot of confidence. Really solid linebackers play a lot of play sideline to sideline with that, led by Jack Kaiser, who by the way became the leading. How do I want to say?
Played in the most games ever.
Yeah, bro, he's played for 6 years.
They said he played 60 whatever games, and I'm like, wait up, 12, 24, 36. I'm like 48. The max I could play would be 48. How did he get sick? Like, where are all those other games coming from?
Same way any of us could play. I'm like 63 games. How is that legal?
And how many of those years has he had NIL money coming in? 2 or 3 or all of them?
Now, man, if I would have had
he might retire.
Football, if I had another year of college football, they'd have a statue of me outside the Rocky Stadium.
Well, you and I, Wes, we did get a 5th year. I actually asked Holtz if I could have
but you're a full year older than me.
Yeah. I actually asked Holtz if I could have a 6th year. He told me to get the hell out of here. But I know I kind of there should be an asterisk next to that. I mean, if you play 6 years, I mean, are you really on the same level playing field as everybody else? And
no. Think about how much better you get. I mean, every year it's just mentally, physically, everything gets better and better and better.
Yeah,
that's why it's so. That's why you see. I think that's why you see so many guys now on the practice squad playing in the NFL, and because it's if you can just stick around for another year or two and get the speed and the exposure, you're going to play.
Yeah, listen. Well, let's congratulate the guy. He's a hell of a player,
100%, and a great person, and
a great guy. He's
by
a good
example.
dude.
Hey,
Right.
we're just jealous.
Yeah,
I
if we
wish I could've
sound
played
angry, if we
63
sound
games.
jealous, it's only because we are.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
yeah, no, and their defensive line, he showed some depth. I mean, with Howard Cross, doesn't look like he's going to play again this week against Army. He's got an ankle sprain, but they stepped right up, and they've got some depth and toughness there and size.
Well, let's talk about that Army game because that's really a home game just about for Army.
Oh yeah,
Um,
right down the Hudson, sure.
Yeah, I mean it's
Have
only
you
about
ever? Have
30
you guys? Either one of you guys have you ever been to West Point?
No, it's supposed. Everybody that's ever been up there says it is one of the most beautiful places you'll ever go, but I have never been.
It absolutely is. It is absolutely.
So you've been, Frank?
Gorgeous. Yeah, when I was doing the color for the University of Akron, and they played Army at West Point, and we went up there, and I'll tell you, some of this. I walked around campus, and some of the spots that you could look out beyond campus, and they sit at the end of a long narrow bay, like an inlet, and you could see why they positioned that institution there, hundreds of years ago, because if anybody were to try to attack that by sea, they'd be wiped out from the forces on either side of the water. I mean,
that's very cool. So there's a place that I played golf that's on the cliffs. It's very close. Army was only like maybe a couple miles down the river from where we were. So I saw how beautiful it was, but they were talking how Washington and all of our guys had sat on the cliffs where this golf course was because they could see the Hudson River all the way down to the ocean. And when the British came up the river, they ambushed them.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty interesting.
What was its
We have
handicap?
everything here on Under the Golden Dome. We'll talk about SEC. We talk about ACC.
Yeah.
We talk about the Irish, Revolutionary War, tactics, sailing, George Washington, Army, West Point. You got it all right here.
Yeah.
Under.
Well, somebody out there might be fact checking us because I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that body of water goes to the ocean, or maybe it does from the other side. Maybe that's
whatever. You can see. No. I think it does. Well, Frank, I hate to tell you, I don't know if you know this, but every river ends in the ocean, except the Nile. Do you know what happens at the end of the Nile, Frank?
What?
It evaporates into like a desert.
Dude, I'm not arguing with anybody that can frickin' recite Shakespeare the way you do. So, I bow to your superior intellect.
I'm not now geography. Don't ask me anything about geography. I'm the worst.
Anyways, yeah, it's impressive. Now, Wes, are you going to the game this week? I think you are.
I am 50-50. I'm going to be in the New York area. I'm not sure if I'm going to the game or not.
Are you going
you? Going?
Are you going to Dave's dinner? Dave
Yes,
Butler's?
I am. I'm definitely going to buying time.
All right, good. Well, then I'll be there as well. I think Mike's going to be there as well. So that'll be a lot of fun. We'll make sure we're all at the same table.
100%.
They said they're seating me by the bathroom, they said.
Well,
I used to go to it every year, and I haven't been in a few years. So,
now, Wes, you were in Chicago prior to the Virginia game. What the day?
I was in Chicago. There was
Thursday because I ran into Rocket Ismail, and he said that he just saw you. Tell us about that.
Well, I'm on the board of directors of Holtz's Heroes. So we had an event in Chicago, really raised money, awareness, just opportunity to get together, have Coach Holtz speak, and there was Corny Southall, Tom Gorman, Rocket, Randy Kinder. Who else was there? Anyway, there's about 10 players that were there. Lou was there. Lou seemed very with it.
Lou Holtz was there?
Yeah, Lou was there.
How was he doing?
I mean, he doesn't get around well physically, obviously, and he fights it. He won't do a wheelchair or anything, so you have to hold him up as he just barrels down the hallways. But he was, mentally, man, he's he's as sharp as he's ever been. I mean, he really is. He seems to be in better spirits, to be honest with you. I think they're trying to keep him busy, Yeah,
he's a tough dude.
There is no doubt about that. He was very excited about my son. He's very. I've always every time we've ever had like a lacrosse event or anything in Orlando or around that area, I've brought the boys by. So he's kind of got a little bit of a personal relationship with my kids, which is, I mean, he at least knows who they are, because I think he's been so impactful. I mean, I hate to say it all my life. I think it's important for them to hear him tell his story about what's important in life.
I think that's wonderful. Where was the event and was it well attended?
It was. We probably had 100 people. I'd say probably 100 people there. It was in the Jones Day Law Firm's office right there on. I don't remember. It was Wacker, I think, right on the river. It's beautiful, or right on the lake and river, kind of downtown, right in the middle of downtown.
Wasn't the ocean.
Pat Terrell was there. Reggie Brooks was there.
Good.
That's at Corny South Hall. Rocket.
Was Pat Eilers there?
Pat Eilers was not there.
Hey, Wes.
Yes, sir.
Does the Chicago River lead to the ocean?
It does not. It leads into the Great Lakes. But then do the Great Lakes end up at the river? I don't know. I don't know how all that works.
Yes.
I'll have to ask my kids. I don't know.
St. Lawrence Seaway.
But I remember when we were up on those banks, maybe it wasn't the ocean, but you could see New York. So if you could see New York, that's the ocean, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
New York is the ocean.
No, I mean down like Manhattan.
Right,
yes.
Right. Well, it's it's Long Island Sound, and then that leads
That's
into
on the other side.
That leads into the ocean. But no, when I was thinking, I don't know what's on the other side as you're looking east. And as you look west, you look into the Hudson. I think it's that inlet or the Hudson. Hudson.
West would have been Army. East was the ocean. From where I was.
Right. I got you. It's not
because I know that
I'm just busting balls.
People take boats from Manhattan up to West Point to watch football games and go back.
Well, there you go. Right. Because, if you're in Manhattan, you can definitely get to the ocean.
Hey, Wes, do you know what Magellan discovered?
I do not.
Didn't he discover the spice route to the east around the Cape Horn of Africa?
Wow.
Man, you're what?
Wow.
Wow.
Come on.
Excuse me.
Wow.
Hey, Siri, what's going on right now? Could you explain?
All right, what kind are you?
Siri, would you go get Mike Stonebreaker and bring him back?
Irish Nation, you are under the Golden Dome learning all kinds of historical and geographical. Thank you, Mike. Navigational tidbits and facts from the Notre Dame linebackers of the 1988 championship team.
Oh, don't you guys remember when we would talk to Barry? We always were talking about geography. Like we had oceanfront property in Iowa that we were going to sell people, and we had. Remember when we would do that whole skit about geography and how far out? He thought that was so funny. Barry loved that. He thought that was great.
Yeah. I wonder if they have as much fun today.
Hell no.
As we had.
It's different. I don't know. I think maybe they do. Maybe they don't. I don't know. If you were paying me $200,000 and I was sitting around in South Bend, I'd be having a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah. You think the fact that they're being paid takes some of the fun out of it?
This is my honest. I've actually thought about this and had a lot of conversations about it since I have boys that are growing up and playing kind of, they're exposed to the environment. The phone, Frank, has kept these kids in line. You cannot afford to do the stuff that we did, or you can't get away with doing the stuff that we did. Even the silly stuff, you just can't do it and they all know, they all have it beat in their head that they know that that's like career ending. So I think when they go do stuff, they do it in a much more controlled environment where they can kind of, like they're not in public spaces like we are. Hell, we went anywhere, did anything, we didn't care. I mean, think about the Akron massacre that nobody ever found out about.
The same
we were there for Valentine's Day. I mean, now that happened,
we'll just let that one go. Let that one go. But no, you're right. I guess in a way, I wish I would have had phones, because my wife is always telling me that I need to be more mature, grow up, and that
funny.
was.
I get that same conversation. It never changes.
Yeah, that was definitely.
You're not serious.
Yeah,
everything's not a joke.
So I think adding the money, because you know what money does. Money, now there's another level of expectation for you, because you're earning money. So I would imagine.
Well, go ahead.
No, I was going to say. Plus, I think there's more at stake for these guys. I mean, really, what was at stake for us? The only thing that we jeopardized is I didn't want to get. I wanted to graduate. I wanted to get that degree. I didn't really start thinking about playing professional football until, those letters start coming into the locker room. And I'm like, well, that might be a possibility. I was interviewing my senior year. I was going to wherever it was. I think might have been Grace or one of the halls over on North Campus. And I did 3 or 4 interviews. I interviewed with Coke. They had offered me a job. I didn't know where I was gonna be, and
You're absolutely right about that, Frank. It is my kids. Not only they see the other players, they're in contact with the other players. They see so much content about kids being sponsored, making money. The business, even when my son committed to Alabama, we were, it's just the way they talked about how they would help them develop their brand and how it's their, they'll let them license stuff, and it's a big business. All right, there's a saying, and don't fact check me on this, but LANK, LANK. Okay, I'll let you figure out what that means. Let a blank know. And that was sort of like the thing. It was like us against the world that Alabama created, but that became their slogan.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Okay, so they let Milroe, the quarterback, kind of coined it. He's getting all the royalties. Alabama didn't take any of it. So they sell it in the bookstore, sell it everywhere, give it to the quarterback. Can you imagine Notre Dame doing that? Never. No way.
Well, let's just say that we all love Notre Dame. And
I love Notre Dame. I'm just saying, maybe Notre Dame would now. I don't know.
That goes without saying. That goes without saying. I just had a conversation with a guy. We were in South Bend, Mike and I, this past weekend for the game. And the guy was telling me, his kid's a freshman in high school. He's a hell of a soccer player. And he told, I said, well, where would he like to go to school? He said, well, Frank, he was telling me that they don't really go to school in the soccer world. They go be a pro first, and then, maybe go to school later. And I'm like, this kid's a freshman. He's a freshman in high school, and he's talking about being going pro as a professional soccer player. I was like, wow. I mean, man, I know times have changed.
Lamine Yamal, 18 years old, man, playing for Barcelona. That kid's ridiculous. Youngest kid ever to score a goal in the World Cup. Youngest kid ever to score a goal in the La Liga league, and that kid's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, I got to tell you, man. Speaking of talk about shifting gears, I've never been a huge soccer fan, but this past World Cup was off the charts. Just the level, I guess when the level of athleticism is that high. I don't like the flop. It's the only thing that drives me nuts.
Nuts, man. It's really absolutely ridiculous.
But other than that, the games were awesome. I mean, I really enjoyed them. I thought, and especially at the highest level, man, they are so good and just and so well evenly matched. It was I enjoyed it. I never thought I'd like soccer, but I do.
Irish Nation, you're under the Golden Dome with your hosts, three linebackers from the '88 championship team, Wes Pritchett, Michael Stonebreaker, Frank Stams, talking Irish football, past and present. You know, we started to break down the Irish team. I did the defense, and looking to the offense. You know, the offensive line to me, if I were to grade them out, I'd give them an 8 out of 10. You know, I
With
think
two freshmen, by the way.
Yeah, there's been some chemistry issues there. A little lack of experience, but an 8, to be honest with you, is being generous. I think if they go up against a real seasoned, hard-nosed defensive line like Ohio State or maybe Oregon or Alabama or Georgia, it might be a long day for them. The running backs, I think, are as good as any running backs in the nation. And the receivers, I give them a B. But the quarterback, to me, he can run the ball, but as far as throwing the ball, he's a C plus. So going forward, if they do make the playoff, I think they got a decent chance of winning the first game at home. But after that, it's going to be all uphill.
As far as the offensive, hold on, Wes. The offensive line, I'm going to give them. Would you give them an 8?
Yeah.
I think they're a 9 if they're an 8 because of the play calling. They pass the ball too much. If they would run the ball a little bit more and let them dominate a little bit more, I think that passive protection would be a little bit easier for them. But I don't think Notre Dame runs the ball enough. Thank you.
Yeah, I think a lot of these coordinators think they have to run their offense a certain way instead of doing what they do well. I mean, we've talked about it ad nauseum about this freaking one back, no counter, just like zone play. I freaking hate that play.
Slow developing run play.
I would line up an I-back for that offensive line and run it downhill with a fullback and smash people in the mouth.
Yep.
But
no, I'm with you on that. I looked at their the plays that they ran. I think it was, I want to say it was pretty balanced. The run pass. It was maybe, I think they were 33 attempts throwing the ball, 36 rushes. It was pretty close to being balanced. But I'm with you guys. I remember Belichick playing for Belichick, and he said, hey, listen, if they're gonna, it does. I mean, we don't go into a game wanting to be balanced. If they're going to line up and dare us to pass or dare us to run, we'll just run the ball all game long. And I think that's what Mike, you're saying, and Wes, you're saying too. Is just blast them, and that will toughen up an offensive line. And if it doesn't, then you know who's going to play for you and who not.
But hey, look, you run the ball, and then when they put 8, 9 guys in the box, then you spread it out. They widen out, then you run the ball again. It's not rocket science.
Right. How do you see the Army game, Mike?
I see, to be honest, I hadn't seen too much of Army play. And
they run the triple option,
they're tough.
Like Navy does.
Well, hope.
I mean, some of the questions that were asked in the post game is, how do you rate their athlete? Does it compare to Notre Dame? The other one is are they going to give you the same thing as Navy gave you? These are the questions they asked Marcus.
Right. Well, you get that defensive line and you get your linebackers once again, just like that Air Force game, right? Is dive, quarterback, pitch again. You get your corners coming up and making tackles and just play solid defense.
I mean, here's the thing. They're gonna probably move the ball. I mean, at the end of the day, we have better athletes. They haven't really played anybody. I'm looking at their schedule. Temple, Tulsa, North Texas, East Carolina, UAB, Air Force. I mean, come on. Rice. I think Notre Dame's athletes are going to be there. Like you said, Mike, you got to play discipline. You're going to have to play hard. They're going to make first downs. They're going to keep the ball. I mean, the strength. Sorry about that. What I was going to say is any team that runs the wishbone and runs it effectively, they're going to make first downs and they're going to eat the clock and they're going to keep the ball out of our offense's hands. So, I mean, that was something that I heard them talking about, is most of the people that play Army only get, whatever, let's say 7 possessions a game or 8 possessions a game if they're running their offense well. So it'll be interesting to see if we can shut their offense down, get the ball. Because I don't think there's no way they should be able to slow our offense down. I mean, I would think our offense should dominate when they have the ball. What do you think? I mean, we should be able to run the ball, play action, spread the field.
Well, I'm with you. I think it's Notre Dame's game to lose. I think the margin for error is much greater or I should say, Army has a less of a margin for error than Notre Dame. Notre Dame can get away with making a few more mistakes than Army, but not many, because what I worry about for Notre Dame, and we haven't seen this a lot this year because Notre Dame's played mostly in front. You haven't seen a Notre Dame team a lot this year come from behind, if at all, and win the game. And that's what I worry with these slow starts that we talk about. And sometimes being one-dimensional, maybe with just the run, and say Riley Leonard isn't on early, and then you get into these later months with maybe in Yankee Stadium, what the weather's going to be like. Is he going to be on? It's going to be a huge stage for him too. He's just getting with only 1 year. I mean, that's a lot to ask a Notre Dame player. You're playing in the 100th game between Notre Dame and Army. That's a huge stage for Riley Leonard. And, Army's at home. Like you said, Wes, it's pretty much a home game for Army. So what I'm getting at is there's a lot of intangibles there that can kind of upset the apple cart and put Notre Dame in a close game in the second half. And then,
well, here's the thing. If you don't come out ready to play, you guys know, if you don't come out ready to play against an armed services team, you are in, and they're never going to stop fighting. They're going to give you 120%.
They're going to try to punch. They're going to They're going to come out and punch you in the mouth because that's what you want them to do. It's a night game. What is it? 7:30 kickoff. It's going to be 40 degrees.
Let me ask you guys a question. This is something I just thought about. So playing inside linebacker for me and being a tall guy, whenever I played Air Force or whoever we played, I mean, everybody in the world is trying to cut me. Guards cut me, tackles cut me, fullbacks cut me, tight ends cut me. You can't do that anymore. You can't block guys below the waist. And I think certainly not outside the tackle zone. I don't know what the rules are in the tackle zone. So do those guys have to block up high now? Because if they do, we have a huge advantage. I mean, to me, their advantage was the way that they could cut block, before. How does the rules of football change that now? I've never thought about it till now.
Neither have I, Wesley.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to me, it's like any other block. You can cut blocking can be effective, but only if you execute it the right way. If you're shitty at cut blocking, then
I'm saying cut blocking to me gave them it overcame the size advantage. If they want to hit me up high, I would have freaking I'll take on any of those guys. But when they cut you now, all of a sudden they're at an advantage. They stop me. So yeah. I think it favors Notre Dame if they can't cut block.
Right. Well, it could. I mean, and the point I was to make is, I mean, with the cut block, I mean, you're a one-hit wonder. I mean, you go down and throw at a guy's legs, and then you're either blocking him, or if he's on his feet, then bam, that's it. By moving your feet, staying in his face, and really today's blocking is really just body position with a lot of the zone blocking. You just want to get between your guy and the ball carrier. That's the way I see it. So to me, I'd rather have somebody try to throw at my legs because, I just give a little bit, play them off with my hands, and then get to the ball.
Yeah, that's weird. A lot of guys tried to chop block me, but nobody was ever successful doing it, so I can't really relate to what you guys are talking about.
Mike, do you think that was because you had such a low center of gravity?
That could have helped also, Wesley. Thank you for pointing that out.
Because
So,
I
all
looked
right,
like
let's
a
get
giraffe out there. They were all trying to block
Yeah.
me.
Well, you know what? I think Notre Dame is going to be challenged in this game. I don't know what the line is on it, and really at this point of the season, I don't really care. I just want Notre Dame to win the game and get that home game in December. How do you guys see the game?
I say I don't think they're going to be challenged. They're, unfortunately, Army's ranked 24th, and Notre Dame is better than most teams right now that are ranked 15 and above. So they should come out and dominate this team as they've done for the last 7-8 teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's at some point. I think they're the best of the service academies, apparently, football wise. But I mean, I think we have the guys. They just got to go out and execute. I mean, it's a home game, whatever. Notre Dame's going to have a ton of fans there. They got a lot of fans in New York. It's a night game.
The three Amigos.
If Notre Dame's going to compete in the CFP and be a contender, then they got to take care of business, beat Army significantly, play solid fundamental football, don't turn the ball over, play good defense, And by the way, I do want to talk about Riley Leonard because I think we give him a really hard time. I think the guy is getting better. I think the play calling has evolved. I think he's throwing the ball down the field a little better. I think the guys. I don't know that he's as good as the elite quarterbacks throwing the ball, but
I agree with you. I think we give him.
I think he's a great game manager. I don't think he panics at all. I think he's a good runner of the ball. So
I think he's an outstanding runner, and I think he's got good vision downfield, and I think he's got good vision off the scramble too. And I think he's of outstanding character as well.
Yeah.
So
well, I think he's a very likable guy from what I can gather. So
I think that
I don't know that he'd hang out with the three Amigos, but
that's what I was going to say, Wesley. During this Army game, when the chips get tight, if the defense is in a tough position and Kaiser looks up and sees the three Amigos there, in the stands that might, instill a little vigor in them and might be able to pull out a win for the old Irish.
Well, I think if he can look up and see us, that it will inspire him and the rest of the team to jump higher, run faster, hit harder.
Yeah.
I mean, there's an aura of the Amigos
right.
that will certainly carry on to the current team to raise their level of play.
One of the Amigos could quite possibly send him a pregame workout that they're doing that might inspire him to.
There is a particular viral pregame for the top dads. I've created a little go-to, live by example. This is
dude,
how
you got to
top
post
dads
that.
prepare
You
for
got to
top
post
games.
that on this platform. We can do that.
4 point
I'm
box
gonna post it
drill
on our platform. But guys, here's what I'm going to tell
Send
you
it to
now.
Sauce.
I'm unveiling it. If I attend the game, I will give a live example of this warm-up plan at the game.
At Yankee Stadium.
At Yankee Stadium.
All right, well, we'll end it there. That is a great way to end the 13th edition of
Agility, mobility, flexibility, power, explosion. It's got it all.
You heard it right there. Wes Pritchett.
It's
Mike
inspiring.
Frank
Thank you,
Stams.
Mike.
Your three Amigo linebackers under the Golden Dome. Thanks for joining us. Peace out, everybody. Go Irish, beat Army.
Go Irish!
Go Irish!
2-1. Yeah, Irish Nation, welcome to the playoff edition of Under the Golden Dome with your host, Wes Pritchett, Frank Stams. We're waiting on Michael Stonebreaker. He has to see the oral surgeon today. He may have to get a tooth pulled.
Ugh.
Yeah. So
why are you upset? You're sideways on my camera. I don't know why.
That's funny because you're sideways on my camera. Interesting.
Really?
You're standing. You're right. You're standing on your right shoulder. If that makes any sense. Anyways, now you're standing on your left shoulder.
I don't know.
Nice.
I don't know, Frank. That's as good as I got.
It's fine. Yeah, we were always a little. We played a little sideways. We are a little sideways.
Yeah, man, my
You
helmet
know,
was always on a little sideways, a little cocked, a little to
right.
the right or left.
I wearing the shades today because the future's so bright for Notre Dame. You got to wear shades. A little nod to Huey Lewis in the news. But I am worried for the Irish big time. Big time. The more and more I look at this game, man, the more and more I'm scared. Signetti's a good coach, playoff experience. They've got a great run defense. This Curtis Rourke, one of the top quarterback ratings in the country. They're talking about him going to the Browns in the first round. I don't know, man. I'm looking at the guys handling the ball for them. The running back and then Surratt, the receiver. These guys can play, and they're putting up big numbers.
I think everybody just kind of wrote them off because they didn't play a really overly tough schedule in the Big Ten. They did lose to Ohio State, but if you go back and look at that Ohio State game, it was a lot closer than the score. They had a couple of weird special team situations, like a fumbled punt,
right?
And I think there was another turnover. They had four. So Ohio State scored 14 points on
right
on like real quick
turnovers.
Weird turnovers, right,
big mistakes, right?
But if you look, I went back and looked at their schedule
They
a little
beat
harder.
Michigan.
Too.
They beat Michigan 2015.
They did beat Michigan soundly.
Michigan was playing well at the end of the year. They beat Ohio State.
You're right. No. Listen, I think their defense. I'm surprised how good their defense is statistically. I don't know how they got the dudes in there. I know he brought in a lot of transfers, but the fact that this is this guy's first year, he brought in, I forget what the number is of transfers that he brought in.
It's something ridiculous.
Yeah, it was like
he's
36
got like
or
19
something.
transfers.
No, I think it was even higher than that. I think it was even higher than that. But anyway, the point is that he brought the guys
starting
in,
for him.
and then he gels all these guys together, and they buy into his program and have the success that they have. It's truly impressive.
It's ridiculous what he's done in his first year. They had 3 wins. They had 3 wins last year. This year they're in the play. They're 11-1 and in the playoff.
Yeah.
This guy knows.
Well, like you said, I think they're the number 1 defense against the rush, and they're the top, like the number 2 scoring offense. I think Notre Dame. If you lined up all 22 people, Notre Dame's probably players are better, but that doesn't necessarily mean you win the game. I think Notre Dame. It's going to come down to 2 pretty good football teams, and I think it goes back to the 3 things that are the most important. You got to win the turnover battle, you got to win special teams, and then you got to execute. So, look, Notre Dame comes out and gets behind. I worry.
Ooh,
as long as we can stay in the game, I think physically we'll be fine. I just, they have a very explosive. I think they're a little more explosive than we are offensively. If we got behind, that would be bad. That's the only scenario I think would be.
Right. Because if you get behind, then you're going to have to. I'm not saying it all depends. You don't have to throw the ball. How far are you behind? What's the situation? Are we in the fourth quarter? Are you behind? But if Notre Dame comes out, and here's the other thing, if Notre Dame lets Indiana think that they can win that game, it's going to make it twice as hard for Notre Dame in the second half.
Yeah, I think 100%.
Indiana.
Look, here's the deal. I think everybody wants to just kind of blow them off because it's Indiana and they haven't had a great football team in a long time. But you have to forget all this. It's not the Indiana team that you've ever seen before. It was kind of like Vanderbilt
not
this
our
year.
Parents, Indiana.
Forget about the past because everything's changed. They brought in 36 kids. They have a new coach. They have. You think about this transfer portal stuff, man. You can bring 5, 10 top players in every year. It changes your entire team, So I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be – I think all these I bet you all these games will be closer than people think they will be.
I agree with that. Right.
I think these kids. I think the talent levels across the board are much. There's a lot more parity because of the transfer portals and this NIL stuff, and I think the teams that have made it to the final 12 they're going to show up and play, and I look forward to it. I mean, I think it's there's a lot of things I don't like about college football, i.e. the portal and all the kids leaving. They're going to have to do something about that. It's crazy, but I do love.
They're not doing anything about that. I see Franklin over at Penn State. He was bitching and moaning. I think it's yesterday or today, because his backup quarterback jumped in the portal, and they're getting ready for the playoffs.
But Frank, here's the thing: it's the wild. There are no rules of who can communicate to your players. That has to be changed. They are allowing kids to enter the transfer portal before the bowl games and all that. To me, that is absolutely insane. And then I don't understand. If you think about, I was trying to understand, comparing it to the pros. The pros have a salary cap. The pros actually have rules on when you can talk to guys, right? The NFL, right. I mean. And then explain this to me. Why would the schools not lock the kids up with multi-year contracts so they don't have incentive to leave? In other words, look, I'll give you, I'm just throwing a number out there. We'll give you $100,000 for the first 2 years. If you stay 3 years, you get $1 million. You know what I mean? Like some kind of, because in the NFL, nobody leaves every year, right?
Right.
They got more kids flipping around in 1 year than the NFL's ever had, because the NFL is locking them up with contracts. But these kids have no contracts. It's the wild, wild west. There's no rules about who can communicate with them, when they can communicate with them. When they enter the portal, and it's just, you can do whatever you want. So the portal opened, whatever it was, 2 weeks ago. So that gives the right to every school in the country to contact. So as an example, Ole Miss could be calling Julian Love right now and saying, we'll give you $2 million if you enter the transfer portal after. I'm being serious. And there's nothing to stop them from communicating with him.
Right. No, listen, man, you're right. It's the wild, wild west. Anyways, let's get back to Indiana. Let's get back to Indiana coming to town. They got a quarterback that, was one of the top quarterbacks in the nation. They got a running back that's prolific as well. The guy's got a tremendous burst. He's not that big, but man, he can take it the distance. And they've got a receiver in Surratt that he can run the vertical. He can get deep. And, we're talking about the keys for Notre Dame to win this game is, you got to possess the ball. You got to keep it away from their offense. You got to play the field position game. You got to grind it out. I'm not wild about putting the ball in Riley Leonard's hands. And when I say that, putting the ball in Riley Leonard's arm, as far as, it's not going to be, to me, for them to win, they're not going to do it with Leonard's arm.
We talked about this. If you're Indiana, you're going to put 8 guys in the box and make them throw the ball. That's just the bottom. You're not going to let him. I would not let him beat me with his legs. I would put 8 guys in the box. I don't know. Their defense is clearly pretty good against the run.
I don't think they can do that. I don't think they're skilled enough. I think they're skilled. I just don't think they'd be able to cover. And this is the thing. I don't think they're going to be able to cover long enough to play man. I think that offensive line, and this is another thing that's alarming. IU sacks the quarterback. They can get to the quarterback. And if they pressure him and force some turnovers, there's a lot of ifs. We're talking about a lot of ifs here. But the bottom line is Notre Dame has to be sound. They have to be sound up front. They got to stop the penetration. They got to give Riley, if they do get in a passing situation, 3rd and long, the key is to play, in front of the, play ahead of the chains, get into 3rd and shorts. have a big number on third down conversions, be at least 40-50% on third down. Keep that offense on the field, grind it out, shorten the game, win the game at the line of scrimmage. And if Notre Dame, to me, Indiana is going to be sound. They're going to have a hat in the hole. They're going to have I don't see them busting a lot of coverages. Now, is Notre Dame going to make the catch? Is Riley Leonard going to make the throw? Is Jeremiah Love going to make that guy miss in the hole? And this is where I think Notre Dame has the advantage. Notre Dame has the advantage because I think their athletes are better. They're bigger, faster, stronger. But they've got to prove that. They've got to show that. If IU wins this game, it's going to be because they overachieve, in my opinion, or Notre Dame gets outcoached.
Or Notre Dame loses the turnover battle.
Right. If Notre Dame makes the mistakes. But IU, here's if I'm an IU fan, scares me about IU is that stage. The stage was too big for him at Ohio State, and you mentioned the turnovers, putting the defense on the field with a short field, and Ohio State capitalizes on that.
Well, I agree with you, but let's talk about the positives about Notre Dame. I don't think the stage is going to be too big for Notre Dame.
Absolutely,
it's at home. It's going to be wild. It's going to be hostile environment benefiting Notre Dame. It's going to be cold. It's going to be at night. Notre Dame's got some intangibles. I cannot imagine that the kids are not going to be ready to play. And I think, would you like to face our two running backs? I mean, our running backs are pretty damn good.
Very good.
I think our offensive line has gotten better all year. We had some young kids that have gotten better, and we're a matchup problem too. So
Notre Dame.
The defense is. We've talked about the defense all year. I mean, we definitely have a sound defense. So, and we can't.
Notre Dame has to win on first down. They have to win on first down. They just have to. As far as you mentioned, the positives for Notre Dame, I think they can control the line of scrimmage. They're a better team. And enough of this talk about NIU. That's ancient history, Northern Illinois. I mean, everybody keeps going back I hear the sports writers talk about, Marcus Freeman's just got to, squash that. That's so far, it's ancient history. You shouldn't even be talking about that. This is a completely different team today, a much better team than they were in week whatever it was, 2 or 3. Yeah. All right, so playing in the cold. What's the key? What's the coldest game you ever played in?
I was trying to remember the coldest game. I mean, it would have to have been some of the games we played late in the year at Notre Dame. I mean, I remember the spring practice. We had a scrimmage. It was 10 below zero. That was about the coldest I think I ever played. And I also remember we played Southern Cal in late November, and it was about 35 degrees and raining, and we all had, shirts pulled up and no undershirts, and those guys came out in long johns and they had like hats on. That game was over before we ever kicked it. I mean, I think, look, if you're playing, to me, the cold weather, I don't know if it's going to be windy or not, but, I think it'll affect maybe some of the receivers catching the ball, maybe the running backs. It could lead to it could potentially lead to turnovers because of the ball being hard and frozen. I would think kicking the ball would be a lot more difficult in cold weather. But I mean, both guys are playing both teams are playing under the same conditions, so I don't see an advantage to one side or the other.
Yeah, I don't think the cold weather is going to be an issue. Indiana knows. They know the cold. I mean, it's not that far.
Yeah, and you know how it is, Frank. Once you play 2 plays, you don't get the weather. You don't even the weather's. You're not even gonna. If you're playing, you're not. the weather is not affecting you.
Right.
In my opinion.
And the sidelines, I'm sure the sidelines will be well heated for both teams. I remember the coldest game I played in. We were at Penn State. You got to remember that game.
When it rained, the
No,
whole
dude,
game.
We woke up. We stayed at that motel, right?
No, bro. I remember my feet and hands were literally purple when we got in, and I wasn't playing anything but special teams. That was miserable. I know what game you're talking about. At Penn State.
God. That was
at Penn State, right?
It was at Penn State.
Yeah.
We stayed in that little motel not far from campus that every team stays in. All right. And woke up that morning. I couldn't push. I had a hard time pushing my door open because so much snow fell against the door. By game time, it was literally minus 25 degrees wind chill. Guys were burning their shoes on those heaters because they couldn't feel, it was so cold. And their feet were so numb. Their shoes were flaming out. We went out onto the field before the game, and we had cleats on because they were natural grass. Had to come in at halftime, or not halftime, but had to come in from pregame and change our shoes because we had to go to a molded cleat rather than a molded spike rather than a cleat because you couldn't get the cleats in the ground. The ground was frozen. Holtz was in a parka that he zipped all the way up. All you could see was his eyes and his nose. It was so cold, and he never liked being cold.
No. Well, he's so little and skinny. I'm sure he was freezing. I mean, the guy's he doesn't have any fat on his body.
He had no whale blubber on him.
Lou did not like the cold weather.
No. So, anyways, but you're right. The worst condition is the rain. Playing in rain and cold, because once the rain hits you, it's hard to warm back up because
it's the mid to high 30s and rain, sleetish conditions.
Well, once the rain gets on you, you can't get the cold off you.
Miserable.
I mean, it just stays on you. When you're playing in dry, cold conditions, you can heat up and stay warm with a jacket or a sideline heater or whatever and get back. You don't like it. But, and you're right about the ball. The ball's going to be rock hard for the punters.
Well, the thing I saw a couple of days ago was 20 degrees and windy. Now, if it's windy with 20 degrees, that's a whole nother deal. That drops the wind chill quickly. And if the game becomes a slugfest run game, I think that's advantage Notre Dame, in my opinion.
Big time. I think it is going to come down to the run. I don't think because Riley Leonard, he was on a podcast, I think earlier this week, and he was talking about this game and how it's a game. If I have this right, and I'm sorry if I don't, but talking about this game, and he's never played in a game like this before, and so there's going to be. I mean, we talk about first for Notre Dame, first playoff game, Riley Leonard's first start in a game like this. He's going to have some nerves. Look for Notre Dame to open up if they and this is no groundbreaking news. You see it all the time. Quarterbacks, ease them into the game with the short, high percentage completion passes, something where he can get his rhythm, get comfortable back there.
Well, that's what we've been running all year anyway. I mean, I think we have a lot of weapons too. You got to think.
Yeah, but this team, like you said, Wes, second in the nation in run defense. Yeah. I can't imagine their defense not showing up. I just don't.
Well, here's the thing. You can say
are they going to be able to make? To me, are they going to be able to tackle the ball for a loss?
Well, are they going
to be able to sack the quarterback?
People can beat IU up about their schedule, but at the end of the day, they played 6-7 teams in the Big Ten. So if their defense is ranked number 2 or number 1 in the country against the run, they got some big, strong, physical guys up front. There's no doubt about it. So.
Irish Nation, you're under the Golden Dome with your host, Wes Pritchett. Nice. Frank Stams, couple of linebackers from the 1988 National Championship team, talking Irish football and the Notre Dame playoff run. We have a third amigo with us, Mike Stonebreaker. I think he's getting his tooth pulled right about now. But yeah, talking about we didn't have a playoff run. We had one game, West Virginia, and we had to get ready for that. And I heard some things this week about, and it's true. Notre Dame's been on a playoff run ever since Northern Illinois because they couldn't afford to lose another game, being a non-conference team and having that, Northern Illinois loss under the belt. So, in a sense, I love that because, they've played with something at stake every week since, and certainly, the stakes are a little bit higher now, but it's still win and go home.
Well, you can't, the schedules are created years in advance, and they can't change the schedule they had. You don't know what the teams are going to be like 3, 4, 5 years out when you're scheduling them. But, at the end of the day, we talked about the NIU game, which they, got outplayed and it caught by surprise. I think, whatever, they had a down week. But they have, instead of looking backwards, they have looked forward. I think they've gotten better every week. They find a way to win. We have talent. In my opinion, this team is as talented across all the positions as maybe any of the teams since, Lou was there. I mean, we're a lot of times I see our teams and I think we're not great on the edge, or our DBs aren't that great, or, but I think I don't see a lot of chinks in the armor. We've talked about Riley Leonard throwing the ball down the field. Is he a great passer? I don't think he's a great passer. He's a smart kid, so if they can get the right read, if they can establish a run, get the right reads, play action, he can make, throws, slants, whatever the hell they, seam routes, whatever they run, and not turn the ball over, we got a shot.
Hey, is it a chink in the armor or is it a kink in the armor?
I think it's a chink kink. Well, Frank, you're only as strong as your weakest link. So
you're only as strong as
as strong as its weakest link.
You're only as strong as your weakest chink.
Our link, our chink, kink. So I think, if you go back and look at, the Irish this year, I think they have.
Well, let me ask you this question: What team on the Irish schedule most resembles Indiana? That's a good question. I just thought.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think any of the teams they played. I think Southern Cal had a good offense. I didn't think their defense was very good.
Right.
A&M had A&M had a lot of players.
Right. I don't think Indiana's going to be as fast as A&M.
Yeah, and they had some. I agree. I would agree with that. And it's SEC. They're just a little gnarly. Usually a little more stout.
Right.
Who else did they? I don't know. Who do you think?
I don't know if they're. Louisville.
Maybe Louisville. Louisville's a good, is always well coached, good offense, tough kids.
Neither of the academies. I don't think Virginia certainly. I don't think they're as near the have the near the capable of what Indiana has. Florida State certainly was a down year. Miami,
Georgia Tech,
Ohio,
they didn't have their quarterback.
What's that?
Georgia Tech, they didn't have Haynes King.
Oh, there you go. Maybe a Georgia Tech or Louisville, but that would have been interesting to see that Georgia Tech game with the quarterback.
They're a totally different team with Haynes King. But I told you what my son said, that the guys on offense and defense, that the guys, they all said that Notre Dame was the best team they played by far. That they were big, strong, fast, well coached. They played Georgia. They should have beat Georgia.
Yeah. What was it? 7 overtimes?
8.
8. The record was
But
9.
you know, Tech was winning by 2 touchdowns with 5 minutes left.
Yeah, no, I watched that game. I know you were at the game, and I couldn't.
They
Put it
outplayed
down.
them. I mean, they got a couple of, I don't know, a couple of questionable calls. The fumble that Haynes had at the end there on 3rd down, that was a first down, and it was questionable whether or not that was marketing. Hey, look at that guy be targeting. Look at that guy. Why are you guys this way and I'm that way?
Because I'm correct and you're not.
Well, it looks like you two clowns are one way and I'm the other, so maybe I'm
That's
the clown.
interesting because you're flipped on your side for me, Wes. There you go. Now
There you go.
Yeah, that works. Well, welcome aboard. Michael Stonebreaker's in the house. You are under the Golden Dome with your host, Michael Stonebreaker, Frank Stams, Wes Pritchett, 3 linebackers from the '88 National Championship team at Notre Dame, talking Notre Dame football and giving one last look at Indiana. Mike, we welcome your analysis and your thoughts. Indiana, we're trying to think, what does Notre Dame need to do to win this game, as far as, offensively, defensively, special teams.
And we've spoken about that. I think they're both evenly matched teams. The offense and the defense, their ratings, their rankings, nationally, pretty much like what is it called? Cancel each other out. They're Notre Dame is 3rd in the nation in passing defense, only giving up 157 yards a game. Indiana's quarterback is the nation's leader in passing efficiency with 181 ranking. Run defense. Notre Dame is ranked 51st in run defense. Indiana's ranked 51st in run offense.
Whoa. Are we sure about that number?
I'm 100% positive. Riley Leonard is one of the most productive dual-threat quarterbacks in the country. He's one of only 10 quarterbacks in the FBS with at least 1,900 passing yards and 650 rushing yards. But Indiana's defense, Mikal Kamara, leads the FBS with 61 quarterback pressures and is the first 10-sack quarterback for Indiana since 2008.
Nice.
Notre Dame has 2 running backs that are Love and Price. They're averaging 7 yards a carry. Indiana only allows 2.4 yards per carry and only gives up 70 yards per game, and they're the number 1 ranked run defense in the country. So it's that time of year where you played the game, so you have hopefully the best teams in the country that are still left, and so it comes down to man versus man. We're even. Who wants it more? Who's better? Are you better than me? No, I'm better than you. Can you block me? No.
Yeah.
Stonebreaker bringing it with all the stats. You gotta love it. We were talking about that.
Wikipedia of football.
Well,
we were talking.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but it's the first time I've done any research all year, so it's done me good today.
Certainly, that's going to be on the highlight film from this episode. I think we should name this episode "Enough Already." Play the freaking game. I mean, I'm just hearing. I can't. I mean, not to be rough on people asking questions, but man, I'm hearing just the dumbest questions ever about these games, and really, it comes down to like what you said, Mike. It's, hey, we're both here, and who's going to win? And I was telling Wes this earlier, you're going to get guys show up. For example, if Notre Dame throws a perimeter pass, there's going to be somebody there that receiver has to beat for the extra yardage. Who's going to win that matchup? Who's going to win the matchup at the line of scrimmage on that tackle versus the rush end? Who's going to win that matchup? Who's going to win the matchup when they go man and Indiana brings pressure? Who's going to win the matchup on that man-to-man coverage. Jeremiah Love, is he going to make the guy miss in the hole? Because that defense is going to show up. And that's exactly right. It's who's going to, as Wes puts it, who's going to execute at the moment that it counts.
Who's going to fly to the ball? Who's going to fly to the ball? What defense is going to be flying to the ball on every play?
I mean, I agree with look, we can do analysis paralysis. At the end of the day, what did we think when we went out there and played? I knew, we had thoughts. All I thought about was I was going to smash the guy in front of me. Whoever had the ball, I was going to smash him. Whoever was going to block me, I was going to smash him. We were going to out-hit our opponents. Did we ever think we went into a game and did not think we were going to out-hit the offense? I mean, it's a physical game. It's a contact game. You set the tone. The defense comes out there and punches them in the face. I mean, the offense too. I mean, here's a quote I had. We lined up and smashed him. I'd look at the play pre-snap. I know he's coming at me. I was thinking to myself, I'm going to break your helmet. People asked, what were you thinking? I was like, I'm going to freaking kill that guy. That's all I thought. All right? That's it.
And that was a quote from
me.
Wesley Pritchett, number 34. Coming at you, baby.
But I'm just saying, man, we were nasty. I mean, guys, we had schemes and we had calls and we had all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, you got to help.
That's a great point because our playoff, like Notre Dame has experienced since Northern Illinois, they've been in the playoffs ever since. We had a playoff back then when we played in '88. It was called the season. Because if you lost a couple of games, you were out. So you could argue that the goddamn season was the playoff. And I'll tell you, you're right, Wes, and Mike knows this. Is we took it to Michigan. We out-hit Michigan. We out-hit Miami. We out-hit Southern Cal. We out-hit West Virginia. We played more physical than the other teams. And then when you get this even matchup that Mike was talking about, it comes down to it. Who's going to out-hit? Who's going to outperform? On the field.
Right, and we did that defensively. We took pride in beating up and out-hitting the opposing team's offense, and it's the same concept of, us in our mindset offensively always wanting to establish the run and beat on their defensive line, from the start, from the beginning of the game, establish that run, beat them up physically because in the third and fourth quarter, you're going to have overpowered them. And that was our mentality on defense. Come the third and fourth quarter, these guys didn't want to block us, didn't want to get in the way because they were getting smashed.
100%. What was a quote that Lou used to talk about? I know he always used to say that it's the toughest game played by the toughest players, but what was it? Well, he had a quote we're talking about. Gosh, I can't remember what it was.
I think it was like when you're down and you're at your worst, don't worry about it. Stoney's going to be there to make the play for everybody.
Something like, listen.
Yeah, no, I recall that too.
Got it.
Right.
Prince has got it.
It was Trust, Love, and Stonebreaker. Yeah. That's what it was.
Stay out of Wes's way. He's got it. I think that was another one.
Mike Cole, we're talking about a little bit about the weather. How'd you prepare yourself for the weather, the cold weather?
Cold weather?
Yeah.
Put my pads on and went out and hit the guy at the first play of the game and was never cold.
Mel Moore showed me a trick, and I never knew this. That my freshman year, I was playing running back. He said, and I've seen it since then, is to layer yourself with some Vaseline, and the Vaseline cuts that wind down and insulates you.
Tell him, Mal, I'm very familiar with Vaseline and how it works. Is that what you told him?
Yeah, so I thought that was a neat little.
That's great. That's great that folks you're able to use that. If you go out on the field and you make a tackle, then you're not cold.
Yeah.
Right.
And guess what? If you get cold, then you make another tackle, you're not cold again.
Once you're out there playing and you get hit 2 or 3 times, the weather's the last thing on your mind. I said if it's windy and really cool, what you're saying, 20 degrees and windy, I mean, that can affect passing the ball, and maybe the ball's hard and you can fumble. But I don't think it affects the defense really.
They're calling for snow flurries.
Really?
You think this? I don't think the snow will stick. I'm here same. I get what do I say latitude as South Bend and Cleveland. We have no snow on the ground. I don't anticipate any snow. We pretty much get the same weather, just maybe a day or two later. I don't see any. I don't see. There may be some flurries, but I see nothing sticking for the game. I don't see any.
8 o'clock on a Friday night, 20, who knows what 29, 22 degrees feels like. It might be really freaking cold.
I know what it feels like. It feels like 15 degrees.
The field will be fine.
It feels like if you're not on the field, then you're cold.
Yeah.
Unless you got one of them big jackets on, or your ass is in front of one of the heaters.
They have puffer jackets on the sidelines, Frank?
I heard they ordered 100 puffer jackets for this game.
Nice.
Now, if you're Indiana, I mean, I don't know. What was I going to say? I was going to say, do you cut the, I don't know.
All you need is a big jacket and thick boots for the cold weather.
The Notre Dame jacket that had the huge block letters and just said Notre Dame on the back. Do you remember our jackets? That was the only like from the 60s.
Yeah.
We were still wearing.
I still got that jacket.
Frank has one.
Yeah. Gino Neal's rolling over in his grave that I still have that. I think I took a windbreaker out of Holtz's locker, and I still have that as well. So if you're Indiana, how do you offensively? How do you put points on? I mean, what was it? One of the leading teams in the nation as far as put points on the board. How do you put points on the board versus Notre Dame?
Well, IU ranks second in scoring offense in the country with 43.3 points a game. They do whatever they've done all year round. Long as they run the ball, that quarterback is a high percentage quarterback. Do what they've done all year. Just try to smash Notre Dame in the mouth. In your mind, you kind of think Notre Dame's got the advantage because Indiana's reputation is not the football school, but they're pretty doggone good. Football team, so you got to.
Yeah, I think Notre Dame's got to be careful not to be like, oh, we're Notre Dame and you're coming to our place. We got this thing wrapped up. That is a team that has, maybe they didn't play the hardest schedule in the country, but I mean their numbers are crazy. I mean,
but neither did we.
Number 2 scoring offense. I mean, they can throw their quarterback can throw the ball. I think, to me, I know we have better quarterbacks and safeties than we've had as a group, but I think we're still susceptible on some of the passing stuff. I think we're very good against the run, but I think they're going to try to stretch the field. 100% they're going to try to stretch the field. They're going to try to stretch the field on offense, and I think they're going to put 8 guys in the box and make Riley Leonard throw the ball on defense. That would be my game plan.
Well, I think passing wise, I think Indiana is going to make Notre Dame defend the entire field. And you talked about the deep threat. I think they're going to, Indiana is going to stretch. They're going to throw the ball deep and make Notre Dame respect that. What I see them, when you get a passing chart, if I were to guess where they're going to throw the ball, I got to think Notre Dame's going to, or Indiana's going to throw the ball over the middle. I think as far as running the ball, I don't think they're going to try I don't think they're going to have much success on the perimeter runs. I think they're going to try to run the ball up the middle and scheme it so that they gash Notre Dame up the middle. I don't think Indiana has the speed that they can get the ball to the outside and beat Notre Dame, but maybe keep them off balance a little bit with some screens and draws. But there's going to be some trick plays Indiana is going to pull out, and just question is when are they going to do it?
Yeah. And is the first trick play the first team to flinch, or is it a smart play?
Well, Lou would say that means they're flinched, but I don't know. I mean, didn't Notre Dame have a fake? Who did Notre Dame have the fake punt against? Was that Georgia Tech? Who else was it against?
They had a couple fakes in that game.
both worked. So
Right.
Well, I think I'm pretty sure they had a fake punt against Florida State that worked.
they also had one against Georgia Tech too.
Yeah,
And-
they've
and
had a number. And Signetti, the Indiana coach, talked about that on special teams. Notre Dame's,
Listen,
and I'm glad to see that with Marcus because, I think for a long time he was swimming in the Jim Tressel pond rather than swimming in the Lou Holtz pond, as far as being a little creative and keeping defenses on their toes. That Tressel philosophy was, play the game as solid as possible and let the other team, make mistakes. That was Paterno's philosophy. It goes back a long ways here in the Ohio area, to Paul Brown. The team who makes the least amount of mistakes wins the game, and that's the way a lot of coaches coach. But I think some more of the innovative coaches or the more aggressive coaches, they will pull out fake punts and they will pull out flea flicker passes and
On the
like.
turnover game, I think Notre Dame's defense is number 1 in the country on scoring defense, and I think that Indiana might be pretty close behind them. So they're both pretty opportunistic on defense, getting turnovers and putting points on the board.
I mean, you look at the Southern Cal game with Notre Dame. We had 200-yard interception returns for touchdowns. That was the difference in the game, and they were so both times wasn't Southern Cal drive. I know one of them was in the so Southern Cal's driving to score, right, to tie the games, and we take the ball back the other way. So
See,
I don't think we really blew out Southern Cal.
Yeah.
So
you can make an argument either way, but what I love most about this Notre Dame season and this team is, and like our team, is we made the plays when we had to. They had to make those plays
100%.
to win that game, and that's impressive. And there's no substitute for playmaking ability, especially with the guy, especially at the quarterback position. And I think they're doing that this year. And I think that's going to be the difference in this game coming up. I think Notre Dame will win those 6 or 7 plays, hands down. That
that cornerback against SC, they were going after that kid, and they got him a couple times, and then he turned around and put that pick 6 on him. So
he did. I mean, you look at the great teams learn how to win, and they always believe they can win, and they gain confidence, and they don't get down. And I keep thinking about damn Georgia. They've won 30 games in a row at home. There's no way they should have won that Tech game. They never quit. They showed up. They played. I mean, I think Notre Dame's got a little bit of that now. I feel like they have a lot more confidence. They've gotten better all year. They're at home. They actually really do seem to make big plays when they need to, and they have all year except for the NIU game.
Yeah, and that I think that speaks to their chemistry. And it's not the same person making the play week after week. I mean, you talked about the corner that they were picking on, and then he turns it around and makes plays. And this is similar to what the team we played on. If it wasn't the defense, if it was the defense one week, it was the offense the next. If it wasn't Tony Rice running the option, it was Mike Stonebreaker making a play at linebacker. It was a great compliment, and I see that team, and I see a great compliment on this team too of guys. Each guy, every week, different guys are stepping up and making plays.
Yeah, Love came out the game, and then that second running back breaks off a 75-yard run, 80-yard run. So yeah, they're there. They're doing things correctly.
I mean, I remember in the national championship game, Wes, you were freaking a madman. I thought you had rabies. You were complete with the foam coming around your mouth. I was like, what the F? The way you played that game was ridiculous.
When I got off the bus crying, saying I was going to kill somebody, like. That is a story. I don't know what happened. I was. like on another freaking planet that day. I don't know what happened. I was not happy in the world. And
Save that for the movie.
I never had a late hit in my life. I had 2 in that game.
I think you hit me once late. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Everybody whistling.
Dude, I'm on your freaking team.
Yeah,
I mean, I got near the quarterback one time, and it was just like your ankles and your legs were flying around. I mean, you were like freaking parallel to the ground. I mean, it was
Barry's like, Stoney, what's wrong with Pritchett? I'm like, I don't know. What's wrong with him? Look at him. He's a madman. He's making tackles. That's what he's doing.
Oh, my God.
The fucking national championship. Sorry.
No, that's good stuff.
He wants to win the national championship. We can edit that.
All right.
Hey, I want to bring up something here quickly because I know we're talking about Notre Dame, but they did an article this week. I was talking to my son is reporting for Alabama today. After this podcast, I'm going to take him over to Tuscaloosa. But they were talking about, and I didn't even realize that Mal Moore recruited me to Notre Dame. Mal Moore was really one of the main reasons I went to Notre Dame. He had played under Bear, coached under Bear, and then, of course, he went to Notre Dame. And then he went back to Alabama and was the athletic director that hired Saban. And so my son is reporting so he signed me to Notre Dame. I have the picture with my parents in 1984. 40 years later, now my son is reporting to the Mal Moore facility at Alabama. I thought that was pretty cool.
Very nice.
That's unbelievable.
Very nice.
Right?
It's
Your son's
amazing
not
how it comes
40,
full
though,
circle.
is he?
No, but I'm just saying 40 years later.
And
Full circle, Michael. Full circle.
It's the Mal Moore. What's it called? The Mal Moore what?
It's like the Mal Moore football. I mean, the main football facility is called the Mal Moore Football Facility. I don't know the exact name, but.
So it
All
was
right,
fate
well,
that,
any
it was
last
fate
words
that you
before-
signed at Notre Dame, and it was the Mal Moore fate and energy that brought your son to Alabama.
I don't know. I love Mal. I mean, Mal. My parents love Mal. He definitely had a big influence on me going to Notre Dame because he recruited me so hard, and he was, Southern guy. And Frank, you played for him. What'd you think of Mal?
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Good coach,
Mal
Mac.
was. Yeah, no, he certainly knew his football. He certainly knew his football. I think Mal was frustrated at Notre Dame because, Mal's credentials were, he could have been a head coach anywhere, and I think that he saw Notre Dame. The story I got was that Mal Moore was there to become a head coach somewhere else. And the problem is Notre Dame wasn't winning. And when you're not winning, nobody's really looking at that staff to be a head coach. I mean, look at what Lou Holtz, and we win the national championship. Look at how many of those guys got a chance to be a head coach. Palermo became a head coach. Strong became a head coach.
Where was Palermo coach?
I think Austin P.
What?
Yeah. Cordelli became a head coach.
Where was he a head coach?
Kent State.
Really?
And of course, Barry. Barry becomes a head coach. Yeah. Cordelli had a little rough go at Kent State.
Yeah.
Did you hear what happened there?
I did
They had
not.
riots?
Do tell.
They had riots at Kent State, right?
Yeah, in '74.
Oh, that's not what you're talking about?
Huh?
That's not what you're talking about?
No, but no, similar. They picked up the football team picked up the mantle and said, hey, "Listen, man, we're having a hard time playing for this guy," and the athletic director came down to director had to make a decision.
What? So basically,
yeah.
the team got it like they had like an insurrection.
Little coup.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Pete Cordelli, he recruited me to Notre Dame, man, from Minnesota.
Wow.
He was with
Oh,
Holtz up at Minnesota.
I used to stay. He used to come to Atlanta all the time. I met him in Atlanta for dinner a couple times.
Yeah.
Well,
I
he was-
like Pete. I think that says more about the players at Kent State than it does about Pete.
If they didn't want to be
Because I-
taught how to win.
Exactamundo.
Well, it's like what Coach Holt said about the William and Mary. He said there was more Marys than Williams.
All right, guys. Final thoughts for just play the damn game already. That episode
Damn game.
of Under the Golden Dome with your hosts Wes Pritchett, Frank Stams, Michael Stonebreaker. Final thoughts on Notre Dame, Indiana, first playoff game ever at what do they call it? Rockne Stadium? I should know that.
Notre Dame Stadium. Yeah, they don't call it Rockne Stadium really anymore. It's even though Rockne Stadium is buried in there. I will say Notre Dame prevails 21-17 in a hard-fought battle on the Tundra South Bend.
I haven't really thought about it yet. Let me get into here real quick. I'm going to go with Wes. You say 28-17?
I said 21-17.
Yeah, 28-17. ND.
I don't think either team is going to score as much as they've been scoring all year, but we could be wrong.
28-17. Yeah, I think it's going to be a close game.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close game. I like 25-20 Notre Dame.
All right. So you want to take
guys.
plus 7.5 is what you're saying.
Yeah, I like the points.
So you've got two teams that are scoring 40-something points a game, and we're saying they're not. One of them's not going to get in the 20s.
Stoney, you need to take Indiana and the under in a parlay.
Got it.
Got it? Okay.
Yeah, no, I think the defense is. I mean, as the points that they're scoring, I think the defense is rule of the day.
Well, you really have two very good defenses statistically. So, how many? When you're scoring 40 points a game, do you play a defense that's ranked in the top 5?
Right. Yeah.
So.
I'll be surprised if it's 25-20 now that I think about it. It could be 17-10.
The weather's really bad. I mean, it could be a. I mean, I see it as like, the old Steelers playoff games back in the day with the cold weather and you got to bear in mind, when's the last time what's the latest game they've ever had at South Bend? November? Late November?
And an 8 p.m. kickoff is awfully late in the evening.
December, whatever date that is, the 20th. It's gonna be cold, boys.
Yeah, I don't know if they've ever played a game December 20th.
Yeah, I guarantee you they haven't.
Yeah.
All right.
Irish Nation, thanks for listening to Under the Golden Dome.
Good morning, Irish fans. You are under the Golden Dome with Frank Stams, Wes Pritchett, and Mike Stonebreaker. Mike might be joining us later, but if not, it's just going to be Frank Stams and Wes Pritchett. Unfiltered, under the Golden Dome. Frank, I understand we got boots on the ground in South Bend. I understand that you're in front of the Marriott there. What is the vibe? What is the tone? What are your thoughts on the Irish game today?
Well, it's pretty sleepy right now since it's 8:37 in the morning. I'm at the corner of Jefferson and I don't know, I can't read the other side street, but I'm on the curb, so I got good reception here. But last night, the vibe was good. I went to the Chivarelli Center. That's that's right next to the Notre Dame locker room in the stadium, and a lot of guys were there. I was talking to Dave Casper, the Ghost.
Really?
Yeah, Bob Crable. Dave, our friend Dave Butler was there. All former Notre Dame players. Terry Anderzak was there.
Nice.
Reggie Brooks. A lot of guys that we played with before and after us. So the vibe is exciting. It's electric. I picked up on some things as far as Marcus coming off the bye weekend. Marcus Freeman as the head coach coming off the bye weekend, really successful. The the Stanford Cardinal is they're not at 2-3. It's they're not having a great year, but the last time they were in Notre Dame, they upset the Irish. So they better be paying attention and be on their toes for this game, or they can get bitten again like they did with Northern Illinois.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. I know Stanford, I think, they're always going to have obviously smart players, good players. Are typically pretty well coached. They always play Notre Dame tough, it seems like. Um, what do you think? What is the Cardinals' challenge on offense against a pretty good Notre Dame defense that has, we know, really good secondary, probably one of the best secondaries we've ever had as a squad, and then the defensive line and linebackers that seem to be playing really well too. And I think Al Golden's got a really good scheme. So the Cardinals got their work cut out today. What do you think?
Yeah, no, they do. And the big thing is, they've been plagued a little bit like everybody has. Notre Dame certainly has with injuries. They've got a couple of quarterbacks. I believe the one quarterback, I want to say it was Lamson, could be the other guy. Since I was traveling, I didn't bring my notes with me. I should have. But the one quarterback, I think their starter got hurt against Clemson, brought in the other guy. One's a runner, one's a thrower, but neither one of them really are having great success. As far as their offensive production, I don't think they really pose a big threat to Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame is strong against the run. Their secondary is probably the best part of their defense. They've got a strong defense. So it's a real challenge for Stanford. Going to be able to score some points against a quality defense like Notre Dame, and Notre Dame to date, this season has not been able to score points against a quality team. I know a couple, their losses beginning of the season. I think it was TCU. I want to say they also lose to Clemson. And then I think it was Virginia Tech that they just played and lost to. So, and they won a couple of weaker opponents. So, the challenge it really is for Stanford to move the ball. Now, having said that, Notre Dame can't help them. They can't turn the ball over, give them good field position. They got to make Stanford earn it with every possession.
Well, I think we've talked about it all year that the Irish defenses look pretty good really every week. I mean, even the Northern Illinois game, they only gave up 16 points. So the offense has definitely been the side of the ball, I think, that has struggled, as we've talked about. A lot of that has to do with, and I'll say it again, Riley Leonard, he missed the last 4 or 5 games at Duke last year. He was out all spring at Notre Dame, and now he's in charge of the Irish. And, so it seems to me like he's gotten better every week. He's clearly a great runner of the ball. And I think the kid's got skills as far as being able to throw the ball. I just feel like he doesn't have confidence, or they're not running the right plays. I mean, I just can't believe that we can't try to move the ball down the field and spread out the defense. It was funny. I was in Orlando last week, and I was talking to Coach Holtz about the current Irish team. And he said to me, Wesley, you got to make the defense cover the whole field. You got to spread them vertically, and you got to spread them horizontally. He's right. I mean, Lou was a pretty good X and O guy. And look, everybody knows we can run the ball well. We've got 2 good running backs and a quarterback that can run the ball. So, I mean, if you don't spread the ball down the field, they're going to put 8, 9 guys in the box. So, challenge is going to be, is Notre Dame going to run the ball, establish a run first? Is Stanford going to put 9 guys in the box? Are we going to spread it out? I mean, I think that's kind of, the cat and mouse game that's going to go on. What do you think?
Well, no, it's a great analysis, and I love what you're saying. Marcus Freeman, what I've seen in his three years at Notre Dame is that his teams get better as the season goes along.
Definitely.
And the challenge, really, I mean, it's hard enough for a quarterback to succeed, spending all his time with a program. And here you got a guy that comes over. This is his first year. You mentioned he missed the spring. You mentioned the injury. You mentioned a lot of things that kept him from getting the reps and being part of the program, being part of the offense that really he needs to be his best. He's still coming into his own. The chemistry is still trying to happen with him. So I see him getting better. I was at the Louisville game. He threw some darts downfield right on target, and that was great. But he missed some short passes. His accuracy, I think, his comfortability in the pocket is still not there. But he's getting better. And as far as their run game, I think they're getting better. They got to deal with some of the injuries on the offensive line, but they're getting better. The timing might be good because now with all the losses, when I say all the losses, with, now them back in the playoff picture at number 11 in the country, they've got a lot of incentive and a lot to play for. So hopefully they come out jacked up for this game this today.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. And I just want to say you are under the Golden Dome with Wes Pritchett, Michael Stonebreaker, and Frank Stams. Michael, glad you could join us, buddy. I knew you were coming. I had faith in you.
I had a little
Frank
pregame.
and I were just talking about the Stanford game. We got boots on the ground, Mike. We got Frank in South Bend. He's got his pulse. He's got his finger on the pulse of the vibe up there. We were just sort of talking about the challenges that Stanford will have today against the Irish.
It is Saturday morning. It's Saturday morning, so it's game day. So I was out in the yard, doing some quick sprints and getting some stretching in and getting my pregame ritual down.
Were you doing your typical routine where you do up, downs, and jump at the top?
Yes, I did 3 of those.
Burpees with a jump?
3. I was able to do 3 of them today. It was pretty impressive.
Well, that's 2 more than last week. So that's pretty good. All right, Mike. So you're a defensive guy. You've been watching the Irish defense this year. What do you think about the linebacker play so far? They seem to have a bunch of. They got some young kids that are really flying around. They substitute 3, 4, 5 guys in there. Have you noticed any particular players, or what's your overall view of how the linebackers have played so far?
Yeah, linebackers, the defense so far. That's the strong point of the team. They've been, consistently shutting people down, getting points, getting off the field. That linebacker crew that you mentioned, the one kid's the anchor of the linebackers, the 5th year.
I think his name's Kaiser.
Plays consistent, and those young kids are flying to the ball. I think the defense as a whole, man, you get your defensive line. They're putting pressure. They've won some analyst awards for putting pressure on the quarterback and number one in some studies that they do now and rank the teams each week. And so it's going to start with the D line. It's going to take a lot of pressure off of your linebackers so they can run around and make tackles and get back and pass coverage. And the defensive backs, they're coming up and they're hitting. They're tough. They're tough, those DBs.
Yeah, I mean, look, we always I think feel like we were very physical in our era of football, and obviously we the 3 of us pride ourselves on the fact that we were really good tacklers and all that, and have been frustrated with the way teams have tackled in the past, and I have not seen that very much this year. These kids, their defense has definitely played really well. What I want to talk about, though, is what do you think about the fact that Frank talked about it? You get so many new players coming in every year on offense and defense. And, like with our guys, we knew we were locked in for 4 or 5 years. We had all been buddies. We grew up together. So when we were in the huddle, we had a feel for each other who was in the huddle. And I feel like it was like a true brotherhood. And I just want, it's got to be hard in the world today with guys coming in, and not only are they coming in for 1 year, you find out how much money they're making, or guys feeling jealous in the locker room. We didn't have to deal with all that stuff. And another thing I want to talk about real quick too, and you guys can elaborate on this. I talk about this with my kids. I think, we huddled up after every play, right? Remember, we would get in the huddle. We would look each other in the eye. I might say something to Mike. Mike may say something to a D lineman. Frank might say something to his strong safety. I thought that little 15, 20-second reset was really important through the phase of the game at different times in the game. And I also think it ensured that everybody knew what defense was called. Think about it. They got these guys signaling in, or they're doing it in through their helmets. I don't know how they signal to the defense, but when you don't huddle up, you don't know that everybody's on the same page, or you might miss a coverage, you might miss a stunt. I don't know. What are your thoughts about the new world of football?
You repeat every time in the huddle down and distance. So every play they know, all right, it's 3rd and 1. We're running this defense. All right, it's 2nd and 10. We're running this defense. So everybody's locked in. Every time we broke the huddle, on every play that I've ever played, I've counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 11 guys on the offense. So mentally, I knew where every single person was. Turn around, count our defensive guys. So you know where everybody's lined up. It's that repetition and that bringing the focus in. What I think, like you said, they're missing with that open, not.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it, and they don't do it on either side of the ball. Which to me, I don't know. I'm old school. I don't know any other way to play football. So let me give you an example. My high school senior, they've got every kid on offense has this big wristband with 150 plays or however many plays. It's like 2 levels, and the coaches always get to play in late. So it comes in, and finally they figure out it's 25, right? All right. So you're running around trying to get to your position, and you're flipping through your thing, and all of a sudden you look at 25. Well, what if you read 26? Because nobody repeats the play out loud. To me, that's crazy. I don't know. What do you think, Frank? You played offense.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No.
Well, you started. You've played offense.
No, I know what you mean. I think we can. I think, and you guys know this. There's a saying. What is it? Overanalysis leads is paralysis. I mean, when you're thinking out there rather than reacting, it's a problem. The game. You play the game. You play the game a lot slower. I mean, and you guys may agree with this. Our defenses probably weren't as sophisticated as they are today. That's because the offenses really dictate that. But you know what? I'm not so sure everything that happened 40 years ago was a bad thing. I think I think today's football coaches, college, think that they can reduce it to a science, and it's not like that. It's typically the teams. I mean, look at the NIU game. I mean, Notre Dame should beat a team like that just on sheer power and strength and talent, and they didn't. They got better athletes, and they start. I think they were out coached and out schemed, and as a result. Rather than, sacking the frickin' quarterback and punishing the receivers and creating turnovers, those things that really do matter in the game, it didn't happen. So, Notre Dame's got to get that. They got to get that swagger. Remember the Miami swagger? They got to get that swagger about themselves and just dominate teams physically. And I think they can.
I agree with you. And, if one of my kids was here, he would tell you that ad nauseum their entire life, all I've ever talked about is just breaking football down to obviously heart and effort, but technique, getting your pads under the other guy's pads, driving off the ball. This whole thing, I watched the game last night. My son's team unfortunately lost on the last drive. The other team played the I backfield, all right? Which I still believe is the greatest formation to run the football, because you got a lead blocker and you got a tailback that's 7 yards behind the quarterback. The quarterback's under center. So you're handing the ball to a guy running downhill into the line of scrimmage with a lead blocker. I can't understand the offenses today when they're in the shotgun. The running back is only one running back, and he's at the same depth as a quarterback. So when he gets the ball, whether he goes forward or sideways or wherever, he has no momentum. I know he can pick his hole and all that. To me, that's not fundamental football. And if you look at the NFL, and we've talked about this, they're running the ball more now because football's, as much as you want to dress it up and make it a science, like you said, and put all these fancy formations out there, it's still about blocking and tackling. And the fundamentals of the game are the same.
Right.
You got to get your pad under. You got to tackle well. And how about all these kids? How do they always get the in now? Remember how we would never let anybody outside? Frank, you were a defensive end. What would you have done if you got
I want Mike to finish this sentence. Mike, what did Michael, and I know, what did Michael, and we grew up with Michael Tyson in his heyday. What did Mike Tyson always say? Everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth.
Right.
And
exactly
and
right.
So that's really where Notre Dame needs to start the game. And I looked at Coach Freeman's areas to improve upon, and one of them was starting the game faster. All right, and that's it. Coming out and assure teams come into Notre Dame Stadium not sure of themselves. Especially this coach, Troy Taylor. He's never been to Notre Dame Stadium. He talks about it. The mystique exists there with him, and Notre Dame needs to come out and reinforce that and shove it down their throat and say, listen, you ain't got a chance in this stadium, and reinforce that. But when you let a team hang around in the first half, and especially in the second half, and they start thinking that they can win the game, now you got a whole nother animal.
That's the mindset of I would stand on the sidelines so excited to get into the game, hoping the defense would go out first, hoping we would be the first ones on the field so you can make that first hit, make that first tackle, and start the game off and by shutting down the other team. And the offense should feel that same way. And so, that you have to build that in the team where there's nothing better than to be the first ones on the field to set the stage.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right, and maybe that comes over time. But I know if we want to talk about 1988, when we were 12-0, the last national championship at Notre Dame, when the three of us ran out there on the field, it did not matter who we were playing. We thought we were better. We thought we were more physical, and we thought we were going to play harder and hit those guys in the mouth. And you remember the thing that Lou used to always say about football's a tough game played by the toughest people, and the toughest guys, going to impose his will on the other guy. And there'll be a point in the game, every game, where the other team will blink. And he believed that, and we started believing it. I know I believed it. What do you guys think?
I still see it today, like when I'll still say, they just blinked, like when they try a double reverse or some trick play. That other team just lost the game.
Yeah, it's true. So, but I think maybe Lou had been through that in a number of programs, and he truly believed it. I mean, he's just a fascinating guy. Like I said, I spent an hour with him last week, and even though his body is not where it used to be and he's frail, his mind is still incredibly sharp. And I just, I wanted to be here. I just wanted to hear it from the horse's mouth one more time. Just sort of he breaks life down really simple. The 3 rules that we laughed about are kind of chuckle about, but do the next right thing, do what's right, tell the people you love them. That's pretty simple, but it works. Anyway, all right, let's get back to football. Frank.
Well, no, to that point, I mean, let's get back. Irish fans, you're under the Golden Dome with Wes Pritchett, Michael Stonebreaker, Frank Stams, the 3 Amigos, played for the 88 National Championship team. Please support our effort. IR88sh.com is the link. It's championship apparel. A portion of the proceeds goes to Holtz's Heroes and the work that they do. Also, Notre Dame's NIL fund. But getting back to the game, Notre Dame, we're talking about Marcus Freeman's areas of improvement. The other couple of them were, penalties. turnovers that they need to eliminate. And Notre Dame needs to clean up. They started the season with too many penalties, had a couple of turnovers the last game against Louisville. And, that championship, and I like to say we serve as the board of directors for Marcus Freeman because we've been there, done that. We know what it takes to win a national championship. And you got to clean that up. Because when you're playing, if they get into the playoff, and I think they've got a very good chance now of getting into the playoff, your margin for error goes way down in those errors in tight games, like you said, Wes. Those will cost you the games. Right now,
They've
can get away.
They've become exaggerated in an even game.
Well, they're different. They're difference makers.
Yep.
And when the game is 4, 5, 6 points difference, one possession will do it. So Notre Dame needs really to start working on playing, reducing those errors, playing a perfect game. And I look for them really to come out, get that identity. I don't care what Stanford puts in the box. They put 8, 9. They should be able to run the ball at least 3 or 4 yards on first down. They got to win on first down because Riley Leonard can't play from third and 13.
No, you're right. I 100% agree. And I also think you can't be, we talked about it before, but establishing the running game, like you said, Frank, even if they put 8 in the box, you give your offensive linemen a ability to instill their will and to wear down the defensive line, and that opens up your passing game. So
right. So if you establish the run game, then they start loading the box, play action over the top. They got freaking tight ends. Then I'm sure their matchups there are going to be greater than what Stanford can handle. So it all starts up front, both offense and defensive line.
And so they've been punched in the mouth pretty much at some point in each one of these games. They haven't come out and dominated, the games and taken over from the beginning. So each game has been a battle. So you're hoping that they've grown a little bit. They got punched in the mouth. They came back in the second half last week and opened up that game. So you hope this week off gave them a little rest, right? And they're coming in, and you hope that they're focused and they learn something from that, and they can come out and dominate.
Well, let's talk about that. Wait, yeah, let's elaborate on that for a minute. You talked about they're coming off a bye week. Some people would argue you can respond one of two ways on a bye week. A lot of times people want to keep playing because you're in a rhythm, you're playing well, you keep it going. Maybe if you're not playing well, a bye week is good, you get guys healed. I don't know what I don't really have an opinion one way or the other. Do you think a bye week makes it easier to play on that Saturday, or do you think it makes it harder to play on that Saturday?
All I know is from my own personal experience. I don't know what the numbers are on teams coming off bye weeks. You know what I mean? Whether they're what the numbers are. I don't care if I had 3 weeks off or a day and a half off, Wes. I'm coming out and I'm knocking somebody out.
Let's go! Hey, listen, I'm trying to make a show here. Here's the answer. Hit him in the mouth. Now, what's the question? I mean, I get it. Look, guys, we were animals. You're right. I would start getting fired up on Thursday. By Friday, by Saturday, I was out of my mind. I mean, I was put myself in a mental blackout. I didn't care where it was, what it was, how many days I had off, whether it was 1 or 3 weeks. I knew I was going to kill the guy in front of me, and that's all that mattered, right? So I mean, I
you did. Hey, you did play angry. I think we all played angry, but you had a little. You played more angry than the rest of us.
I was mad. I don't know why. I was just, that was my hey. When you're slow, you got to make up speed somehow. You got to fake yourself into being faster. But anyway, yeah, I mean, look, effort, right? That's kind of the thing. I mean, you can have great players. If you don't play hard, you're screwed in football. I mean, you got to have it all.
I think to your point, a lot of those things that Marcus wants to improve on, I think he needs to get their attention more. I've been hearing some things about, the state of the athlete today and with NIL and all that is, are those guys happy? I heard some of this last night in the locker room. They
Are
want
they
to make.
happy?
All right, they're asking these questions to these players. You guys happy? You guys happy? Because they're worried about these kids bouncing to other programs. And I say, you know what?
Yeah,
Nobody
that's
gave a
not
shit
good.
whether I was happy. That's for goddamn sure.
I was
Yeah.
happy eating the leftover the held over cod fried cod sandwiches. That it wasn't a team meal. It was just held over for 4 hours
Yeah.
until
Not only
we got
did we
there
not
to eat it.
Not only did we not have a football dining hall, we ate in the student dining hall, and they held all the same food over under lamps and lights so we could have it stale at the end of the day. So we were definitely pampered.
Those cod
What I
sandwiches
love
were nothing to
is
blink at.
my
They were
oldest
so
son.
nutritious too.
Listen, yeah, right, with zero nutritional value, or nobody ever even talking about what we were supposed to eat. So let's
Right.
talk about. All right, here we go. Let's
All right,
talk
we got
about
a couple minutes left here. So
a couple minutes left. You are under the Golden Dome with Frank Stams, Wes Pritchett, and Mike Stonebreaker. I just want to say something. Do you remember when we first got to talk about the swag today and all these kids? Oh, Oregon's so great because they have all these uniforms and swag and cleats and helmets and all these combinations. So when my son went to Georgia Tech, they brought him a duffel bag. I mean, to go to Ireland at Georgia Tech, they brought him a duffel bag, Frank, with like 4 sweatsuits, sweat tops. I mean, he's got closets full of stuff, okay? My first 2 years at Notre Dame, I didn't have a T-shirt that said Notre Dame. I didn't have a sweatshirt that said Notre Dame. I didn't have a pair of shorts. I didn't have a hat that said Notre Dame. I had to go to the bookstore and buy a Notre Dame hat.
Mike, you were spoiled compared to what we had our freshman and sophomore year. And I only say that because we played in the Aloha Bowl, and I was talking to Terry Anderzak about this last night. And we played SMU. And man, that was back in the day when they're giving those SMU players
there was a Pony Express.
shoeboxes full of money. And those guys showed up with, back in the day, it was the sweatsuits that were all popular, and they had all the swag, and, they were getting, jewelry and all kinds of stuff. We got a Timex watch that I kid you not, was broken by the time we left the island five days later. Right.
Yeah. And we got nothing that said Notre Dame. I do think we got a Hula Bowl shirt. I don't think they gave sweatshirts in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Anyway. I got one more funny story about swag.
Your point is well taken about how today, I think kids are maybe they're not. I think most kids are appreciative for what they have. I think a lot of them, it's our fault. We've spoiled them, and they take for granted for a lot of stuff because that's our fault. And that's the thing. That's about the leadership there. The leadership's got to make them hungry. I don't care what program you're at, and the leadership's got to make them hungry and accountable. Like Nick Saban did at Alabama. I mean, he was still coaching, the way he was, 40 years ago. And again, not everything that happened 40 years ago was a bad thing.
No, I agree with you. Mike, any last words before we go here?
I remember I had one pair of socks that Gino let me swap out for another used pair of socks. So I never had a brand new pair of socks.
You had to turn in your old socks?
No, listen, this is the greatest. I've probably told this story too many times. I'm going to tell it one more time. So we win the national championship. I'm going to play in a bowl game. And everybody says, oh, I find out you got to get stuff to trade at the bowl game, right? So I go tell Gino. He goes walking back in the back there, smoking his cigarette, opens up this old rackety chest that's got like dust and stuff, and he pulls out these old Notre Dame, just says Notre Dame in like these block letters from probably 1975. So that's it. He gives me 2. I get to the bowl game, and everybody's trading all their sweatsuits and decals and all this stuff, and I'm holding my 2 shirts, and nobody's even looking at me. I'm like, hey, who wants to trade? And everybody says, no thanks. I got nothing. You are under the Golden Dome with Frank Stams, Wes Pritchett, Michael Stonebreaker, the 3 Amigos, the last national championship at Notre Dame, 1988, unfiltered. We are board of directors to Marcus Freeman. If he needs any advice, we're here for him. We've got Frank Stams, boots on the ground.
All right. So my prediction today, we'll wind it up with my prediction. I like Notre Dame to come out, hold them, that defense to continue to play well, really shut them down. I don't see Stanford scoring more than 14 points. I see Notre Dame scoring, they should score at least 30 points. I like laying the 23.5. I like Notre Dame today to win the game and win the game big.
I like it. All right, Stoney, what do you think?
What's the weather out there, Frank?
The weather's it's a little cloudy right now. Yesterday was beautiful. It's a little cloudy today, but I don't see any foul weather coming in. Temperature should be maybe low 70s about game time, low 70s, high 60s, sunny, very, very little wind, no precipitation.
What time's kickoff?
3:30.
So you got a full day of being out at the stadium, tailgating with the Notre Dame fans. No opportunity for you to do a pregame speech to the team today. They haven't.
No, they don't like.
Have they asked?
They don't. No, they don't ask, and I don't think they like for me to get in front of the team. It just I don't know myself what I'm going to say, so they just can't put that unpredictability in front of the team, and I don't blame them, to be honest.
All right, so I'm going to say Notre Dame rolls big today. I don't know why. I'm not
You're not a homer.
Prognosticator.
I'm not a
You're not a homer.
prognosticator. I'm going to say Notre Dame gets in the 40s today.
Yeah,
Damn.
I hate to the kiss of death is all three of us have the same view, but I agree with Frank and Mike. I think Notre Dame rolls, the defense plays well, and I think I said before 42-14 Irish. You are under the Golden Dome with Frank Stams, Mike Stonebreaker, and Wes Pritchett. Have a great day. Go Irish.
Let's go Irish. All right, Irish Nation, breaking news. Breaking news. You're under the Golden Dome with your hosts, Wes Pritchett, Michael Stonebreaker, Frank Stams. Al Golden is reportedly going to the Cincinnati Bengals to be their defensive coordinator. Al Golden returns to the Bengals where he was for the 2021 season and took them to a Super Bowl as the linebackers coach. So there's some familiarity with Zach Taylor's staff there. Fellas, start with you, Wes, first. Thoughts on losing Al Golden?
Well, I think our defense played great all year, and I think a lot of that had to do with this scheme. I mean, we had players clearly, but we talked all year about the fact that Notre Dame finally had really good coordinators. They had paid up to get good guys. But, it's hard not to side with Al Golden. I mean, I think recruiting in college today would be a complete nightmare. I mean, I think you have to recruit the kids that are on your team, recruit the kids you're trying to bring in from high school, and recruit the kids that are trying to transfer in. It's, I see how much my kids have interaction with their coaches, and they are on the road or talking to recruits 24/7. It'd be tough. I mean, I think that hurts. I think Al's a really good coach, and I hope they take their time and try to replace him with somebody really qualified.
Michael Stonebreaker, thoughts?
Thoughts are Al Golden's a really good defensive coordinator. It takes a lot to get that defense. Sometimes it takes a year or two. They did it pretty quickly to get a defense all on the same page and knowing the schemes and executing without having to think twice about it. And so it'll be a loss. I had that Barry Alvarez left after y'all's senior year, or whenever he left, and I had a new defense coordinator for my 5th year, and it didn't turn out real good for me personally as far as a relationship with the defensive coordinator. And so it took a while for that defense under a new scheme, and we had all the returning guys, big name guys, and it took a while to get on page. And sometimes the new guy comes in and has his own scheme or his own way of doing things, and it kind of messes everything up.
That's an excellent point, Michael Stonebreaker.
for everybody under the Golden Dome listening to this, getting the firsthand account of really what happens with the team and how the chemistry is affected. And that I think is going to be a negative for the Notre Dame team to rebuild that chemistry.
Well,
Not a big negative. Go ahead.
I think that they could do that, accomplish that more easily by promoting from within. They've got a really great defensive line coach, and they've got that kid who coaches defensive backs who played at Notre Dame. He's a really good positions coach, and either of them could get their first defensive coordinator job. And you have the head coach there to back them up and oversee everything they're doing and get that new system in.
Do you see hold on? Do you see Marcus? Do you see Marcus hiring within?
You talking to me?
That's what I would do.
Talking to Mike.
That's what I'm saying. That to keep what you have going, I would hire from within, promote those guys. Be over them, make sure they're doing it all how you want it done, and go from there.
Wes?
I was just going to say, Marcus was a defensive coordinator, so he knows what it takes. He's been in the coaching business. It's a small world. All the coaches have their own reputations. I think Marcus has a fantastic reputation in a short amount of time. He's been a head coach. And I think he's got an athletic director that now is willing to pay money. I mean, you look what Bavakwa did before the end of the season. He locked Marcus up on a big contract. He got both coordinators locked up in contracts. So if he doesn't hire within, and I agree with what Stoney said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And give somebody else an opportunity internally. Then I think that he'll go out and get. There may be a guy out there that he's worked with before, or he thinks is a good fit, and they can pay up to get over. So who knows? You never know. Foge was a great defensive coordinator. I thought that was a big loss when he left, and then we ended up getting Barry Alvarez, and he was, a home run. So who knows?
Great point. Great analysis. And they hire within. Barry was the linebackers coach, and he graduates. You're under the Golden Dome with your host, Mike Stonebreaker, Frank Stams, Wes Pritchett. Our show, podcast, found on Alumni Media Network on YouTube. Please subscribe, and on Instagram, Alumni Media Net. I think two different ways he can go on this. Max Bulla, linebackers coach.
Yeah.
Following what you said, Wes, hiring within. That's how Marcus got the job. He was there at the University of Notre Dame. He got the job. Hiring within has a lot to be said for the chemistry, keeping the continuity, the familiarity with who you have, and the players. Max Bulla would be my candidate within, but how about this one? James Laurinaitis, the linebackers coach for Ohio State University. Marcus and James are teammates. They played together at Ohio State, thick as thieves. We're in each other's weddings and best friends. James Laurinaitis, to me, is coming to the University of Notre Dame.
I like that. I think that would be awesome.
I read about their relationship last week before the game, and that would be awesome.
Is he the defensive coordinator at Ohio State?
He's the linebackers coach. Knowles, guy named Knowles, is the coordinator.
Well, I can just tell you the little time that I was around Notre Dame a couple of years ago at a camp with my kids, I got to see the current linebacker coach who got promoted this year to play. They got Bulla. What's his last name?
Bulla.
Yeah,
first name Matt.
He's a huge personality. Played the game. He's got him and his brothers, his dads. They all played football. He's a great, energetic guy. I think the kids. I would love to play for a guy like that. So I think he would be. He's the same as. He's similar to your guy from Ohio State, but he's got less coaching experience. So I think either one of the, I don't know, defensive coordinator, that's probably a stretch for the guy that's currently the linebacker coach in Notre Dame.
Michael, did you give us you did give us your two hires there for Marcus Freeman.
I did, Frank. The two from Notre Dame, Al Washington,
Right. Yeah, you
right?
did.
Al's
My
he's the
CTE
D
is
line
kicking in.
coach, and
Yeah,
I see
sorry.
Mike McKins. He's the
Well, I actually had heard a rumor that they could possibly do a three-person defensive coordinating team. The three amigos, Wes Pritchett, Mike Stonebreaker, Frank Stams, have had such a positive influence on the coaching decisions in the team this year via podcast that they're thinking about making it virtual and be in person to coach the kids, motivate the kids, and
I've heard
use
that also.
their experience to smother all offense.
I've heard that also.
Frank,
They
have
could
you heard
do a
anything
lot
about
worse,
that?
I'll tell you that.
What's that?
They could do a lot worse. I know that.
100%. I
Yeah.
guarantee you one thing. Schematically, we might suck, but we will play hard.
And I tell you, it's pretty important to get that defensive coordinator right, because that fifth year of mine, man, we had Gary Darnell stepped in, and we had Chris Zorge, Todd Light, everybody was returning,
Pat Terrell, Dan Smagala.
No, those guys were gone. I had to go back for a fifth year, so they had all graduated. But we had a good team. We only lost one game, I think, that year to Colorado in the Orange Bowl, or two game. I don't know what it was. But Gary Darnell, man, he came in the first game of the year. We're playing Michigan. Michigan running back had like 260 yards rushing on whatever defensive scheme he put in, and we were all executing it properly, but it wasn't going to work up there against Notre Dame versus Michigan. That defensive scheme wasn't going to work, and so about 3 games into the season, Lou Holtz took the defense away from Gary Darnell, and he started putting in the old defense and calling the defensive signals himself. And the second game of the year, we were playing Michigan State, and during the fourth quarter, I was on the sidelines. The game's on the line, and people are looking at me like, "What's going on?" And I'm like, "I don't know." And so after the game, because I have confidence, that I think I can maybe make a play and help us, win the game, right?
Yeah. And then you're only in the college football thing.
After practice, like on Monday, I said, "Coach Schultz, I would like to speak with you." All right, Stoney, I don't do Lou Holtz impressions. I don't think that really sounded like him. But
That was good. Yeah. It's all about the effort.
What's on your mind?
I said, "I need to talk to you, Coach." So he and I said, "Look," and I told him that story. Like, I'm on the sidelines. I think I can make a play. He's like, "Oh, I didn't know that." He's like, "I'll look into it." So the next game, we were playing Tennessee, down in Tennessee, and the defense was on the field for like 75 defensive snaps, which is a lot of defensive snaps, right? So, and I was waving like, "Can I get a breather? Can I get a breather?" And they're like, "No, you stay out there. You wanted to be out on the field. You stay out there." But Lou took that defense away from him, man, and we wound up having a good season.
So did Lou
you
call
never
the
know.
defense?
Yeah,
Did Lou
man.
call the defenses?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Lou Holtz
Oh, yeah.
took over the defense.
In
Lou Holtz
1990.
Lou Holtz was a defensive backs coach for Woody Hayes. Lou knew both sides of the ball for sure. Back in, I don't know, the 60s. Yeah.
I did
Anyways.
not know that, Stoney. That's crazy. So you're telling me that Lou Holtz, in 1990, was calling the defensive plays?
We walked out to the first day of practice, and Gary Darnell, our new defensive coordinator, was also the inside linebackers coach. And we're walking out to practice that first day, and he looks at me and he said, "I'm not afraid to start a freshman."
What?
And I'm like,
That's
"What?"
building chemistry.
Yeah, I'm like, "What are you even talking about?" Like, in my mind, I'm like, "What the fuck is this guy? Who's he talking to? I don't even know what he's saying." And so that was the kind of guy he was, man. We didn't get along.
Yeah.
And I made
Sounds
All-American. And I made All-American that year. and he had to sheepishly come in with his tail tucked between his legs and say, "Oh, you made All-American." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that was a good coaching."
Why would you say that to your seasoned linebacker that started here?
He had some self-esteem issues.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah.
So
Well,
they got to choose right.
Choose right. All right. Any last words?
I mean, I think Marcus will make the good decision. I think he's all about chemistry, and look, you guys played. We've been around players. We know guys that have like the right vibe and the kind of guys you want to be around, the guys you want to be coaching with. I think Marcus will make a great decision. And if he promotes within, then great. And if he doesn't, I trust the guy.
Marcus is all about. Go ahead.
I like your pick, Frank. I like his buddy, the linebacker coach from Ohio State. I think they would be good for the both of them.
Well, that guy was a freaking player too. Don't kid yourself. That guy was a stud, and Marcus knows him well. I mean, bring in guys that have experience and have been in the game that are nasty and bringing edge. I agree with Stoney. I think it'd be awesome. Awesome.
Super awesome, Frank.
Hold on, I'm looking up James Laurinaitis' dad. I don't know if you guys know this, but he was the Road Warrior Animal. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. How do you not like James Laurinaitis? But you know what? How do you not like Max Bullitt too? And like you guys have both said, big chemistry guy.
I think Max Bullitt would be a great,
Big chemistry guy, Marcus Freeman. He came within. He's got to know the guy he's picking. He's got to keep that continuity. He's got to have that strong relationship. So I think either one of those is the pick for Marcus Freeman. You've been under the Golden Dome with your host, Michael Stonebreaker, Wes Pritchett, Frank Stams, breaking our thoughts on Al Golden leaving to go to the Cincinnati Bengals and who Marcus Freeman is going to hire next. Thank you, fellas.
Thank you.
All right.
Go Irish. Welcome, ND Nation, to Week 11. You're under the Golden Dome with your hosts, Wes Pritchett, Michael Stonebreaker, Frank Stams, the three All-American linebacking amigos from the Notre Dame National Championship team of 1988. Thanks for joining us. This episode we'll review the Florida State game. We'll talk a little bit. We'll preview the Virginia game, and then we'll yuck it up in between. But quickly, we've got to recognize, the passing of Wes and I's coach, and Mike. I think you may have met him. Maybe I'm not sure.
I actually never had that pleasure.
Jerry Faust. Jerry, at 89 years old, passed away peacefully, and our condolences and prayers to his family. He was, he recruited me. I know he recruited you too, Wes. And you talk about a guy that bled Notre Dame blue and gold. Oh. That was it.
He did. He definitely did. And as much as he didn't necessarily come through as a coach, he was an absolutely wonderful human being. He loved Notre Dame, and I would not have been at Notre Dame had it not been for him. I mean, to be honest with you, if we were talking about it while I was thinking about it, I don't think I was good enough to get recruited by Lou. So I'm glad Jerry was there. Otherwise, I would have never ended up at Notre Dame.
Yeah, you and me both. I remember Jerry.
He was good at evaluating lower talent. Is that what you're saying?
He was telling the 3-star range. He was
thank God, right?
He could figure out the periphery guys. Yeah, he had an eye, a vision.
That's awesome.
That people talked about, Jerry coming from Cincinnati Moeller, which he had huge success down there around the Cincinnati area. You talk about 5-star athletes. Moeller was one of the top schools in the nation year after year for a number of years. And, it surprised a lot of people, him making that leap from high school to the biggest program at the time in Notre Dame. And there's some
But that
questions.
Moeller was, I came from New Orleans, right? I'd never heard of Moeller, right? And so when I got to the Midwest, when I got to South Bend, that's all everybody talked about, how great this Moeller High School football program, what a great program they've had for the last 10 or 15 years. So, he was hot in the Midwest. He was big in the Midwest. So, you have to make a step somehow, and why not get the best high school coach around to lead the program?
Right.
Well, I don't think they would do that again.
That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
I doubt if they would do that again too.
Well,
But
back in those days, if you do you remember how it was like a big deal? Like they kind of crowned like a national champion in high school every year. Do you remember that?
kind of.
Well, the only reason I remember is because Valdosta High School in Georgia was always in the running for that 10-year period, and so I knew who Moeller was because they were always one of the 4 or 5 schools that were in the running for the national championship every year. But and Valdosta, kind of like Moeller was feeding Notre Dame, Valdosta was actually feeding the University of Georgia. They had a lot of players. Which ironically they beat Notre Dame in 1980. So, and that was Moeller and
Yeah, right.
and Valdosta.
That's interesting. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I remember Jerry. You remember him coming to my high school and recruiting me, and I remember one instance where we're 18-year-old guys, and it can be an intimidating process. And there was one teacher that I had. She taught philosophy. She's a wonderful lady, older lady, and she wanted to meet Jerry Faust. So I had to muster up the courage to ask Coach if he would come to this class and meet this woman. And not only did he come to the class, but Jerry, in rare fashion, he ended up teaching the class. He got
My God!
Oh, he got the chalk in his hand, and he started doing, lessons on the chalkboard. That was back when you had chalkboards, and just so engaging. And she couldn't have been happier. And she's no longer with us, but some of the guys that were in that class, they remind me of that moment in time whenever we see each other. It was just wonderful, Jerry. He was a wonderful guy.
I was going to ask you if you got an A in that class, Frank.
It was called philosophy of, I think it was philosophy of religion, and of course that was right up his alley, and he just loved it. And she was a sweet old lady. Yeah, I think I did get a good grade in that class, so that was good. His daughter Julie ended up marrying a classmate because after Notre Dame, he comes to Akron and becomes the head coach. It was funny at the time. My brother that was there playing quarterback, and the joke was that he couldn't get rid of the Stams brothers. He was cursed forever.
That's funny.
But his daughter Julie ended up marrying a classmate of mine at St. Vincent St. Mary. So, and I used to see Jerry around town. He was America's Guest. He was in all the country clubs playing cards. He never played golf, but boy, he loved the card game with all the guys.
Really? What was he playing in there? Poker or what?
No, the old timers, they played pinochle or gin.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Jay's playing gin.
Yeah, or if some of them, play bridge,
They don't have any Blu-ray games going on over there, do they? I might swing through.
Oh man, the guys on the plane love to play Boo-Ray.
Was Boo-Ray the same as the game we just play in between?
No, Blu-ray is a Trump. You have to follow suit.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like euchre.
Yeah, but me being a rookie in the NFL, I'd make more money on the planes because I'd play with the quarterbacks because they had all the money, and I'd well, what y'all playing? Boo-ray, how you playing that? And I'd get in the middle and make more money.
I did the same thing with Brett Favre when he was a rookie.
Brett Favre, and then I can't remember who the other guy was. Quarterbacks were the dumbest guys on the team. And they thought they were smart. It was great.
That's a great combination for you two dumb guys with a lot of money.
Exactly.
Playing cards.
It's a very
That's
good thing.
outstanding. Yeah. All right. So Irish, listen. We can talk the mess surrounding Notre Dame, and we're going to be genuine and brutally honest, and I think that's what people want to see. They want to hear, authenticity, and I want to give them that. And I'm going to make some comments on here that could be, controversial, and people will say, "Well, I can't believe he's saying that." But listen, we've earned the right to say it in a respectful way. And I didn't, looking at this game, 52-3, Notre Dame scores 21 points in the fourth quarter, and they're throwing the ball in the end zone. I wasn't digging that. I wasn't digging that at all, because you know what? It was my sophomore year when we were, or my sophomore year when we were on the other end of that down in Miami, and that wasn't cool. And so why is it different? Why is it different today? Why is it different? Why isn't anybody upset? I mean, I guess Blackledge was doing the game, and he mentioned that. I understand.
I can answer that question.
Okay. All right.
Unfortunately, it's all about rankings. It's all about margin of victory. It's all this algorithm that the models are using that rank these teams. I obviously there still has to be some balance of when you're just running up the score, and it's kind of disrespectful, but at the same time, they're letting young guys play and get in there and do their thing. And it wasn't like the first team was in there either, Frank. But I hear you. But I think all this margin of victory stuff at the end of the day, unfortunately, really matters. Strength of schedule, how much you beat a guy. They have all these weird things that they factor in now. So I don't know. That's my 10 cents.
My 10 cents is twofold. First of all, you need to be good enough to stop me. You know what I mean? So it's on you if you can't stop me. Secondly, you do have to have a little bit of class and run the ball and not try to, run up the score. I wouldn't run up the score on anybody. I'd run the ball, run the clock out, and get out of there with the W and less injuries and all that. But as Wesley says, you got to score a lot of points. You got to have margins of victory. Look at all that.
Yeah, you can't sleep at the wheel. It's totally different. I will also say that we had talked about, we thought that Notre Dame was going to pretty much take care of business. We had talked about them potentially having a letdown. Clearly, they have figured things out because they came out. I think Florida State's really not very good, but Notre Dame's performance, we can get into greater detail. That their freaking defense is for real, guys. We've been saying it all year, but their defense is really good, and the offense is getting better. So it goes back to all the stuff that Lou used to say. How do you win football games? With a great defense, good special teams, and a good offense that doesn't turn the ball over. That actually keeps the time of possession, right? We can control the ball because we can run. I don't know. I hate to say, the Irish are going to be tough to beat, friend. Every time I say that, I create the Irish jinx. So I just jinx them. I'm sorry, but
you're under the Golden Dome with your hosts, Wes Pritchett, Michael Stonebreaker, Frank Stams, three former Notre Dame All-American linebackers, played on the 1988 National Championship team, talking Notre Dame football past and present. I think when I asked that question, nice. Yeah, 12-0, undefeated, 1988. Love it. Nobody's done it since. I think when I asked that question, why is it okay if Miami? Because it is different. I think it is a little bit different now. And I get the whole, algorithms that are involved in, and getting, because, getting to where you need to be as far as the playoffs. I get it. I still don't like to see them throwing the ball in the end zone in the fourth quarter. And I know Marcus. This isn't a slam against Marcus or anybody. It's just the reality of it. I don't think it's a moral question or even really an ethical question. I just think that's the way it is now. What I was glad to see, what I wanted to see at the end of that game, is both coaches shake hands. That there were no hard feelings, and they did, and they were both respectful. And then in their post game remarks, they both had, especially the coach from Florida State. He had some, he was respectful in his post game remarks, and that, and really that's all that matters is the people that are on the field and how they take it.
Right. So the Irish came out. It was what, 21-3 at halftime. It was a little bit closer. It was more competitive than that. They scored the third touchdown with only a couple seconds left to go in the half. But if they wouldn't have scored that, and it would have been 14-3 going into the half, it didn't feel like it was that big of a difference. But second quarter came around and Notre Dame just opened it up and beat them up. I have here your buddy Riley Leonard rushed for 2 touchdowns and Notre Dame threw for what, 4 other touchdowns and had a pick six, so they had 7 touchdowns total. Notre Dame passed for 252 yards and rushed for 201 yards. So as you said, they threw more than they passed, so they weren't running out their clock running the ball. But that's balance right down the line.
And they gave up 3 points on defense. I mean,
Yeah, 3.
yeah. I mean, that's
That's as if not more impressive than the 52 they scored because, they scored 21. They got a pick six in the fourth quarter. They got a long run in the fourth quarter, and the backup quarterback threw a touchdown in the fourth quarter. But yeah, holding Florida State to 3 points, that's pretty impressive. You mentioned, their defense is the defense is in the top 12 as far as total defense. Their offense also is in the top 12 as far as total offense. So, they're definitely going the right direction with this. And, we talked about that last week, how this team continues to get better and get better and get better. Now, listening to Marcus Freeman in his postgame, his big thing is how do you be great? And being great is being consistent. Well, this week, this is, to me, in my opinion, at 8-1, this is the week. This is the week. You're coming in. Virginia's coming in. They're coming off a win against Pittsburgh. They've played some close games. A lot of their games they've lost by just 1 point or less. And their quarterback is
you can't lose by less than 1.
Their quarterback is their quarterback is a bit of a gunslinger. I heard. He's got some talent. What did I say?
You said they've lost a couple of games by less than 1 point or less.
Yeah, Frank, that Calandria, gunslinger.
Right.
He has 1,948 throwing yards, 12
Really?
touchdowns. Yeah, 12 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. Riley Leonard has 9 touchdowns and 3 interceptions.
Pitt's not a bad team.
No, they're not. I
So
think
this
that's a
is
pretty
my
good
point
win
being,
for Virginia.
this
If
is-
you look at, Virginia's had a couple of games they got, beat soundly, but they've also played a lot of guys really close. But it's one of those things where there's no way Notre Dame's not better across the board. Our guys are playing better. They're bigger. They're stronger. They're faster. We should win the game. But that's football, and things are going to happen, and that's why they play the games. I do want to say this. So, my son plays for Georgia Tech, and he's buddies with all the offensive line, the guys on the offense that were talking about it. They said after the game that Notre Dame's defense was the best team they played across every position by leaps and bounds anybody in the ACC.
Good.
So
That's good to hear, man.
yeah, I mean, they said they were big, strong, fast. Like they were very, players don't usually give the other guys street cred.
Right.
And my son's like, Dad, all the offensive guys just kept saying, man, that defense was unbelievable. So, we've been saying it all year, but I mean, I think Al Golden is the real deal. I think he's a great defensive coordinator, and I think they got the guys. I know the linebackers are good. And we got 2 or 3 D linemen. Who knows? I mean, in my opinion, over the last 20 years, the SEC has really, and maybe Ohio State, and I guess Michigan too, but it's been all the big guys. The big guys up front. Notre Dame, to me, was lacking on the defensive line compared to those teams, and I think this year we're not lacking. So I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I agree. We're not lacking, and they could be even better because of the amount of injuries that they've had at D line and all that. So
Right.
they're getting guys in and out every couple weeks, and then who's that? Cross? What's that kid's name? Who's going to be out for the Virginia?
Howard Cross.
Yeah, Cross is out for that game, and then but they got somebody else back. So it's been that
Yeah,
round
but they're
robin
playing. I'm just
kind of
telling you
thing.
right now, watching them in that game that I was there. I don't know. Maybe you guys saw this at Notre Dame. I hadn't seen. That's the only game I saw in person. They substitute, man. They're too deep. They're running guys in and out the whole game on defense. I couldn't
And
believe the amount of substitutions.
when you say that, I think about, as you mentioned, Alabama and them substituting
Yeah,
like those 3
yeah,
defensive linemen
yeah,
every other play. Just those
yeah,
big thick dudes running in and out every
yeah.
other play.
We've never been able to do that though.
Yeah.
Of
Well,
course, and it goes back to what we said. I would have never let somebody come in for me. That would have been
yeah,
ridiculous.
yeah,
Yeah,
no,
but it's a different game now.
different
Well, you
approach
think
now.
it's changed in 35 years?
Well, the approach has changed.
No,
Yeah, no, I mean that's what
I
you
was
do.
being funny. No, it is a
Uh,
totally different game.
I got you. Yeah, no, well, so with Howard Cross out, that's big. He had 3 sacks in the game against Florida State. He's a force. He's their best defensive lineman. All right, that's to me that's gonna hurt. This team, Virginia, gives up sacks. I think they gave up 8 sacks against Pittsburgh. And
They better buckle up, Buttercup.
you you're going to need to pressure the quarterback. So they got a next man up mentality. But I'm glad that's so impressive to me because that's what matters. When you tell that story about your son and the players at Georgia Tech, because those are the guys that's what I would want to listen to.
Yeah, no. I said it because I only bring it up because it was impressive. Like he hasn't said that after any game.
Right. That's a real gauge of where Notre Dame is. So
Right, that's not the media talking about it.
No.
That's guys who were getting hit in the face talking about it.
And couldn't block guys and had guys running by him. Yeah.
yeah, so this Marcus talks about consistency. So this is going to be a big test. They're a 22-point favorite, 22.5-point favorite. To me, that's way too many points. But what do I know? I haven't nailed a game all year long. But I don't know. And so Marcus, so here's where I kind of disagree with Marcus as far as his game prep. And maybe he's doing it, he's just not talking about it in the press, as he talks about each game being a big game, Super Bowl game. All right. To me, and you're shaking your head, Mike, and I'm going to want to hear to me, you can't say things like that because the players know this is not a Super Bowl game.
Yeah, but don't you remember what Lou used to say? Exactly the opposite of that. It's just another game. We prepare for this game just like we prepare for every game. We're going to be
Thank
better
you.
prepared. We're going to have a better game plan, and we're going to execute better. And the other
Every
team's
game's
gonna
not
play.
every game's not a Super Bowl.
No.
It's in the next game. You're going to put so much emphasis on this game is so much bigger than last game or the next. It's this game is all it is. This is the biggest game. This is the next game. it's not a soup, like you can't like try to overhype it. Like you need to prepare your folks to play every single week with the same intensity. So to use to try to use a Super Bowl as a hype for a game is just get them prepared properly, and you don't have to try to hype them up for a game.
See, that's what I was thinking. Focus on the individual and getting the individual prepared to play the game, and then everything else falls in line. Because you can't say this is the game. I mean, you're playing Rice. This is the game. Players are going to start to thinking, this isn't the game.
I don't know about you guys. I do know, but I'm saying I don't know about you guys, but we didn't go into games jumping around in the locker room, hitting our heads against the walls. You know what I mean? We sat around with our linebackers BSing among ourselves, and we'd get together and we'd go out and we'd play football. It's no big hype like hit me, and you don't need to hype up. If you're mentally prepared and you're properly prepared, you go out and you do the job and you win and you go home.
Well,
Yeah,
I think, yeah, I mean,
I agree.
I think Lou would never have said that a game was bigger than another game. It was just like you said, just another game. Like you got to buy into your process and the way that you prepare for a game, whether it's every game. By the way, you should be just as prepared for every game. So there's not a difference, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. And I always thought that was when people talk about pressure, really pressure is self-imposed, because if you do treat everything like the same and you prepare for every game the same way, then really, and you're playing Rice the same way as you're playing Southern Cal, then really there is no,
Let down.
where's the pressure? The
There's
pressure,
no pressure.
there's no
Now
pressure. It's a standard.
us linebackers preparing for a game. I said wasn't a lot of hoopla. It was us amongst ourselves. Now, I remember one time somebody viewed us before a game getting ready, and that was Jim Russ, our trainer. And he came up to us and he's like, "What is wrong with you guys? You guys need to get your heads in the game. What's going on?"
I don't remember that. What game was that?
It was a Pittsburgh game. And we looked at Jim. I looked at Jim. I'm like, "Jim, shut the fuck up, man. Like, what
Go
are you
fucking
doing?"
tape an ankle.
Right.
That
And
is
then after the game, he came up and he's like, "Oh man, Stoney man, he apologized. Like, sorry man, I've just never been around you guys before the game." I'm like, and Big John was like, "Jim, those are linebackers. That's what linebackers do." Big
Yeah.
John said that.
Yeah.
how embarrassing. Jim Russ, man, he was a trip. We used to mess with him so bad. I remember that senior year, it was so hot that going into that season, it was ungodly hot in training camp. And Jim, Jim was so conscientious. You talk about dotting I's and crossing T's, and always, and naive, and it was just,
Naive for sure.
and he was relatively new. I remember, he was real concerned about guys overheating, and Wes, you may remember this, but we made a plan to go down, to fake heat exhaustion in different parts of the field. And I'd go down, another guy would go down on the other side of the field, and another guy would go down on another side of the field, and have his training staff, his student trainers running all over the place. Running all over the place. And then he got wise to it, and then he got pissed. He got pissed that we were doing that.
I honestly think I
Shenanigans.
messed with him every day of my life that I was
Right.
at the football facility. Every single day.
Right. It was just like
In some little minor way. Some
he
little
had
minor
like a-
way. Because he was so anal, so it was so easy to
He
mess
had a-
with him.
he had a sign on it. It was like he had a sign on his forehead that said "F with me."
Yes, 100%. Please test me.
Oh my God.
Well, I spent a lot of time with Jim Russ rehabbing my hip and ankles and knees, and he did a good job, man. He was a good
No, he was a
trainer.
great trainer. I think he did a great job. I mean, he was, for our time, I think he was ahead of the game, you know?
Yep. Yep.
No, he was good. He was good. He came over from what? Can you guys remember where he came from?
No idea.
No.
The Tampa Bay Bandits. Remember the Tampa Bay Bandits?
The USFL?
I think it was the USFL. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That? Yeah. Irish Nation, you're listening to Under the Golden Dome, or you are under the Golden Dome with your hosts, Wes Pritchett, Michael Stonebreaker, Frank Stams, former Notre Dame linebackers on the 1988 National Championship, giving you some authenticity, talking Notre Dame football, past and present, telling you like it is.
3 ND Amigos.
3 ND Amigos, right.
3 ND Amigos.
And none of us can speak Spanish.
Yo hablo español, señor.
No habla español. Habla inglés.
Sí, habla inglés.
Oh, wait, that'd be impressive. If, you guys obviously can speak Spanish. I speak a little, un poco,
Un poco.
Yeah. Anyways, so
Let's talk about some of the games that went down in college football this week.
wait a sec. I put together this thing here, and
No, you wait a second.
well, before we go on to the rest
No, you wait a second.
Well, hey, two things I want to talk about is does Notre Dame, what is Notre Dame? What does Notre Dame have a weak spot, and what night games versus day games?
Well, I think the weak spot to me is just making sure that they're prepared for the game mentally. I mean, I think if we could take care of that, I don't know, physically, I think we're going to be we're not great. We don't throw the ball great, but I think we run the ball very well, and I think Riley Leonard's starting to be able to spread the ball down the field a little bit. I have a great stat. We were talking about how Riley Leonard didn't play the majority of his last year at Duke. Then he didn't play spring ball, right? So he had only played fall camp, before with all the players that we have on offense. He made a statement after the Florida State game that he's now practiced more since the Northern Illinois game than before the Northern Illinois game. That's how few practices he had prior to that game. So I think they are getting better. I think they hadn't spent any time together. The receivers are, you have timing and relationships and all that. I don't know. I'm positive on the Irish right now. I hate to say it.
I like them. I think they're good. I think they're, their defense is good. I think they're balanced pretty well on offense they're almost 50-50 to their running to their passing. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. As far as their running goes, though, like everyone loves, is it Jeremy Love? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Jeremiah.
Riley Leonard's their leading rusher, I think with 893 yards or something like that. It's a lot of yards. And, the rest of their running is running by commission. So they don't have a big, strong, a big go-to back that they use.
No,
And so
I
that's
think number 4. I think the guy that you just mentioned, Love, would be our most go-to back.
Look, I hate to tell you this right now, but
Look
what
at
are
the
his
stats.
numbers? Yeah, what are his numbers? You think that? I don't think that his numbers show that.
Well, I think what Wes is saying is I think he says he's the best running back.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt about it. I think
I'm not saying he's not the best, but he might have only had 40 yards during the game.
He's not getting the ball. He could get the ball more.
Yeah, right. They're not featuring him, like you would.
They're running by committee. They don't have any go-to back that they can count on, that traditionally as that you would see. That's all I'm saying.
No. I agree with you. And they were talking about that in some of the press that I was reading is him splitting time with the other running back. And I'd imagine and this is I think this is the challenge of the portal and these kids being able to go to other programs is you got to keep everybody happy. And we talked a little bit about earlier is the platooning, the substituting is I think for the keep these kids in school. You've got to give everybody a certain amount of touches and playing time. In fact, I've heard some stories, in and around the Notre Dame program is that coaches are actively going to kids and asking them, are you happy? Are you happy? Are you happy with the number of touches you got? Are you happy with, what's going on, which is, a light years away from, when we played. But that's today's reality of it. You got to keep these
Nobody asked me if I was happy, Frank.
Nobody asked me. I don't think anybody's ever asked me if I was happy in my entire life.
Not only did nobody ever ask me if I was happy, but nobody cared. Nobody even cared if I was happy.
My dad didn't. My mom didn't.
Right.
My girlfriend didn't. My kids don't. Nobody cares if I'm happy.
Right.
Jeez.
All right.
All right, I got some stats here, Stoney. I got some stats.
Here's their weak spot because we took, a number of games back. Marcus Freeman talked about some things that they needed to improve on, and third down. They were 5 for 12 in that game against Florida State. They could be a little bit better, but that's improving. They had, turnovers was another one. They had no turnovers, and the penalties they only had 3 penalties for 30 yards. So they're definitely improving there. But one thing that he wanted to improve upon was a faster start. And I don't think they're there yet. And to me, that worries me, not only about this in the next game coming up in Virginia, because Virginia starts fast, is getting into that playoff, is how much can Notre Dame play from behind? And I'm not so sure they can do that.
Yeah.
Yep, and I agree.
I don't think
I
don't think our offense is the kind that can play from behind, and against a really good team. I mean, here's another thing: can we score with a team like an Oregon? I don't know. Maybe we can. Maybe we can't. I just want to throw the rushing stats out there. You were right, Stoney. Riley Leonard is the leading rusher at 609 yards. Jeremiah Love is second at 583, and then Jadarian Price is 443. So we got 2 running backs, with basically 1,000 yards between the 2 of them. So,
right.
And then it's a big drop off after that. So,
what were you going to say, Mike, about the slow start?
Yeah, I agree. That's what I said earlier. Is it would if it was 14-3 at the half, it seemed like it would have been a little tougher game for them because Florida State still seemed like they were in the game up to that point. Because they don't come off to a very fast start.
All right, Wes, take us around college football.
Well, it's very interesting weekend. I have my oldest son, as I mentioned earlier, plays for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, and they played Miami at a noon game in Atlanta that I had the pleasure of attending. And there's no love lost for these 3 guys for the University of Miami. I mean, I hate them. I still can't stand to even see their colors. But we were talking about the game, Frank, before we came on the air, and you said, what happened? And I'm just going to tell you right now, Georgia Tech never trailed in that game. They came out, went right down the field, went up. It was 7-7 in the first quarter, and then after that, Tech was up the whole game. They just outplayed them. I mean, I think
and they came out ready to play.
They came out ready to play. Now that's one thing. Tech they don't have the dudes like we do, but their coach has them ready to play. I think they play at the maximum effort, and I think Miami was flat, and I think I don't think they're really as good as everybody thinks they are either. I mean, they had won 3 really close games, and they could have lost all 3 of them going into that game. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think they're coached very well. I think they have dudes. I mean, you can see their offensive line came out the first series right in front of where we were sitting. Their offense, I mean, these cats were big, athletic. They were, I mean, they look like, it looked like Georgia Tech was like the JV. And then Tech's
Right.
guys were just flying around, bouncing. I mean, on both sides of the ball, Miami had the athletes. They have got the guys. So, I don't know. It couldn't happen to a better program. I don't care that they lost. I thought it was awesome. It was a great program. It was a great team victory for Tech. They stormed the field. They took down the goalpost. We got videos walking with the goalpost to the president's house. It was awesome. A lot
That
of
was
fun.
fun.
A lot of fun.
And
Good
that
stuff.
was that was doubly good for Notre Dame because
Yeah.
you know Miami loses and,
Yep.
and they lose to Georgia Tech, a team Notre Dame beat.
And then the other game I wanted to talk about was the game at 7 o'clock in Baton Rouge.
Red Stick.
The LSU Tigers and the Alabama Crimson Tide. Man, I don't know what happened in Tuscaloosa that last week, but they seem to have found something. Their defense, I have not been impressed with their defense at all this year. You know, Alabama's had such great defenses in the last 20 years, flying around, physical, just dominating defenses. And, man, they had not looked like that, in my opinion, this past Saturday. That was a whole nother world. I don't know what happened if LSU wasn't prepared, but Alabama just beat the snot out of them. Did you watch the game at all? Did you guys see any of it?
I did not. I was driving back from Notre Dame.
Stoney, did you watch any of it?
I was
No,
listening.
I didn't watch. I was at the Notre Dame game, so they kicked
There you go.
off just about the same time.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Well, anyway,
What do they say about Kelly down there in Red Stick lands, Mike?
I don't really follow LSU too much, man. So I really don't know how the fans feel about him. The one thing about Kelly is he's going to win all the games you're kind of supposed to win, right? Like, he's the winningest coach at the Notre Dame's history. So, he's going to win 10 games and he's going to lose 2 or 3 games, right? And so he's just not going to win the big games that really matter. I don't know I don't know. But guess what? It doesn't really matter what they think about him because he's got $100 million coming to him over the next
yeah.
7 more years, so they can think whatever they want.
Yeah, I don't think he really cares. He's laughing all the way to the bank.
Well, I mean, he has a great winning percentage, but he has a terrible winning percentage against highly ranked teams.
Right, in games that count, good
Yeah.
games.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is what
Well,
you just.
yeah. Well, I'll tell you. I think you mentioned it earlier. I think Oregon and really Ohio State are I could see a rematch with them in the national title game. As far as Notre Dame hosting, I think they're going to be. I think they're really the odds of them hosting increase every week, and that'd be awesome.
Because every week you get a win, and every week somebody's getting another one-loss team in the rankings. And
Well, I mean, you
so,
look at Notre Dame's schedule versus like Georgia's schedule. Georgia just has played Alabama, Texas, Ole Miss, Tennessee. I mean, like 4 out of the last 5 weeks. I mean, what?
Right.
So, Notre Dame's playing Virginia, and I mean, I'm sorry, man. Those ACC teams do not compare. But God bless them. Hey, you know what? It is what it is. And I think Notre Dame's going to be at the end of the year. I will be very surprised if Notre Dame doesn't take care of business and be in the playoffs and host it.
a one-loss Notre Dame team is going to be in the playoffs.
100%. I
Yeah,
agree.
we'll be in the playoffs. I want them to host. I want to drive over there for a game the second week of December. And
Well, that's all they got to be is between 5 and 8, right? They can't be in the top 4 anyway because they're not
No,
a conference.
they're not a
So
conference.
the top 4 are going to be from the conferences,
Right.
and then they're going to. So and so they're already what? They're 8 now, right?
Right.
They're not going. So if they win out, they're not going to go down.
Yeah, no, and they should win out. They should. They beat. I think. I think they. I think they should beat Virginia. I think they should beat
What do you
Army.
think about the game in Yankee Stadium?
I think you're going to that game, right, Wes?
I am going to be in New York. I'm not sure if I'm going to the game, but the point is that Army's 9-0.
Listen,
Guess what? Let's take care of Virginia this weekend.
Yeah,
We'll
you're
worry
right,
about
Michael.
Army
You're
next
right.
week.
Right.
Right. Yeah. No, I certainly don't want to be looking ahead, but
We're
think,
not prepared for the game. We're just talking out loud.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Navy was 6-0. I think. Hey, listen, I got a lot of respect for the academies, especially yesterday being Veterans Day, and I want to recognize everything that they do for this country. Why we're here is we were able to do this is because of the sacrifices they've made. But
Thank you for your service.
yeah, but I think Notre Dame should. Notre Dame just should win that game. Unless they completely blow up. So, anyways, you're under the Golden Dome with 3 Notre Dame linebackers, played on the 1988 National Championship. Michael Stonebreaker, Wes Pritchett, myself, Frank Stams, talking Notre Dame football. Week 11 of the college football season. Recapping the Florida State game. Looking forward to Virginia. Notre Dame can't have a letdown. Got to keep playing at a high level. Quarterback needs to play with a little bit more consistency. I think in the Florida State game they could have controlled the line of scrimmage a little bit better, but oh well. They won, and they won big. Quickly off topic a little bit before we wrap up. Night games. I heard Marcus talk about he'd like to see more night games. I don't know. How do you guys feel about night games?
I think it's a great environment. I mean, I've been to a couple of night games. You guys were there. I mean, crowd is wild. Environment's fantastic. I mean, they were talking about in the Notre Dame. I mean, at the Alabama LSU game, they were complaining because LSU keeps getting night games in the SEC, and their record in the night games. I should have it in front of me, but that was like the first game. They've won like 13 games in a row at night in Tiger Stadium or in Death Valley. So, I mean, why couldn't Notre Dame create the same environment and winning percentage as LSU?
And as a senior in high school, going to night games in Tiger Stadium, it's a pretty electric atmosphere.
Oh, it's crazy. We played there at night. It's nuts. The place is out of control. Probably the wildest place I ever played.
Yeah. And so night games, they're good for TV. I don't know. Nowadays, do you pay the players a little bit extra for night games than you do for noon games? Because you're obviously getting more revenue, getting more screen, getting probably better TV ads and everything. You don't get to visit. You don't get to visit with family and everything too much after the game or before the game that whole day. So,
Well, I'll give you another. I mean, from a player's perspective, as a player, I get the economics of it, but as a player, what do you think about night games?
daytime, nighttime, Frank, 10 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I love it.
Put the helmet on, man. I'm ready to go.
I love it. I love it. Wes, did you like a night game more than a day
I
game?
love night. I mean, I love playing in the night games. I hated the time of the day, just waiting around all day.
Right.
Anxiety and
That's what
trying
I was
to rest and watching football, and I hated that because I was so jacked up on the days of the game. But I just had my biggest issue was just trying to keep my emotions down, so I didn't get too fired up too early.
Yeah.
But once you play in the night stadium, I love playing at night.
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with night games.
Yeah. No,
Or didn't have any problem.
Yeah. So to me, keeping in line with the student athlete, to me, play the games at 10:30 in the morning, 11 o'clock. Get up, have some toast, maybe some coffee, go play some football, and then you got it's. I just think it makes perfect sense makes a perfect sense for the student athlete and for the experience for the student and their friends and family, because then afterwards you can spend some time with your family, you can spend time with your friends, you get rest, you get another
Yeah.
7 or 8 hours of rest. I mean, I just think, and then like you said, Wes, I mean, I remember, I think it was Mother Teresa that said, how about this, coming with the Mother Teresa quote,
Wow.
nothing wastes the body like worry. And I'd sit around and worry all day long about the game. I know Mike is cool as ice. I wish I had some of that ice in my veins that Mike had in his. But I'd worry the shit. I worried myself into exhaustion by the time the fucking night game came.
Awful.
Frank, I laid around dreaming about knocking some bitches out all day long, man. Which one I was gonna knock out first?
1, 2,
1, 2,
3,
3.
4.
You weren't counting sheep. You were counting running backs.
Pull back, running
Oh,
back.
that's
Pull
perfect.
back, running back.
Right. That's
So it is
Guard,
interesting that you were
tackle.
talking about playing early, Frank. I hadn't been to it. Georgia Tech played Miami at noon, and it was all. I woke up, had coffee, just like you just said, breakfast. We got to the game at 11:30. Game started at noon. Like, we were out of there by 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Right.
It really was nice.
Energy was up early. You get that
Yeah.
early morning energy. You're
It
going.
was awesome. It was nice. I hadn't been to a noon game, and I don't think very few teams play at noon anymore. But you're right. For the players, it was a home run.
right.
Plus, all the teams now. Another thing too. All of them practice in the mornings now. So
Right.
my son goes. He has breakfast every morning at 7 a.m. They're on the field at like 8:30 every morning.
Right. You get a better athlete. And you
Yeah.
know what? You get a better student because now you get your exercise in the morning. You're wide awake for classes. You're not dragging yourself. You're not sleeping in, dragging
Yep.
yourself into your 10 o'clock class, half asleep. Plus, you're getting your ass at home the night before and
Yep.
not hanging. You're not hanging out in
True.
as my grandfather would say, the beer bars.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Wait up. You mean like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday? They
Well,
practice at 8
whatever
o'clock
the
in the
case.
morning?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm talking to Wes.
Every day, every morning. They have
Like instead
everything's
of going
in
to
the morning.
practice
They
at
lift-
3:30.
They lift in the morning. So they have 2 or 3 days a week. He has to go in. They go in. They eat breakfast. They lift. Then they practice, and then they're done. And then he eats lunch. He calls me 11:30, 12 o'clock. He's done for the day from football.
Nice. Never even thought about that.
No, I think it would be awesome, dude, to get up and get it
Right.
done and be done with it.
Right.
Remember how awful it was to walk across the quad at 2 o'clock going to practice?
It's awful.
Yeah, and it's dark at 5 o'clock in the Midwest.
I would have much rather be done at noon. And it's what Frank said too. You get up and get moving like that, you're more productive. You got a better mindset. You get up and get shit done.
Yeah. Right.
So
You're not sleeping in, missing all your classes and whatever. All right. Thank you, Irish
Nothing.
Nation, for joining us week 11, being under the Golden Dome with your host, Mike Stonebreaker, Wes Pritchett, Frank Stams from the 88 National Championship team. Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks for asking. 34-17 this week, Frank. Notre Dame wins.
Okay. I like that.
A little tougher game this week, I think.
41-17. Notre Dame covers.
All right, Frank.
Yeah. So I'll split the difference in there. You said 37-14, 41.
I said 31-17.
31-17, and Stony or Wes, you were
41-17.
41-17.
41-17. I do think Notre Dame scores a lot of points. I'll say they continue that trend. I'll say 35-21. They don't cover the 22.5.
All right.
All right.
You heard it here.
3 ndamigos.com. Coming
ND
soon.
Give that again. ndamigos.com.
3 ndamigos.
Oral surgeon today. He may have to get a tooth pulled.
Ugh.
Yeah. So
Why are
Stony,
you upset? You're sideways on my camera. I don't know why.
that's funny because you're sideways on my camera. Interesting.
Really?
Yeah, you're standing your you're standing on your right shoulder, if that makes any sense. Anyways, now you're standing on your left shoulder.
I don't know.
Nice.
I don't know, Frank. That's as good as I got.
It's fine. Yeah, we were always a little. We played a little sideways. We are a little sideways.
Yeah, man, my
You
helmet
know,
was always on a little sideways, a little cocked, a little
right.
to the right or left.
I'm wearing the shades today because the future's so bright for Notre Dame. You got to wear shades. Little nod to Huey Lewis in the news. But I am worried for the Irish big time. Big time. The more and more I look at this game, man, the more and more I'm scared. Signetti's a good coach, playoff experience. They've got a great run defense. This Curtis Rourke, one of the top quarterback ratings in the country. They're talking about him going to the Browns in the first round. I don't know, man. I'm looking at the guys handling the ball for them. The running back and then Surratt, the receiver. These guys can play, and they're putting up big numbers.
I think everybody just kind of wrote them off because they didn't play a really overly tough schedule in the Big Ten. They did lose to Ohio State, but if you go back and look at that Ohio State game, it was a lot closer than the score. They had a couple of weird special team situations, like a fumbled punt,
right?
And I think there was another turnover. They had four. So Ohio State scored 14 points on
right
on like real
on
quick
turnovers.
Weird turnovers. Right.
Big mistakes, right?
But if you look, I went back and looked at their schedule
They
a little
beat
harder.
Michigan.
Too.
They beat Michigan.
They did beat Michigan soundly.
Michigan was playing well at the end of the year. I mean, they beat Ohio State.
You're right. No. Listen, I think their defense. I'm surprised how good their defense is statistically. I don't know how they got the dudes in there. I know he brought in a lot of transfers, but the fact that this is this guy's first year, he brought in, I forget what the number is of transfers that he brought in.
It's something ridiculous.
Yeah, it was like
he's got like
36
19 transfers.
No, I think it was even higher than that. I think it was even higher than that. But anyway, the point is that he brought the guys
starting
in,
for him.
and then he gels all these guys together, and they buy into his program and have the success that they have. I mean, it's truly impressive.
It's ridiculous what he's done in his first year. I mean, they had 3 wins. They had 3 wins last year. This year they're in the play. They're 11-1 and in the playoff.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy.
Well, I mean, like you said, I think they're the number 1 defense against the rush, and they're the top, like the number 2 scoring offense. I mean, I think Notre Dame. If you lined up all 22 people, Notre Dame's probably players are better, but that doesn't necessarily mean you win the game. I think Notre Dame. It's going to come down to 2 pretty good football teams, and I think it goes back to the 3 things that are the most important. You got to win the turnover battle, you got to win special teams, and then you got to execute. So, look, Notre Dame comes out and gets behind. I worry as long as we can stay in the game. I think physically we'll be fine. I just, they have a very explosive. I think they're a little more explosive than we are offensively. If we got behind, that would be bad. That's the only scenario I think would be.
Right. Because if you get behind, then you're going to have to. I mean, I'm not saying it all depends. You don't have to throw the ball. I mean, how far are you behind? I mean, what's the situation? Are we in the 4th quarter? Are you behind? But if Notre Dame comes out, and here's the other thing, if Notre Dame lets Indiana think that they can win that game, it's going to make it twice as hard for Notre Dame in the second half.
Yeah, I think 100%.
Indiana.
Look, here's the deal. We just, I think everybody wants to just kind of blow them off because it's Indiana and they haven't had a great football team in a long time. But you have to forget all this. It's not the Indiana team that you've ever seen before. It was kind of like Vanderbilt
not
this
our
year.
Parents, Indiana.
Forget about the past because everything's changed. They brought in 36 kids. They have a new coach. They have. I mean, you think about this transfer portal stuff, man. You can bring 5, 10 top players in every year, it changes your entire team. You know? So I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be. I think all these. I bet you all these games will be closer than people think they will be.
I agree with that. Right.
I think these kids. I think the talent levels across the board are much. There's a lot more parity because of the transfer portals and this NIL stuff, and I think the teams that have made it to the final 12 they're going to show up and play. You know, and I look forward to it. I mean, I think it's there's a lot of things I don't like about college football, i.e. the portal and all the kids leaving. They're going to have to do something about that. It's crazy, but I do love.
They're not doing anything about that. I see Franklin over at Penn State. He was bitching and moaning. I think it's yesterday or today, because his backup quarterback jumped in the portal, and they're getting ready for the playoffs.
But Frank, here's the thing: it's the there are no rules of who can communicate to your players. That has to be changed. They are allowing kids to enter the transfer portal before the bowl games and all that. To me, that is absolutely insane. And then I don't understand. If you think about, I was trying to understand, comparing it to the pros. The pros have a salary cap. The pros actually have rules on when you can talk to guys, right? The NFL, I mean. And then explain this to me. Why would the schools not lock the kids up with multi-year contracts so they don't have incentive to leave? In other words, look, I'll give you, I'm just throwing a number out there. We'll give you $100,000 for the first 2 years. If you stay 3 years, you get $1 million. You know what I mean? Like some kind of, because in the NFL, nobody leaves every year, right?
Right.
They got more kids flipping around in 1 year than the NFL's ever had, because the NFL's locking them up with contracts. But these kids have no contracts. It's the wild, wild west. There's no rules about who can communicate with them, when they can communicate with them. You know, when they enter the portal, and it's just, you can do whatever you want. So the portal opened, whatever it was, 2 weeks ago. So that gives the right to every school in the country to contact. So, as an example, Ole Miss could be calling Julian Love right now and saying, we'll give you $2 million if you enter the transfer portal after. I'm being serious. And there's nothing to stop them from communicating with him.
Right. No, listen, man, you're right. It's the wild, wild west. Anyways, let's get back to Indiana. Let's get back to Indiana coming to town. They got a quarterback that, was one of the top quarterbacks in the nation. They got a running back that's prolific as well. The guy's got a tremendous burst. He's not that big, but man, he can take it the distance. And they've got a receiver in Surratt that he can run the vertical. He can get deep. And, we're talking about the keys for Notre Dame to win this game is, you got to possess the ball. You got to keep it away from their offense. You got to play the field position game. You got to grind it out. I'm not wild about putting the ball in Riley Leonard's hands. And when I say that, putting the ball in Riley Leonard's arm, as far as, it's not going to be, to me, for them to win, they're not going to do it with Leonard's arm.
We talked about this. I mean, if you're Indiana, you're going to put 8 guys in the box and make them throw the ball. I mean, that's just the bottom. You're not going to let him. I would not let him beat me with his legs. I would put 8 guys in the box. I don't know. I mean, their defense is clearly pretty good against the run.
I don't think they can do that. I don't think they're skilled enough. I think they're skilled. I just don't think they'd be able to cover. And this is the thing. I don't think they're going to be able to cover long enough to play man. I think that offensive line, hey, and this is another thing that's alarming. IU sacks the quarterback. They can get to the quarterback. And if they pressure him and force some turnovers, there's a lot of ifs. We're talking about a lot of ifs here. But the bottom line is Notre Dame has to be sound. They have to be sound up front. They got to stop the penetration. They got to give Riley, if they do get in a passing situation, 3rd and long, the key is to play, in front of the, play ahead of the chains, get into third and shorts, have a big number on third down conversions, be at least 40, 50% on third down. Keep that offense on the field, grind it out, shorten the game, win the game at the line of scrimmage. And if Notre Dame, to me, Indiana is going to be sound. They're going to have a hat in the hole. They're going to have I don't see them busting a lot of coverages. Now, is Notre Dame going to make the catch? Is Riley Leonard going to make the throw? Is Jeremiah Love going to make that guy miss in the hole? And this is where I think Notre Dame has the advantage. Notre Dame has the advantage because I think their athletes are better. They're bigger, faster, stronger. But they've got to prove that. They've got to show that. If IU wins this game, it's going to be because they overachieve, in my opinion, or Notre Dame gets outcoached.
Or Notre Dame loses the turnover battle.
Right. If Notre Dame makes the mistakes. But IU, here's if I'm an IU fan, scares me about IU is that stage. The stage was too big for him at Ohio State, and you mentioned the turnovers, putting the defense on the field with a short field, and Ohio State capitalizes on that.
Well, I agree with you, but let's talk about the positives about Notre Dame. I don't think the stage is going to be too big for Notre Dame.
Absolutely,
it's at home. It's going to be wild. It's going to be hostile environment benefiting Notre Dame. It's going to be cold. It's going to be at night. Notre Dame's got some intangibles. I cannot imagine that the kids are not going to be ready to play. And I think would you like to face our two running backs? I mean, our running backs are pretty damn good.
Very good.
I think our offensive line has gotten better all year. We had some young kids that have gotten better, and we're a matchup problem too. So
Notre Dame.
The defense is. We've talked about the defense all year. I mean, we definitely have a sound defense. So, and we can't.
Notre Dame has to win on first down. They have to win on first down. They just have to. As far as you mentioned, the positives for Notre Dame, I think they can control the line of scrimmage. They're a better team. And enough of this talk about NIU. That's ancient history, Northern Illinois. I mean, everybody keeps going back to. I hear the sports writers talk about. Marcus Freeman's just got to squash that. That's so far. It's ancient history. You shouldn't even be talking about that. This is a completely different team today, a much better team than they were in week whatever it was, 2 or 3. Yeah. All right. So playing in the cold. What's the key? What's the coldest game you ever played in?
I was trying to remember the coldest game. I mean, it would have to have been some of the games we played late in the year at Notre Dame. I mean, I remember the spring practice. We had a scrimmage. It was 10 below zero. That was about the coldest I think I ever played. And I also remember we played Southern Cal in late November, and it was about 35 degrees and raining, and we all had, shirts pulled up and no undershirts, and those guys came out in long johns and they had like hats on. And that game was over before we ever kicked it. I mean, I think, look, if you're playing, to me, the cold weather, I don't know if it's going to be windy or not, but, I think it'll affect maybe some of the receivers catching the ball, maybe the running backs. It could lead to it could potentially lead to turnovers because of the ball being hard and frozen. I would think kicking the ball would be a lot more difficult in cold weather. But I mean, both guys are playing both teams are playing under the same conditions, so I don't see an advantage to one side or the other.
Yeah, I don't think the cold weather is going to be an issue. Indiana knows. They know the cold. I mean, it's not that far.
Yeah, and you know how it is, Frank. Once you play 2 plays, you don't get the weather. You don't even the weather's, you're not even gonna. If you're playing, the weather's not affecting you.
Right.
In my opinion.
And the sidelines, I'm sure the sidelines will be well heated for both teams. I remember the coldest game I played in. We were at Penn State. You got to remember that game.
When it rained, the
No,
whole
dude,
game.
we woke up. We stayed at that motel, right?
No, bro. I remember my feet and hands were literally purple when we got in, and I wasn't playing anything but special teams. That was miserable. I know what game you're talking about. At Penn State.
God. That was
It was at Penn State, right?
It was at Penn State.
Yeah.
We stayed in that little motel not far from campus that every team stays in. All right. And woke up that morning. I couldn't push. I had a hard time pushing my door open because so much snow fell against the door. By game time, it was literally minus 25 degrees wind chill. Guys were burning their shoes on those heaters because they couldn't feel, it was so cold. And their feet were so numb. Their shoes are flaming out. We went out onto the field before the game, and we had cleats on because they were natural grass. Had to come in at halftime, or not halftime, but had to come in from pregame and change our shoes because we had to go to a molded cleat rather than a molded spike rather than a cleat because you couldn't get the cleats in the ground. The ground was frozen. Holtz was in a parka that he zipped all the way up. All you could see was his eyes and his nose. It was so cold, and he never liked being cold.
No. Well, he's so little and skinny. I'm sure he was freezing. I mean, the guy's he doesn't have any fat on his body.
He had no whale blubber on him.
He did not like the cold weather.
No. So, anyways, but you're right. The worst condition is the rain. Playing in rain and cold, because once the rain hits you, it's hard to warm back up because
it's the mid to high 30s and rain, sleetish conditions.
Well, once the rain gets on you, you can't get the cold off you.
Miserable.
I mean, it just stays on you. When you're playing in dry, cold conditions, you can heat up and stay warm with a jacket or a sideline heater or whatever and get back. You don't like it. But, and you're right about the ball. The ball's going to be rock hard for the punters.
Well, the thing I saw a couple days ago was 20 degrees and windy. Now, if it's windy with 20 degrees, that's a whole nother deal. That drops the wind chill quickly. And if the game becomes a slugfest run game, I think that's advantage Notre Dame, in my opinion.
Big time. I think it is going to come down to the run. I don't think because Riley Leonard, he was on a podcast, I think earlier this week, and he was talking about this game and how it's a game. If I have this right, and I'm sorry if I don't, but talking about this game, and he's never played in a game like this before, and so there's going to be. I mean, we talk about first for Notre Dame, first playoff game, Riley Leonard's first start in a game like this. He's going to have some nerves. Look for Notre Dame to open up if they and this is no groundbreaking news. You see it all the time. Quarterbacks, ease them into the game with the short, high percentage completion passes, something where he can get his rhythm, get comfortable back there.
Well, that's what we've been running all year anyway. I mean, I think we have a lot of weapons too. You got to think.
Yeah, but this team, like you said, Wes, second in the nation in run defense.
Yeah.
I can't imagine them. I can't imagine their defense not showing up. I just don't.
Well, here's the thing. You can say
are they going to be able to make? To me, are they going to be able to tackle the ball for a loss?
Well,
are they going to be able to sack the quarterback?
People can beat IU up about their schedule, but at the end of the day, they played 6-7 teams in the Big Ten. So if their defense is ranked number 2 or number 1 in the country against the run, they got some big, strong, physical guys up front. There's no doubt about it. So,
Irish Nation, you're under the Golden Dome with your host Wes Pritchett. Nice. Frank Stams, a couple of linebackers from the 1988 National Championship team, talking Irish football and the Notre Dame playoff run. We have a third amigo with us, Mike Stonebreaker. I think he's getting his tooth pulled right about now. But yeah, talking about we didn't have a playoff run. We had one game, West Virginia, and we had to get ready for that. And, I heard some things this week about, and it's true. Notre Dame's been on a playoff run ever since Northern Illinois because they couldn't afford to lose another game, being a non-conference team and having that, Northern Illinois loss under the belt. So, in a sense, I love that because, they've played with something at stake every week since. And certainly, the stakes are a little bit higher now, but, it's still win and go home.
Well, you can't, the schedules are created years in advance, and they can't change the schedule they had. You don't know what the teams are going to be like 3, 4, 5 years out when you're scheduling them. But, at the end of the day, we talked about the NIU game, which they, got outplayed and caught by surprise. I think, whatever, they had a down week. But they have, instead of looking backwards, they have looked forward. I think they've gotten better every week. They find a way to win. We have talent. In my opinion, this team is as talented across all the positions as maybe any of the teams since, Lou was there. I mean, we're a lot of times I see our teams and I think we're not great on the edge, or our DBs aren't that great, but I think I don't see a lot of chinks in the armor. We've talked about Riley Leonard throwing the ball down the field. Is he a great passer? I don't think he's a great passer. He's a smart kid, so if they can get the right read, if they can establish a run, get the right reads, play action, he can make, throws, slants, whatever the hell they, seam routes, whatever they run, and not turn the ball over, we got a shot.
Hey, is it a chink in the armor or is it a kink in the armor?
I think it's a chink kink. Well, Frank, you're only as strong as your weakest link. So
you're only as strong as
as strong as its weakest.
You're only as strong as your weakest chink.
Our link, our chink, kink. So I think if you go back and look at the Irish this year. I think they have.
Well, let me ask you this question: What team on the Irish schedule most resembles Indiana? That's a good question. I just thought.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think any of the teams they played. I think Southern Cal had a good offense. I didn't think their defense was very good.
Right.
A&M had A&M had a lot of players.
Right. I don't think Indiana's going to be as fast as A&M.
Yeah, and they had some. I agree. I would agree with that. And it's SEC. They're just a little gnarly. Usually a little more stout.
Right.
Who else did they? I don't know. Who do you think?
I don't know if they're. Louisville.
Maybe Louisville. Louisville's a good, is always well coached, good offense, tough kids.
Neither of the academies. I don't think Virginia certainly. I don't think they're as near the have the capable of what Indiana has. Florida State certainly was a down year. Miami,
Georgia Tech,
Ohio,
they didn't have their quarterback.
What's that?
Georgia Tech, they didn't have Haynes King.
Oh, there you go. Maybe a Georgia Tech or Louisville, but that would have been interesting to see that Georgia Tech game with the quarterback.
They're a totally different team with Haynes King. But I told you what my son said, that the guys on offense and defense, that the guys, they all said that Notre Dame was the best team they played by far. That they were big, strong, fast, well coached. So
I mean, they played Georgia. I mean, shit, they should have beat Georgia.
Yeah. What was it? 7 overtimes?
8.
8. The record was
But
9.
Tech was winning by 2 touchdowns with 5 minutes left.
Yeah, no, I watched that game. I know you were at the game, and I couldn't.
They
put
outplayed
down.
them. I mean, they got a couple of, I don't know, a couple of questionable calls. The fumble that Haynes had at the end there on 3rd down, that was a first down, and it was questionable whether or not that was marketing. Hey, look at that guy be targeting. Look at that guy. Why are you guys this way and I'm that way?
Because I'm correct and you're not.
Well, it looks like you two clowns are one way and I'm the other, so maybe I'm the
That's
clown.
interesting because you're flipped on your side for me, Wes. There you go. Now
There you go.
Yeah, that works. Well, welcome aboard, Michael Stonebreaker's in the house. You are under the Golden Dome with your host, Michael Stonebreaker, Frank Stams, Wes Pritchett, 3 linebackers from the '88 National Championship team at Notre Dame, talking Notre Dame football and giving one last look at Indiana. Mike, we welcome your analysis and your thoughts. Indiana, we're trying to think, what does Notre Dame need to do to win this game, as far as, offensively, defensively, special teams.
And we've spoken about that. I think they're both evenly matched teams. The offense and the defense, their ratings, their rankings, nationally, pretty much like, what is it called? Cancel each other out. They're Notre Dame is 3rd in the nation in passing defense, only giving up 157 yards a game. Indiana's quarterback is the nation's leader in passing efficiency with 181 ranking. Run defense. Notre Dame is ranked 51st in run defense. Indiana's ranked 51st in run offense.
Whoa. We sure about that number?
I'm 100% positive. Riley Leonard is one of the most productive dual-threat quarterbacks in the country. He's one of only 10 quarterbacks in the FBS with at least 1,900 passing yards and 650 rushing yards. But Indiana's defense, Mikal Kamara, leads the FBS with 61 quarterback pressures and is the first 10-sack quarterback for Indiana since 2008.
Nice.
Notre Dame has 2 running backs that are Love and Price. They're averaging 7 yards a carry. Indiana only allows 2.4 yards per carry and only gives up 70 yards per game, and they're the number 1 ranked run defense in the country. So it's that time of year where you played the game, so you have hopefully the best teams in the country that are still left, and so it comes down to man versus man. We're even. Who wants it more? Who's better? Are you better than me? No, I'm better than you. Can you block me? No.
Yeah,
Stonebreaker bringing it with all the stats. You gotta love it. We were talking about that.
Wikipedia of football.
Well,
we were talking.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but it's the first time I've done any research all year, so it's done me good today.
Certainly, that's going to be on the highlight film from this episode. I think we should name this episode "Enough Already." Play the freaking game. I mean, I'm just hearing. I can't. I mean, not to be rough on people asking questions, but man, I'm hearing just the dumbest questions ever about these games, and really, it comes down to like what you said, Mike. It's, hey, we're both here, and who's going to win? And I was telling Wes this earlier, you're going to get guys show up. For example, if Notre Dame throws a perimeter pass, there's going to be somebody there that receiver has to beat for the extra yardage. Who's going to win that matchup? Who's going to win the matchup at the line of scrimmage on that tackle versus the rush end? who's going to win that matchup? Who's going to win the matchup when they go man and Indiana brings pressure? Who's going to win the matchup on that man-to-man coverage? Jeremiah Love, is he going to make the guy miss in the hole? Because that defense is going to show up. And that's exactly right. It's who's going to, as Wes puts it, who's going to execute at the moment that it counts.
Who's going to fly to the ball? Who's going to fly to the ball? What defense is going to be flying to the ball on every play?
I mean, I agree with look, we can do analysis paralysis. At the end of the day, what did we think when we went out there and played? I knew, we had thoughts. All I thought about was I was going to smash the guy in front of me. Whoever had the ball, I was going to smash him. Whoever was going to block me, I was going to smash him. We were going to out-hit our opponents. Did we ever think we went into a game and did not think we were going to out-hit the offense? I mean, it's a physical game. It's a contact game. You set the tone. The defense comes out there and punches them in the face. I mean, the offense too. I mean, here's a quote I had. We lined up and smashed him. I'd look at the play pre-snap. I know he's coming at me. I was thinking to myself, I'm going to break your helmet. People asked, what were you thinking? I was like, I'm going to freaking kill that guy. That's all I thought. All right? That's it.
And that was a quote from
me.
Wesley Pritchett, number 34. Coming at you, baby.
But I'm just saying, man, we were nasty. I mean, guys, we had schemes and we had calls and we had all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, you got to help.
That's a great point because our playoff, like Notre Dame has experienced since Northern Illinois, they've been in the playoffs ever since. We had a playoff back then when we played in '88. It was called the season. Because if you lost a couple of games, you were out. So you could argue that the goddamn season was the playoff. And I'll tell you, you're right, Wes, and Mike knows this. Is we took it to Michigan. We out-hit Michigan. We out-hit Miami. We out-hit Southern Cal. We out-hit West Virginia. We played more physical than the other teams. And then when you get this even matchup that Mike was talking about, it comes down to it. Who's going to out-hit? Who's going to outperform? On the field.
Right, and we did that defensively. We took pride in beating up and out-hitting the opposing team's offense, and it's the same concept of us in our mindset offensively always wanting to establish the run and beat on their defensive line, from the start, from the beginning of the game, establish that run, beat them up physically, because in the third and fourth quarter, you're going to have overpowered them. And that was our mentality on defense. Come the third and fourth quarter, these guys didn't want to block us, didn't want to get in the way because they were getting smashed.
100%. What was a quote that Lou used to talk about? I know he always used to say that it's the toughest game played by the toughest players, but what was it? Well, he had a quote we're talking about. Gosh, I can't remember what it was.
I think it was like, when you're down and you're at your worst, don't worry about it. Stoney's going to be there to make the play for everybody.
Something like, listen.
Yeah, no, I recall that too.
Got it.
Right.
Prince has got it.
It was Trust, Love, and Stonebreaker.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Stay out of Wes's way. He's got it. I think that was another one.
Mike Cole, we're talking about a little bit about the weather. How'd you prepare yourself for the weather, the cold weather?
Cold weather?
Yeah.
Put my pads on and went out and hit the guy at the first play of the game and was never cold.
Mel Moore showed me a trick, and I never knew this. That my freshman year, I was playing running back. He said, and I've seen it since then, is to layer yourself with some Vaseline, and the Vaseline cuts that wind down and insulates
Tell
you.
him, Mal, I'm very familiar with Vaseline and how it works. Is that what you told him?
Yeah, so I thought that was a neat little.
That's great. That's great that folks you're able to use that. If you go out on the field and you make a tackle, then you're not cold.
Yeah.
Right.
And guess what? If you get cold, then you make another tackle, and you're not cold again.
Once you're out there playing and you get hit 2 or 3 times, the weather's the last thing on your mind. I said if it's windy, if it's windy and really cool, what you're saying, 20 degrees and windy, I mean, that can affect passing the ball, and maybe the ball's hard and, you can fumble, but I don't think it affects the defense really.
They're calling for snow flurries.
Really?
You think this? I don't think the snow will stick. I'm here same. I get what do I say latitude as South Bend and Cleveland. We have no snow on the ground. I don't anticipate any snow. We pretty much get the same weather, just maybe a day or two later. I don't see any. I don't see. There may be some flurries, but I see nothing sticking for the game. I don't see any.
8 o'clock on a Friday night, 20, who knows what 29, 22 degrees feels like. It might be really freaking cold.
I know what it feels like. It feels like 15 degrees.
The field will be fine.
It feels like if you're not on the field, then you're cold.
Yeah.
Unless you've got one of them big jackets on, or your ass is in front of one of the heaters.
They have puffer jackets on the sidelines, Frank?
I heard they ordered 100 puffer jackets for this game.
Nice.
Now, if you're Indiana, I mean, I don't know. What was I going to say? I was going to say, do you cut the, I don't know.
All you need is a big jacket and thick boots for the cold weather.
The Notre Dame jacket that had the huge block letters and just said Notre Dame on the back. Do you remember our jackets? That was the only like from the 60s that
Yeah.
we were still wearing.
I still got that jacket.
Frank has one.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
did.
Gino Neal's rolling over in his grave that I still have that. I think I took a windbreaker out of Holtz's locker, and I still have that as well. So if you're Indiana, how do you offensively? How do you put points on? I mean, what was it? One of the leading teams in the nation as far as put points on the board. How do you put points on the board versus Notre Dame?
Well, IU ranked second in scoring offense in the country with 43.3 points a game. They do whatever they've done all year round. Long as they run the ball, that quarterback is a high percentage quarterback. Do what they've done all year. Just try to smash Notre Dame in the mouth. In your mind, you kind of think Notre Dame's got the advantage because Indiana's reputation is not the football school, but they're pretty doggone good football team. So you got to.
Yeah, I think Notre Dame's got to be careful not to be like, oh, we're Notre Dame and you're coming to our place. We got this thing wrapped up. That is a team that has, maybe they didn't play the hardest schedule in the country, but I mean their numbers are crazy. I mean,
But neither did we.
Number 2 scoring offense. I mean, they can their quarterback can throw the ball. I think, to me, I know we have better quarterbacks and safeties than we've had as a group, but I think we're still susceptible on some of the passing stuff. I think we're very good against the run, but I think they're going to try to stretch the field. 100%, they're going to try to stretch the field. They're going to try to stretch the field on offense, and I think they're going to put 8 guys in the box and make Riley Leonard throw the ball on defense. That would be my game plan.
Well, I think passing wise, I think Indiana is going to make Notre Dame defend the entire field. And you talked about the deep threat. I think they're going to, Indiana is going to stretch. They're going to throw the ball deep and make Notre Dame respect that. What I see them when you get a passing chart. If I were to guess where they're going to throw the ball, I got to think Notre Dame's going to, or Indiana's going to throw the ball over the middle. I think as far as running the ball, I don't think they're going to try I don't think they're going to have much success on the perimeter runs. I think they're going to try to run the ball up the middle and scheme it so that they gash Notre Dame up the middle. I don't think Indiana has the speed that they can get the ball to the outside and beat Notre Dame, but maybe keep them off balance a little bit with some screens and draws. But there's going to be some trick plays Indiana is going to pull out, and just question is when are they going to do it?
Yeah.
And is the first trick play the first team to flinch, or is it a smart play?
Well, Lou would say that means they're flinched, but I don't know. I mean, didn't Notre Dame have a fake? Who did Notre Dame have the fake punt against? Was that Georgia Tech? Who else was it against?
They had a couple fakes in that game.
Both worked, so
Right.
Well, I think I'm pretty sure they had a fake punt against Florida State that worked.
They also had one against Georgia Tech too.
Yeah, they've had a number. And Signetti, the Indiana coach, talked about that on special teams. Notre Dame's,
Listen,
and I'm glad to see that with Marcus because, I think for a long time he was swimming in the Jim Tressel pond rather than swimming in the Lou Holtz pond, as far as being a little creative and keeping defenses on their toes. That Tressel philosophy was, play the game as solid as possible and let the other team, make mistakes. That was Paterno's philosophy. It goes back a long ways here in the Ohio area, to Paul Brown. The team who makes the least amount of mistakes wins the game, and that's the way a lot of coaches coach. But I think some more of the innovative coaches or the more aggressive coaches, they will pull out fake punts and they will pull out flea flicker passes and
on the turnover game, I think Notre Dame's defense is number 1 in the country on scoring defense, and I think that Indiana might be pretty close behind them. So they're both pretty opportunistic on defense, getting turnovers and putting points on the board.
I mean, you look at the Southern Cal game with Notre Dame. We had 200-yard interception returns for touchdowns. That was the difference in the game, and they were so both times wasn't Southern Cal drive. I know one of them was in the so Southern Cal's driving to score, right, to tie the games, and we take the ball back the other way. So I don't think we really blew out Southern Cal.
Yeah.
So
you can make an argument either way, but what I love most about this Notre Dame season and this team is, and like our team, is we made the plays when we had to. They had to make those plays
100%.
to win that game, and that's impressive. And there's no substitute for playmaking ability, especially with the guy, especially at the quarterback position. And I think they're doing that this year. And I think that's going to be the difference in this game coming up. I think Notre Dame will win those 6 or 7 plays, hands down. That
that cornerback against SC, they were going after that kid, and they got him a couple times, and then you turn around and put that pick 6 on him. So
he did. I mean, you look at the great teams learn how to win, and they always believe they can win, and they gain confidence, and they don't get down. And I keep thinking about damn Georgia. They've won 30 games in a row at home. There's no way they should have won that Tech game. They never quit. They showed up. They played. I mean, I think Notre Dame's got a little bit of that now. I feel like they have a lot more confidence. They've gotten better all year. They're at home. They actually really do seem to make big plays when they need to, and they have all year except for the NIU game.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to their chemistry. And it's not the same person making the play week after week. I mean, you talked about the corner that they were picking on, and then he turns it around and makes plays. And this is similar to what the team we played on. If it wasn't the defense, if it was the defense one week, it was the offense the next. If it wasn't Tony Rice running the option, it was Mike Stonebreaker making a play at linebacker. It was a great compliment, and I see that team, and I see a great compliment on this team too of guys. Each guy, every week, different guys are stepping up and making plays.
Yeah, Love came out the game, and then that second running back breaks off a 75-yard run, 80-yard run. So yeah, they're there. They're doing things correctly.
I mean, I remember in the national championship game, Wes, you were freaking a madman. I thought you had rabies. You were complete with the foam coming around your mouth. I was like, what the F?
little
the way
different
you played that game was ridiculous.
when I got off the bus crying, saying I was going to kill somebody. Like, that's a story. I don't know what happened. I was like on another freaking planet that day. I don't know what happened. I was not happy in the world. And
Save that for the movie.
I never had a late hit in my life. I had 2 in that game.
I think you hit me once late. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Everybody whistling.
Dude, I'm on your freaking team.
Yeah,
I mean, I got near the quarterback one time, and it was just like your ankles and your legs were flying around. I mean, you were like freaking parallel to the ground. I mean, it was
Barry's like, Stoney, what's wrong with Pritchett? I'm like, I don't know. What's wrong with him? Look at him. He's a madman. He's making tackles. That's what he's doing.
Oh, my God.
The fucking national championship. Sorry.
No, that's good stuff.
He wants to win the national championship. We can edit that.
All right.
Hey, I'll bring up something here quickly because I know we're talking about Notre Dame, but they did an article this week. I was talking to my son is reporting for Alabama today. After this podcast, I'm going to take him over to Tuscaloosa. But they were talking about, and I didn't even realize that Mal Moore recruited me to Notre Dame. Mal Moore was really one of the main reasons I went to Notre Dame. He had played under Bear, coached under Bear, and then, of course, he went to Notre Dame. And then he went back to Alabama and was the athletic director that hired Saban. And so my son is reporting so he signed me to Notre Dame. I have the picture with my parents in 1984. 40 years later, now my son is reporting to the Mal Moore facility at Alabama. I thought that was pretty cool.
Very nice.
That's unbelievable.
Very nice.
Right?
It's
Your son's
amazing how
not
it comes
40,
full
though,
circle.
is he?
No, but I'm just saying 40 years later.
And
Full circle, Michael. Full circle.
It's the Mal Moore. What's it called? The Mal Moore what?
It's like the Mal Moore football. I mean, the main football facility is called the Mal Moore football facility. I don't know the exact name, but.
So it
All
was
right.
fate
Well,
that,
any
it was
last
fate
words
that you
before-
signed at Notre Dame, and it was the Mal Moore fate and energy that brought your son to Alabama.
I don't know. I love Mal. I mean, Mal. My parents love Mal. He definitely had a big influence on me going to Notre Dame because he recruited me so hard, and he was, Southern guy. And Frank, you played for him. What'd you think of Mal?
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Good coach,
Mal
Mac.
was. Yeah, no, he certainly knew his football. He certainly knew his football. I think Mal was frustrated at Notre Dame because, Mal's credentials were, he could have been a head coach anywhere, and I think that he saw Notre Dame. The story I got was that Mal Moore was there to become a head coach somewhere else. And the problem is Notre Dame wasn't winning. And when you're not winning, nobody's really looking at that staff to be a head coach. I mean, look at what Lou Holtz, and we win the national championship. Look at how many of those guys got a chance to be a head coach. Palermo became a head coach. Strong became a head coach.
Where was Palermo coach?
I think Austin P.
What?
Yeah. Cordelli became a head coach.
Where was he a head coach?
Kent State.
Really?
And of course, Barry. Barry becomes a head coach. Yeah. Cordelli had a little rough go at Kent State.
Yeah.
Did you hear what happened there?
I did
They had
not.
riots.
Do tell.
They had riots
They-
at Kent State, right?
Yeah, in '74.
Oh, that's
but
not what you're talking about?
basically- Huh?
That's not what you're talking about?
No, but no, similar. They picked up the football team picked up the mantle and said, hey, "Listen, man, we're having a hard time playing for this guy," and the athletic director came down to director had to make a decision.
What? So
Oh,
basically,
yeah.
the team got it like they had like an insurrection.
Little
Really?
coup.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Pete Cordelli, he recruited me to Notre Dame, man, from Minnesota.
Wow.
He was with
I-
Colts up at Minnesota.
I used to stay. He used to come to Atlanta all the time. I met him in Atlanta for dinner a couple times.
Yeah.
Well,
I
he was-
like Pete. I think that says more about the players at Penn State than it does about Pete.
If they didn't want to be taught how to win.
Exactamundo.
Well, it's like what Coach Holt said about the William and Mary. He said there was more Marys than Williams.
All right, guys. Final thoughts for just play the damn game already. That episode
Damn game.
of Under the Golden Dome with your hosts Wes Pritchett, Frank Stams, Michael Stonebreaker. Final thoughts on Notre Dame, Indiana, first playoff game ever at what do they call it? Rockne Stadium? I should know that.
Notre Dame Stadium. Yeah, they don't call it Rockne Stadium really anymore. Even though Rockne Stadium is buried in there. I will say Notre Dame prevails 21-17 in a hard-fought battle on the Tundra South Bend.
I haven't really thought about it yet. Let me get into here real quick. I'm going to go with Wes. You say 28-17?
I said 21-17.
Yeah, 28-17. ND.
I don't think either team is going to score as much as they've been scoring all year, but we could be wrong.
28-17. Yeah, I think it's going to be a close game.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close game. I like 25-20 Notre Dame.
All right. So you want
All
to
right,
take
guys.
plus 7.5 is what you're saying.
Yeah, I like the points.
So you've got two teams that are scoring 40-something points a game, and we're saying they're not. One of them's not going to get in the 20s.
Stoney, you need to take Indiana and the under in a parlay.
Got it.
Got it? Okay.
Yeah, no, I think the defense is. I mean, as the points that they're scoring, I think the defense is rule of the day.
Well, you
And,
really have two very good defenses statistically. So, how many? When you're scoring 40 points a game, do you play a defense that's ranked in the top 5?
Right.
Not
Right. Yeah.
So,
I'll be surprised if it's 25-20 now that I think about it. It could be
it's
17-10.
The weather's really bad. I mean, it could be a. I mean, I see it as like the old Steelers playoff games back in the day with the cold weather and the. You got to bear in mind, when's the last time what's the latest game they've ever had at South Bend? November? Late November?
Well, and 8 p.m. kickoff is awfully late in the evening.
December, whatever date that is, the 20th. It's gonna be cold, boys.
Yeah. I don't know if they've ever played a game December 20th.
I guarantee you they haven't.
Yeah.
What were Notre Dame's shortcomings? And he mentioned the same thing you said. It's about containment, poor containment. And Notre Dame, we talked about this. It's going to be a game of mistakes. And Notre Dame made the critical mistakes at the time that they couldn't afford to make. I remember roughing the quarterback. Was a big mistake.
Was a horrible call.
All right, Irish Nation, you're back under the Golden Dome with your hosts, Michael Stonebreaker, Wes Pritchett, and Frank Stams, the morning after. Thoughts, fellas?
Well, we said going into the game the Irish needed to punch them in the nose, that they needed to play a mistake-free football game, that we probably needed a little help from Ohio State. And I thought, man, the first drive, the Irish looked amazing. I mean, I think the offense.
Amazing.
No, they did. They kept the
10-minute drive.
10-minute drive.
It would have had to be 12 or 13 plays, and came away with the touchdown.
I mean, we were in the end zone that they scored in, and they literally were pushing Ohio State backwards. And then, of course, Ohio State got the ball.
Yeah, at that pace, to me, I say to myself, Ohio State would be lucky to get 4 possessions if Notre Dame could do that every time.
So I don't know why that wasn't our recipe for the rest of the game, but clearly Ohio State's
offense went down and scored, and then we got behind the chains with a penalty and an incomplete pass. Once we got down, it seemed like we sort of abandoned our game plan. We've all said all year that Riley Leonard's not, a drop back passer. That's not his strength. I thought the Ohio State quarterback played flawlessly. They only had one turnover. That guy, at one point, he was 12 for 12, or completed 12 in a row. And it's what you said earlier. Their wide receivers are elite. They definitely, we couldn't guard them.
Yeah,
and they converted all their third downs. They converted all their third downs.
Mike,
Right, they had they were 6 for 6 on third downs, I think. That's ridiculous. And the whole time, our best option was that, we had that nice long drive. They had a drive. Keep that game short was Notre Dame's. Keep it close was Notre Dame's, best recipe. And so once they got behind, everybody knows they're not built as a come from behind team. So it got tough at that point.
well, there was hope in the second half with the come from behind mentality. When they got it to literally, I know it was a stretch, but 2 scores down 16, and they go just down 8, 31-23. Boy, I tell you what, that Irish Nation and all the green came alive in that stadium.
Came alive, Frank. It was the Fighting Irish, man. They came fighting back, right? When you thought it was over, the Fighting Irish, man, they showed up and they made it a 8-point game, man, and they were ready to.
Well, let's go back before it was 8 points. We get down, we're down 16, and we get the ball. We're down to the 5 or 7 yard line, and we've been kind of running the ball, play action. And I thought the play calling down there. It seems like the offensive coordinator abandoned his plan once he got inside some of the red zone. I didn't love the 3 play calls, but what do you do? And then Marcus decides to kick a field goal from the 10 yard line, and the guy misses it. Remember, that happened before we came back to make it 8 points.
Right.
So did Notre Dame, Michael, all year long, you've been saying, and I've agreed with most of it, is they haven't played anybody. So
Nobody agreed with most of it. Every time I said that, Wes would say, they played Texas A&M the first game of the year that was ranked 20th in the country and lost 4 games all year. So that was their one claim to fame, that they beat Texas A&M the first game of the year. Okay? Now,
I said I agree with you. They didn't play anybody during the season, but I said they played Georgia and Penn State and Indiana in the playoffs, so you can't say they hadn't played anybody.
Okay. Well, they played somebody last night, and when Michael, what? So how did it? The game's over. Ohio State won. They had the edge. The talent, they were a little bit deeper, probably a little bit more physical. What?
well, and that's what I'll say is the Notre Dame came back, made it a good game, a competitive game. Ohio State, from the second quarter and third quarter, they beat up Notre Dame. Like when I saw the wide receiver catching the ball and delivering a hit on the cornerback, and where the cornerback was getting, knocked backwards, I was like, they're beating up Notre Dame's defense here. It's not supposed to be that way. The defense is supposed to be beating up the offense. And so at that point I was like, all right, it's over. But then Notre Dame came back and made it a respectable game instead of a blowout. And so, that's what you can ask for. They're a good team. They're coached well, and they came back and made it a respectable game instead of a blowout.
So why did that game? Why did the game? The first drive we talked about, 10 minutes, controlling the pace,
Keeping Ohio State off the field.
keeping Ohio State's offense off the field, and I thought to myself, I'm texting people out. I said, get ready to hand over the crown, because Notre Dame is going to win this game. Ohio State again would be lucky to have a few possessions with Notre Dame controlling the pace. You couldn't have write a better script for it than the way from Marcus and the way he opened. Why did Notre Dame lose control of that game?
That's a great question. I think
I keep talking about the second drive, but we got the ball back. It was 7-7. Our first play, we ran straight drop back. Riley Leonard steps up, overthrows a guy in the middle of the field. It would have been a 20-yard gain. Now we're 2nd and 10 behind the chains, and then we had a penalty, and we get back and we punt to them, and they go up 14-7, like bam. And from that point on, to me, it felt like we were still in the game. We still had to be us, right? We talked about that, because us is a grinded out, slow burn offense, and the most important thing, keeping Ohio State off the field. And I think we started trying to play catch up a little bit. I don't know. I didn't understand why we didn't run the ball more. Frank says it's because we couldn't run the ball. I don't understand why Jeremiah Love touched the ball 4 times.
Right.
I don't know why we're not
three
ball out fast to our playmakers. Number 1 is a playmaker. All right, that kid Faison is a playmaker. Get him the ball. Ohio State was getting their guys the ball.
Notre Dame had 3. Love had 3 carries for 1 yard. I think at halftime or something close like that. So they never did develop anything consistent on offense. And so, to have that quarterback run the ball 10 times, for 48 yards, and Jeremiah Love's run the ball 3 times for 1 yard, you're not developing any kind of offense. And a minute left to go in the second quarter, it was still a 14-7 game. They scored right before the halftime, didn't they? To make it 21-7. So it was
they got
still
the ball first in the second half.
Right. And so they were, it was close. Notre Dame was still in it, but I didn't like the fact that the offense of Ohio State's offense was running and doing damage to the Notre Dame's defensive guys. They couldn't have felt good about that, man. Like they weren't knocking anybody out. They were getting knocked out and knocked backwards. That's what did it for me.
Well, I think we both.
Clearly, that's a great Ohio State team. And not taking anything away from Notre Dame. Had a wonderful, wonderful season. Deserved to be there. But that was an exceptional Ohio State team. Physical up front. I think for the most part of the game, they controlled the line of scrimmage. They were able to run the ball. The quarterback executed their quarterback. I mean, he didn't look like Joe Montana out there, but he converted on the third downs, kept their offense on the field, and they were able to recapture the momentum after that first drive, and then put up 28 points. I think it was 28-7 at one point.
I thought in the second half, we were down, whatever. I think it got to 31-7 or 28-7. That they should have. Why not put a kid in that could throw the ball better and throw something different at him? They chose to stick with Riley Leonard, and to his credit, he played pretty good in the second half. A lot better, I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we put points up on the board in the second half, but and if we score when we're down on the 5-yard line towards the end of the third quarter and make it an 8-point game with the fourth quarter to go, I thought, shoot, we're in. This is what we want to be in. We're in a 1-score game going into the fourth quarter. It didn't work out that way. And we said this all year. All these games and relatively close, matchups, it comes down to 5, 6, 7 plays. I felt like Ohio State won most of those plays, and we've been winning them. In the prior games, they won them, and they just, they deserve to win. Good football team, and they won the game.
And it was impressive that Notre Dame was able to come back from the point where it looked like it was a blowout, right? And then they 100%. Came in, bam, that kid made that good play and caused that fumble and got the turnover that they needed, And so they set themselves up to be in the game and to make it competitive at the end there. So that was good. And but, it takes a lot to win a national championship. It takes a lot to be 12-0. It takes a lot to be 16-0. It takes a lot to play fundamentally sound and to, go out there every week and play the best that you can and to get wins every week. And so it's not easy, man, to bring home that trophy.
Have games where the other team just plays better than you, and you got to find a way to win. And There's not an easy formula. Dave Butler and I sat together, and 3 or 4 times I could not believe, we were so ingrained in our minds about outside leverage, and hitting the gaps and turning everything back in. 3 or 4 times that their quarterback rolled out, we had no contain. I don't understand why we didn't have your outside guys got to turn the quarterback back in. He was rushing inside, nobody was replacing him, and their quarterback just ran all day, around the end. Anyway, I don't know. I'm not going to say that Al Golden isn't a great defensive coordinator, but fundamentals are fundamentals.
No, that's
right?
a great point, because our resident coach here on Under the Golden Dome, with your hosts Frank Stams, Wes Pritchett, Michael Stonebreaker. The dogs are barking.
All right, look out! We've got an intruder. Intruder alert!
So
somebody's walking their dog. They can't do that.
The dogs are. Our podcast found on alumnimedia.net.
On YouTube.
YouTube, please subscribe. So our resident coach, John Palermo, our defensive line, who was on the show not too long ago, I asked him, Notre Dame, Ohio State's certainly a good team, physical, they deserve to win that game. What were Notre Dame's shortcomings? And he mentioned the same thing you said. It's about containment, poor containment. And Notre Dame, we talked about this, it's going to be a game of mistakes. And Notre Dame made the critical mistakes at the time that they couldn't afford to make. I remember roughing the quarterback. Was a big mistake.
Was a horrible call.
Yeah. And given,
I don't know if it was a horrible call. It gives a dumb
Well, I mean, maybe
play
he
by the
didn't-
defensive
He
guy.
didn't rough him. I mean, he hit him like this hard, and the guy falls
Well,
over.
whether it was dumb or smart or whatever, it was a costly mistake.
Well, this is
now
my
another
perspective from a
mistake.
linebacker that like to hit quarterbacks late. So, I mean,
Yeah. Another mistake was tackling. I think he mentions about Notre Dame's tackling, and that was an issue. Execution on third down. I felt for Riley Leonard, his accuracy suffered in the first half, and that did not allow Notre Dame to stay on the field. He ran the ball, they gave it a great shot. Lastly, I'll say, is the big play. That big play at the end, the bomb over the top.
And the long run.
You can't give that up in the long run, the big play.
Right.
That
And
play.
you're not going to second guess Golden and all that, but
Right.
did you need to all out blitz them on 3rd and 13 or whatever?
They weren't
and
able, but they
put
didn't
that
have
kid
any-
on the island.
They hadn't put any pressure on the quarterback the whole game, though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I don't mind the selling out. I think, to me, and I don't want to make excuses, and I agree with everything Frank said, they had, somebody said, and I don't know if this is exactly accurate, we have 3 starters on the field on defense that started the season starting. We are pretty decimated. They have a lot of those guys are backups, freshmen, sophomore. I mean, our All-American cornerback was out. Our best D lineman was out. 2 D linemen.
Wham. Are you kidding me? Get out on the field and make a fucking tackle, right? Hit somebody in the mouth. Don't let the wide receiver run over your cornerbacks, man. Get out there and play football. You're sitting there crying about everybody's hurt. Get out there and make a tackle and knock somebody out. It's playing for the national championship, man. What are you talking about? Let's go.
Hey, listen, I'm getting in fights in the stands. Hell, if I was out there, I would have been doing it. I hear you. I hear you. And that is an excuse.
That's funny. I almost got a fight in the stand.
No, we all did.
I'm
Butler
watching-
was almost getting it. Well, the Ohio State fans, let's just be honest. All right, Ohio State's a good football team. They won. Great. Their fans are horrible. I don't care what anybody says.
Their fans
They are
are
the
no
most
different.
I like their fans. I think their fans are awesome. Hey,
fans-
number 3, this guy number 3 had an Ohio State jersey on. Number 2, the guy texted me and said Frank Stams is weak and he's not going to do anything to me. And Frank was scared to go down in the stands and confront the guy.
How about that, Frank? Can you elaborate on that?
Listen, man, I'm sitting there watching this Ohio State guy, number 2, all right, and he's totally trashed. And he's MFing his own fans, bullying older dudes just watching the games. I mean, MFing, dropping F-bombs all over the place. and he just kept doing it, and he was so obnoxious. Finally, I'm looking around, nobody's doing anything. And I went down there and I said, brother, I said, sit your ass down. All right, and it's just like, and then the people that he was bullying turned around and said, thank you, and then he started coming. When I did that, he started coming after me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, are you serious, man? Are you serious?
Okay. I've been to 3 Ohio State Notre Dame games. The 2 in South Bend, my kids got accosted by Ohio State fans, like to the point where I had to tell the guy that I was going to kill him and go get the usher. We're in a suite this time. 2 Ohio State fans sitting next to my son in the next suite. The guy will not shut up about every play. Every play Ohio State makes, he's got a wise comment to me every time. I mean, it was unbearable.
Did he know what he?
Let me
did
tell
he
you
know
something.
the
Was that did that guy know what it was like sitting next to Wes Pritchett?
I wasn't saying a word. I'm sitting with my kids and I'm still, okay? So, he may not have known at that time, but he knew by the time he left, my friend. Because in the third quarter, I freaking snapped, and I literally was trying to jump over the wall. A Butler's holding me, and I'm telling the guy that I'm going to eat his face. And his other buddy looks over and looks at me and grabs his friend and takes him away, and I never saw him again. So that was the end of that. I'd had enough.
Oh, my God. That is so funny.
And my kids, this is what my kids were doing. They're sitting in the seat. They looked at it. They're like, they didn't even, they're like, there goes Dad again.
Well, this has been wonderful for the Notre Dame program to be in the first college football playoff, the expanded playoff. They're back in the top tier of the discussion every year, being a national championship contender. I'm sure there'll be some tweaks going forward with the CFP, but Notre Dame certainly has established themselves as a legitimate force in college football, and it bodes well.
They signed that Freeman to a longer contract, so hopefully they
golden
can
deal too.
They can keep those assistant coaches around, and they've got a good program. Is unbelievable. I went to I think 5 games this year. And I haven't been to 5 games total in 36 years that I've been graduated from Notre Dame, because there's a lot of energy and a lot of good things going on with the athletic department and the football team. And so it's exciting to see what the future is going to hold here.
No, you bring up a great point. The game day at Notre Dame, it is special.
It is,
it's electric. It's a great vibe, and we've all been tailgaters, and it's been absolutely awesome. They've got the momentum. The players like Marcus Freeman, and there's no better ambassador for recruiting both the high schools and other colleges, the portal, than the players. Giving testimony to the coach, and they like him. It's just going to get stronger
100%.
and stronger.
And I think, look, you have to learn how to win, and I think Notre Dame learned how to win. They also saw what the differential is, what they need to improve upon to be the most elite team. They were that close, but they weren't quite there. So I think everything you said bodes well. The coach is likable. We don't have a lot of kids in the transfer portal. They're only going to get better. And now they've been in the big games. And when you've been in when you're used to being in the big games, and you've won a lot of those games. Look at obviously Alabama, and then look at what Kirby Smart did at Georgia starting like 8 years ago. They did exactly what we're doing. They got to the championship game, they lost. Then the next I think they lost twice or didn't get to the championship game, and then they won 2. So I think that the trajectory of what's going on at Notre Dame right now is the best it's been since Lou was there. I have all these friends of mine that are totally unrelated to Notre Dame that were texting me and pulling for Notre Dame and talking about how they like Notre Dame, and
a lot of pluses.
That's great.
A lot of pluses for Notre Dame. They're spending the money on the facilities that attract the kids to go to school there. The university and athletic facilities are some of the best in the nation, if not the best. Their biggest challenge, though, they've got some challenges going forward, is going to be NIL money. Ohio State, I think they were the largest NIL payout team.
Best money team can buy
in the nation, and and that's the way it is. I mean, New York Yankees.
Speaking of Frank,
money
speaking of
team.
that NIL money and donating money, and it was good to see Coach Holtz was at the game and the Holtz Heroes Foundation. Today I'm wearing my N88D retro hoodie, and you can go to n88d.com and purchase a retro hoodie, and a portion of all those sales goes to the Holtz Heroes Foundation.
Wonderful. We want to thank our host, our gracious host. I certainly want to thank Wes. It's been wonderful here. The 3 days, reconnecting, hanging out, getting to know your three boys, Kane, Marshall, Lawson, my son Mason, and our daughter joined us yesterday. It's absolutely been a blast. So thank you for hosting and all the work you did this weekend.
Thank Grace also.
Oh, yes. That's right. Yes. That's right. Oh, and Lady and Fluffy.
And Lady and Fluffy, yes.
Yeah.
Now, and let me just say, look, this was growing up in Atlanta, being here, having my three boys with me, having you guys with me, connecting with our teammates. I mean, we were knuckleheads and young guys, and maybe you have to be away from it for a while to look back and realize what a special time that was. But I mean, the intimacy that we had with us as players, being almost like brothers, and then our parents all being friends, and the experiences we had, that was a very, very special time. And then obviously we had success on the field.
It was a great time. So stay tuned.
A lot of fun, and I'm very thankful.
So stay tuned for more of Under the Golden Dome with your host, Wes Pritchett, Frank Stams, Michael Stonebreaker. We're going to continue this on for the season. We'll go over, recruiting is such a big part in college sports, college football. And we'll continue to be having the podcast, and we're going to try to make the show bigger and better as we move forward. So thank you, Wes. Thank you, Michael, for being on the show. Really have enjoyed it.
Yep, thank you. And I just want to put one last plug. Under the Golden Dome on alumnimedia.net, on YouTube. And then when you click Under the Golden Dome, please click subscribe so you can get all the information from our podcast on your feed.
Under the Golden Dome, Frank Stams, Mike Stonebreaker, and Wes Pritchett. We are previewing the CFP playoff game between Notre Dame Fighting Irish and the Penn State Nittany Lions. Guys, what do you think? This is, I think Notre Dame has played. They have had success the last 10 weeks, really, with the things that we've talked about. They play great defense. They win the turnover battle. They don't make mistakes on offense. They've kept the time of possession in their favor, and they've won special teams. What do you think, Frank, will be the biggest challenge for the Irish on offense and defense?
Well, here's what I think. If the Irish play with the enthusiasm you had in that opening, they're fucking doomed. Yeah. All right? Come on now, let's go, right?
Yeah, no, they hit them they punched him in the face, man. They did.
So
I got to be honest with you. We've been excited. We played with a lot of passion. We had success. And won a national championship. Those guys looked like dudes that were having fun and playing hard and were not intimidated by anybody. I mean, they punched Georgia in the face. I was very impressed on defense. I thought we dominated the line of scrimmage. What's really interesting is, now that the dust has settled down here in Dixie, in Georgia country, I was talking to a guy today at the auto dealership, and he was like, "Look, man, y'all just beat us up." I was like,
so yeah, that's good. I'm glad you mentioned that. I was wondering what the fallout is down there.
I think they think nobody watched that game and didn't think that we won the line of scrimmage. I mean, our defense was impressive. And let me tell you something. Every team in the SEC has a big time DN and a big time tackle. I mean, they've got physical guys at all those schools. Ole Miss, Tennessee, Alabama. So Georgia had played against dudes. And I thought that our guys totally kicked their butt. At least in the first half, it was, they couldn't get a pass off. We were getting pressure,
No, I agree. That defensive line from Notre Dame, they came to play. And no reason to think that they won't come to play against Penn State. They made life miserable for that backup. What was the backup's name?
Gunner Stockton.
Gunner Stockton. Now, I know he's a better quarterback than that, but when you got guys in your face like they did, like Notre
That wasn't
Dame,
the quarterback's fault. I thought Georgia's backup quarterback played pretty good, really.
yeah, well, that's what I was getting to. That I thought he played pretty good too. But when you're under a lot of duress like that, you're going to make mistakes. And then, of course, Notre Dame created, a wonderful opportunity for the offense to score with that fumble right before the half. So
Yeah, the guy. But by the way, the kid makes a phenomenal play. I mean, they were beating. I mean, he blitzes in, goes between two guys, smacks a guy. Pops a ball out. I mean, they made that happen. That was guys playing hard, guys playing reckless, guys playing with abandon, and just punching folks in the face. I mean, it really was everything that we've always talked about.
right.
Start
I guess
fast,
I should
hard.
learn to let sleeping dogs.
I don't know if did we all watch. I don't know if I watched the same football game as you two guys watched.
Yeah, well, what was your
That
thought?
game, if without you take out 54 seconds of that game, and it wasn't that good of a game. You know what I mean? It was a pretty even game either way. And
I would
if you
disagree.
take out that 54 seconds, then Notre Dame actually scores less points, and Georgia actually drove down the field a lot more. It wasn't as dominant of a game. I think it was more shocking that Notre Dame was able to make the plays that it made against that good team.
Yeah.
And so
A physical SEC team.
correct. And so I think that was they held their own even with Georgia throughout the game. Georgia had, two opportunities to win to get back in the game, a kid drops that wide open pass, a couple plays. It seemed like all of Notre Dame's is a couple plays. I say that it could have gone the other team's way, but Notre Dame does make the plays and finishes the games, So I once again am saying, and I'm not mad at them, and it's no fault of theirs, but this is the easiest road so far to a national championship that they could have taken. The easiest season, the easiest playoff, and so we're going right there. Now this Penn State team is a much, we said that Georgia was an even game. I think, remember going in, all the stats were about even. And I think it lines up the same way with Penn State, where everybody's pretty much even all across the board on both sides of the ball, and also with the special teams. So, it's a pick 'em on this one for me.
The odds makers got it as Notre Dame a slight favorite, 1.5. I saw it go as high as 2.5. That made me a little nervous because I always like to go the other way. But it's back down to 1.5. No, I'm
You
with
always
you.
like to take the points, you're saying?
No, I like to go against the bettors because they're
Okay.
not building those. They're not building those hotels out in Las Vegas because they're losing. Yeah. So, looking at, and you guys both said it, Notre Dame made the plays that they needed to make in a tight game. They won. They made the big play on the kickoff return. They made the strip sack, and then they capitalized on that with a touchdown. Georgia made the mistake on the sidelines with the penalty that takes the ball from the 10 inside the 10 back to the 25 just about. So there, all the 5 or 6 plays that you need to make in that play in a game, in a close game. I thought Notre Dame, made just about all of them, and that's because they played a better game. And to Wes's point, the mechanic is like, hey, they did beat Georgia, but I don't know if you get, I don't know. I haven't seen that out of a Notre Dame team all year long where they're winning every one of those plays that you need to win. Now, having said that, no reason why that you can't. I want to believe, and I do believe. Riley Leonard running the ball in that game Now that was impressive. You know,
Yeah.
I saw him run the ball against Virginia and Indiana and all those other schools, Louisville, and I was like, okay, well, let's see what happens when there's some speed on the field. And he looked impressive as far as running the ball. And Franklin, in his press conference, the head coach of Penn State, mentioned that. He said, listen, we got to defend the run. If we can't stop the run, we're in for a long day. And they have to add the quarterback into that equation. So Riley Leonard, in my opinion, has graduated to a legitimate runner in college football, and at the right time. I think they're playing well. They're being coached well. They could be a little healthier. I don't know Jeremiah Love. He's tweaked his knee. I don't know where he's going to be, but I promise you, listening to the press conference from Marcus, he is going to play. I don't know if he starts, but he is going to play. And then on the other side, a big part of their success, Penn State, when we're talking about injuries, Abdul Carter, he's their edge rusher. I don't think he's going to be. The vibe and the feeling I got from Franklin in that press conference, I think he may dress and maybe give it a go, but I don't think he's going to be near 100%.
Well, I saw a report that said he hadn't even. He's still. I don't know if he practiced today, but he didn't practice. I don't think as of yesterday.
So you're not going to be up
it's
to
not looking
up to,
great.
up to
I mean, even if he
form.
plays, he's not going to be. Is he going to be at 70%, 50%? I don't know. But he's
Right.
definitely a big part of their defense.
So
I was going back through looking at their games and statistics, and I've been following their tight end Warren because, of course, one of my sons plays tight end, and he loves that guy. I did not realize that the guy is 6'6", 257.
He's a freaking beast.
I mean, he is a monster, guys. They put him in the pistol. He runs the ball. They move him all over the place. In the game last week, they just basically put him. Anytime they could get him on one-on-one, they just threw him the ball.
I was looking at the draft, upcoming draft, NFL draft. They've got him going as the last pick. Bullshit.
The first round?
Yeah, he'll go top 10.
He can. I certainly. The tight end is being exploited in football right now. I don't know what it is that guy doesn't do. He's productive. He's a blocker. He's big. He runs good routes. He catches the ball. Yeah, I agree with you. He's impressive. He is. In the Boise State game, he had 2 touchdowns. He just blocked the guy out and took the ball. He's going to be a problem. I think he will present a problem at some point in that game. There's no doubt about it. Nobody's going to be able to stop him. So, what I think is going to happen, and I think Penn State mans up with Notre Dame, just like you were saying, Stoney. And, they're going to do what we said Georgia was going to do. They're going to make Notre Dame, they're going to shut the run down and make Riley Leonard try to throw the ball. So, what do? Do you maybe we can get him on some of those RPOs and Riley Leonard can get out there on the edge? But, at some point we've got to complete the ball 15, 20 yards down the field. And back those guys up. And I think if we can complete some passes, then we'll be able to run the ball. I don't think it's going to be the other way around.
Well, and having him run the ball that much, to get 80 yards, he's going to get tackled at some point, and he may not get up from that tackle. You know what I mean?
He's definitely taking a beating when he's running. But, the kid's I didn't realize how big Riley Leonard was. He's a big kid. Fast. I hate to say as the season's gone on, every time I hear the kid get interviewed, I like him more. He's just an incredibly positive person.
He's sneaky fast. I don't know. I'd like a little. He's too clean. I want.
Well, he wouldn't hang out with us three.
I need a little more sin from him.
He wouldn't be your go-to guy on Friday night, but he's a pretty good quarterback.
I need more of a. I grew up with a Ken Stabler, the snake.
Yeah, I need Stabler. I need Ted Hendricks.
Yeah.
I need Alzado. Maybe Lyle Alzado.
I want a little nastiness.
Yeah.
I want maybe like the cops on the sidelines wanting to talk to Riley Leonard before the game or something like that. I'm kidding, of course. But Yeah, he's the all. I think he's great for Notre Dame. He's positive. He looks like a great teammate.
Great story. Great. Good for you.
Well, here's
throw the
thing,
ball,
though.
throw the ball downfield and win us the national championship. That's all I'm worried about.
Plays, by the way.
I don't know.
I agree. He doesn't. He hasn't. I don't want to jinx him either. He hasn't.
I
We
don't
haven't
know.
had the turnover thing is big.
I don't know if he's hanging out with us, but you know what? That's probably a good thing that he's not hanging out with us.
Yeah, well, another reason is because nowadays quarterbacks aren't really football players anymore. Anyway,
No,
they're like They're like kickers and punters, man. They don't get hit. They've never taken a shot in their lives, and so I'm not worried about it.
That's a
quarterback.
good point. That's
defense
a good
wins
point.
championships, and defense wins football games. I'm not worried about anything other than that.
And defense won that game against Georgia. That's for sure.
Yes.
Absolutely. Defense and special teams, just like we did in '88.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So all right, Franklin. I got to talk about this guy. I watched the press conference between Marcus and Franklin, and listen, I have no problem saying what a dipshit. Blah 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 blah. It was full of them. He was full of himself. He was like it was like Marcus was his straight man when Franklin was up there talking. Like, he and Marcus is just being polite, showing humility. When it was his turn to talk, he credited other people. I mean, Franklin just couldn't. I mean, he's making little quips, little jokes.
Did it seem like he was trying to big brother him a little bit?
Exactly.
He just seemed like a little bit of an arrogant ass, is what he seemed like.
Right. And that I've been hearing that about him. He's demeaning, he's belittling in the press, and even loyal Penn State fans I've talked to, not really a big fan of Franklin. But I mean, I love the fact that Marcus got up there when they asked him about this. I think this is the first bowl game that two black coaches are facing each other, and Marcus didn't hesitate when he, said, "Hey, listen, I haven't gotten here by myself." He gave a lot of credit to Swarbrick, gave a lot of credit to Father Jenkins as well, and then of course, the team. And I thought it was just first class. I mean, I thought Franklin treated Marcus kind of like his underling.
Well, I think we've watched Marcus grow up right in front of us, and I think he has become more polished. I think he's become more confident. I think he's developing his own style and process. I think the team reflects his tenacity and just kind of fiery nature. Whatever he's got going on right now, I'm buying in. We have for the first time since we played or Lou was coaching, I had not seen a Notre Dame team run around and play like that. I forget about the plays and the turnovers and all that. They were just hustling.
The best thing that Marcus Freeman has is he's got a really good defensive coordinator, and he has a really good offensive coordinator. And that's what a head coach is supposed to do, Yep. Supposed to get the right people, plug them in, and you go ahead and let them do their job.
Notre Dame also, under Schwarbuck, unfortunately, was very stingy with the payouts to the coordinators. We lost 2 or 3 really good ones that we refused to pay. And I was told when, the new guy our new AD came in, the first thing he did was pay up to get Denbrock back and lock him into a contract. And he just locked Marcus up. And apparently they're paying Golden too. So, but yeah, I think you're right.
They need to be paying
I think Notre Dame is a very well coached team.
Yeah, because they're watching this show and they're learning from this show.
They are.
We've molded them. Under the Golden Dome with your host Frank Stams, Mike Stonebreaker, Wes Pritchett, talking Notre Dame football past and present, and what it takes to win the next national championship, which they haven't won since 1988.
It's been incredible this 14, 15, 16 weeks with you guys watching us mold this team into the character that we felt they needed to have to get to the national championship.
I heard they play this before the night before the game. In fact, they may be watching this show tonight.
right now.
Probably, yeah.
I think they're watching it live. They said they
Well,
got it live
Marcus-
and down in Miami.
Marcus said to me, "Can you guys be done by 6 so we can get it edited and in front of the team by 7?" I said, "Not a problem."
Marcus's lack of experience, it's not a problem with you guys because of the experience the coordinators have.
I thought you said because of the experience that we have.
No, we're helping him.
Yes.
You know, we're helping him with that experience. Not so much on the field, the X's and O's, but really the intangibles. I can see, they've picked that defense, especially has picked up the mantle where we left off. 35 years ago. But anyways, his lack of experience is it an issue?
He's got, like I just said, the experienced defensive coordinators. You know, Lou ran. You know,
Lou had experience.
Lou had experience. Lou ran a good veer offense. He had Barry Alvarez running our defense, right? And so that's what you need. You need good coordinators around you.
You got to have good coordinators because you can't as a head coach now with all the stuff you have going on, you have to be relying on those guys to kind of run their own show. I agree with you, Stoney. I think what's interesting is I remember when Marcus first got the job, Lou said, "I really like Marcus. He's got his priorities, everything in the right place, but he's got to go through the process. He's got to experience the wins and the losses and the decisions and create his own process." And I think he's a lot different today than he was a year ago. You can just see the way he carries himself. Like, he's in charge.
And that's pretty quick. You know, the program, I guess, wasn't very, it was in a pretty good state, right? They just weren't winning those three games a year that you needed to win, right? And so I read that article about the head coaches who go 3-11 and get fired, from the NFL, and then what they do to come back is they get right back into coaching, and it's because you have to have the experience. You have to. Sometimes you're going to get beat, right? That's why you play the game, and so him being able to have that success right off the bat, is pretty impressive, with just a couple hiccups along the way.
Yeah, he lost the 2 games that we talked about, the Marshall game last year and the NIU game this year. But I'll tell you what's more impressive. He has beaten 9 ranked opponents in a row. That is, I don't care who you are. That's pretty good. And he actually has a better winning record against ranked opponents than in his first 3 years than any coach in Notre Dame history. How about that?
Well, you know how I feel about rankings and all that other bullshit.
Well, but I'm just saying. I mean, the guy's done a good job in the big games.
Yeah.
He's not perfect. Look, nobody's perfect. You're always going to find fault. Think about where we were. I mean, think about our program and where we were a year ago to, where they are now. And let me tell you something. Beating that Georgia team, whether or not we win the national championship, that is going to change the trajectory of Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame is going to be hard to beat for the next. Is going to be in the hunt for the next 5 years, as long as Marcus is there. We don't have we have basically no kids in the portal. I'm down here in the SEC, man. They all got 20, 30 guys going.
Kids are jumping in the portal.
Notre Dame's still playing, but still.
Right. That kid he's not playing, he's a freshman, but a kid from Ohio State is in the portal. You know what I mean? And they're playing for a championship. You can't wait a couple weeks and play for a national championship?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I think, the question going into all this was Notre Dame, we're just too outdated. We do things old-fashioned, the new world, everything's changed, there's a new paradigm. Is Notre Dame going to be able to compete? And I got to be honest with you, I think it's had the opposite effect. And the kids that chose Notre Dame for all the reasons that we chose Notre Dame are still doing that, even though there only maybe, there may not be a lot of kids out there like that. For right now, it looks like we have culture. We've got, I hate to be positive because every time I get the rug pulled out from under me. But
no, it's time to be positive. So, we were highly critical of Notre Dame. I know I was, Marcus Freeman, going through the season. But you know what? That's my experience. That's people. When I was I was still fighting for my position. The third game against Michigan State that we played, or was
Frank,
it?
you're still fighting for your position on this show.
So I mean, that
Wes and I talk at least once a day about
I mean,
that.
we've been Stoney and I have been chatting
it was-
all day about this.
Now listen, man. You talk about fear. Fear ran for me, anyways. Fear was at every practice in every game that I wasn't. I wasn't going to be good enough, and
I did not have that thought process.
so
I thought I was awesome.
But I see a lot of parallels now between with Marcus and Holtz, because Wes, you mentioned one of them. When we were with Jerry Faust, we were, and not just Jerry, but Divine before that. The Notre Dame was pretty much those were the dark ages, and as far as athletic department spending. Ohio State had a $10 million athletic budget. Texas, I'm sure, had the same. And Notre Dame,
Will they have $1,000?
we didn't even have an indoor. We didn't even have an indoor facility, and we were
Right.
wearing Champion sweats from like 1978 that were hand-me-downs. It was just freaking ridiculous. And
Bro.
Holtz came in and changed all that.
We had the ACC.
Okay. I'm
We
just gonna
had
tell
the
you right
ACC,
now.
which was like a rubber. It served many different purposes.
Okay, hang on a second.
Banquets.
How about the food? We had no dining hall. We ate in the
Well, you
regular
know me,
dining
I was never picky, so the food wasn't a big deal.
Food was the problem.
you've
Compared to
seen- I've
today,
eaten-
my son has an app. He puts on there anything in the world that he can conceive.
No
Sweet
way.
potato, prime rib, Philly steak cheese, pasta, gnocchi. Clicks a button, walks 100 yards, and goes and picks it up. Anywhere he wants, anytime. It's unreal.
We didn't have a training table, but what they did for us, they held over the regular students' meal a couple hours.
Right.
And so we
got
had
to
our
eat it after it had been
We
prepared
had
for 9 hours.
extended dining
Don't
hall
forget,
hours.
they
Extended
had
dining hall
hot dogs
hours.
and hamburgers.
we had
Hot dogs
cod
and hamburgers.
a cod sandwich. You guys don't know. If you get the right combination of ketchup and mayonnaise on a cod sandwich, it's pretty good.
Dude, you know
I
what
think that's
was
actually
my-
where I started eating hot sauce because the food sucked so bad I had to put hot sauce on it.
Oh my God! The treat for me was to make a tuna fish sandwich, and they had a toaster. I'd go over and toast my bread, get some tuna fish, then put it in the microwave and melt the cheese on top. I thought I was in heaven, man.
You're a gourmet, man.
Right.
Gourmet.
Yeah, I had to do all that shit myself. Anyways, so Marcus, and what I like about Marcus is, I mean, and this is foreign to me, the players actually like Marcus.
They do.
Yeah, they like Marcus. That's part of the reason why they're not going anywhere. They like him. Now, that's probably
And that's why we
Right
didn't
turn.
we didn't believe in them at first, because they're like, there's no way a good
We were-
coach.
right.
Your players can like a good coach. He's got to be
That's-
terrible.
That's actually a great point.
right. You guys aren't afraid of your coach. You guys actually like him. No, I say that with all the terms a term of endearment for Lou Holtz. By the way, he's celebrating his 88th birthday this Saturday, and I wanted to go to it, but unfortunately, I can't make it.
I will be there.
I wanted to go to the game tomorrow night, but had some things I just couldn't. I couldn't swing. Mike, you've got what, influenza A, B, and C?
No, influenza B. I have. I've tested positive for the influenza virus.
So, yeah. So, anyways,
You still have to get an enema to treat that?
I think so. I've done
Yeah.
it 3 times.
Right. Understood.
well, I was going to say what. Well, that was a showstopper.
Well, here, I got one for you. All right. So let's just say that the Irish beat Penn State. And I think Ohio State's going to beat Texas. Who knows? I mean, you got to play the games. Ohio State has looked really unbeatable
the last couple of games. But you know what? That's why they play the games. It's going to come down to 5 or 6 plays. And what do you think a Notre Dame Ohio State matchup looks like? And that will be in the ATL. You guys are going to have to make it down for that one.
I'm coming down. In fact, I'm staying with you. I don't know if you know this already.
No. You can. We got a double wide trailer. We got extra room.
I don't care where I stay. I just want a roof over.
Listen, I got a twin bed you and I can share.
Nice, just like old times.
Yeah.
Hey, remember the time, I think Urban Meyer loves to tell this story. Came around for bed check, and when he came into our room, he looked in, and you and I were in bed together.
Is that weird?
No, dude, that you talk about chemistry, bonding, that. Yeah, I mean, thick as thieves.
We were playing Spaghetti-O.
He tells that story every time I see him. He tells that story. He loves that story. Anything to lighten up the mood. You got.
Well, we used to do. We had a good. Are you kidding me? That our senior year, when you win, everything's funny, right? But that was a lot of fun. We joked around. We were always joking around, and Barry had the personality to be able to deal with that, and then also say, "Look, Wes, Frank, Stoney, no bullshit today. Let's get it
quit
done.
Fucking around.
Get to work." Well, Barry, if you think back to it, Barry, we liked Barry, and he was a ball buster. He had. You know what I think it is? You know what I think it is? I think it's because the guy was a player. I think it has a lot to do with having been there too.
Holtz was a player. He played at Kent State.
Yeah.
No, it's different when you're the head coach. You got to be. It's a different approach. Your assistant coaches, your position coaches, they can take more of a role where it's like, hey, listen, my door's always open. Holtz always said that too. His door's always open, but it wasn't the same.
You never voluntarily went through that door. It might have been open.
I think Coach always really liked it when I would go tell random freshmen that Coach Holtz wanted to see them and they would walk into his office. He thought that was great. He really liked that.
Yeah. All right, let me ask you guys a question. This kid for Penn State has averaged, 100 yards a game for the last 3 games. So he kind of found his little running energy. And so is Notre Dame's run defense going to be able to shut down the Penn State kid?
Well, Penn State has 2 running backs over 1,000 yards, I think. Don't they? Or both, or whatever they are. They're both like 6 yards a carry or something like that. They have sort of the 2-back approach that Notre Dame has. I think it's going to be a challenge. Look, they are going to challenge Notre Dame up front. They've got the dudes on the end. They're going to be well coached. We're going to have to suit up and show up, and hopefully our coordinators have a better plan than theirs. I don't know. I worry about number 44. I think the tight end up the seam. Their quarterback, to me, throws the ball better than our quarterback. I'm not sure he doesn't run better, but I don't know. What do you think, Frank?
Well, I think Notre Dame wins the front 7, defensive front 7 there. I think it's going to be, like you've said in the past, it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight. I think both teams are going to go to their bread and butter, which is running the ball. What scares me about this game is Drew Aller, the quarterback for Penn State. You talk about a big kid. He's 6'5", 240 pounds. He from down the street here in Northeast Ohio. The kid can play. Do I see the playmaking ability out of him like a Joe Montana or like Caleb? Was it Caleb Williams that played at SC a couple years ago or last year? No, but the kid is sound. But then you look at the other side. The guy's handling the ball a lot too. Notre Dame, Riley Leonard. He's been making plays. He made some plays in the Georgia game. What I'm getting at is both teams are going to try to establish the run. Certainly, but Notre Dame's in a tough spot because they're going to have to defend the entire field. Where Penn State, I don't know if they're going to have to defend the entire field as much, because I think the threats downfield really, aren't as great, versus that Notre Dame offense. But having said that, the Notre Dame defense has the edge over Penn State's offense. I think that defensive line, man, those cats get after it. You saw what they saw. You saw what they did to the Georgia defensive line. They create that turnover right before half. I mean, that's huge shit. And so, I like Notre Dame in this game. I like them to win by a touchdown, and I like them to continue to make the plays when they have to, whether it's Jeremiah Love, on a 95-yard touchdown or a kickoff return or, strip sack again.
Well, they're finding ways to win. They start to believe themselves, and they're not making mistakes. So
I don't think these running backs, getting to your point about the running backs from Penn State, I don't think they're that big of a threat. And of course, you got to couple that with the offensive line. I don't think they're going to overmatch Notre Dame. Look at Georgia. Georgia, I think, only had 50-some yards rushing the ball against Notre Dame, and there's no reason Notre Dame can't do that against Penn State.
But I totally agree with what you're saying, Frank, and I hope you're right. But I looked up. This was just like national rankings on defense. All right, Notre Dame is number 3 in. Actually tied for second in turnover margins with plus 18. Plus 20 is number 1. Third down defense, Notre Dame is 5th. Red zone defense, Notre Dame is 5th. Penn State is 4th. Scoring defense, I thought this was interesting. Penn State's not on here. Notre Dame was 2nd. Ohio State 1st. Pass defense, Notre Dame is 5th. Penn State is not on here. And that's pretty much, and then the overall defense, but I don't know that really matters as much. Anyway, the point is Notre Dame ranks nationally in the top 10 in a lot of categories on defense. So it's not like, and they did play 5 or 6 teams that were ranked when we played them, even though, not at the end of the year necessarily. So I don't know. I've watched Georgia all year. Georgia won. They didn't have the best team they've had in the last 5 years, but they always found a way to win. And
Georgia's Achilles heel this year was their offensive line.
Yeah, right. That's right. Yeah, and their defense wasn't as good as it's been. They've had defenses where they got all 11 guys drafted. I mean, they. But I think Notre Dame. Defense wins championships. Notre Dame's got a good defense, so we're going to be in the game. They're not going to run all over us and score a lot of points. I mean, we're going to be in the game.
Right. So we get into the numbers. Penn State is averaging 35 points a game. That's a lot of points.
What was Indiana averaging?
Yeah, but I don't think it's. I don't think
apples,
they're the.
Apples.
I don't think they're the same team. I think Penn State beats. Indiana. I don't think Indiana's going to score 35 points against Notre Dame, but they have the ability to, score, 20-some points. They have the ability to score 35 points if they catch Notre Dame. A lot of this game is going to be won on the sidelines, up in the box, how you're going to coach this game, how you're going to prepare your team, because I see the athletes – the athletes are pretty similar, and they're going to be similar in the next game, whether they have Texas or Ohio State. No, and looking at the numbers here, Penn State is on third down converts. They're almost 50%. You got to get them off the field on third down. As far as passing yards per attempt, 8.5. That's not a lot. They're not really throwing the ball downfield. He's not throwing a lot of interceptions. Only 9 versus how many touchdowns passing? 30. So that's a pretty good ratio. But still, majority of that is probably coming against weaker opponents.
Well, I'm looking at this here. Penn State's defense. Points per game, they're 5th. Opponents' yards per game, 5th. Points per play, 5th. Opponents' yards per play, 7th. So, I mean,
Their defense isn't bad. I didn't realize it was that good. And then the opponent's yards per rush, they're 7th. So they got a pretty set. But then what's interesting, Frank, is their pass defense is not very good. They are ranked opponent's pass play percentage number 89, completion percentage 46th, yards per pass 21st, yards per passes, pass yards per game 21st. So
Yeah, no, I think, that Penn State offense a little bit more prolific than the Notre Dame offense, but like you say, defense wins championships, and I think the defense for Notre Dame carries the day. They continue to make the plays that they've been making to win the game. The Franklin, the Penn State head coach, his philosophy is to take away the strengths of the offense, make them play left-handed, if you will. What do you think those strengths are for Notre Dame?
I mean, it's the running game and Riley Leonard running the ball, the RPOs, reading the defensive end and running that play that they run with the one back. I think they're going to crowd the box and force Notre Dame to throw the ball over the top. I mean, why would you not do that? I think Notre Dame I would love to see them hit some fast screens, get the ball outside. I think we're really fast. I think when we got outside, I don't know if you realize, we were getting outside on Georgia, which I thought was unreal.
Yeah, no, I was impressed with Notre Dame's speed, too. They did not take a back seat to Georgia.
No, they're fast. And we said that all year now.
Right.
We did say it, but you don't really know until you see them matched up. And I'll go back to what, I was talking to my son that plays at Georgia Tech. He said, Dad, I told you that everybody on our team said they were as big, strongest, fastest guys we played all year. So, we got dudes.
I tell people that, too. And that means a lot because, those guys are on the front line. And that is really what you want to hear as far as measuring yourself against other teams is what the players think. Offensively, Notre Dame. Penn State. I hope the Humane Society isn't watching. Offensively, what do you think Penn State's going to try to do to attack Notre Dame's defense?
Well, I think Penn State, play action, they're going to try to establish a run. Notre Dame's going to have to try to stop their run. And then play action and try to get the ball down the field. I mean, they're both basically facing the same challenges, right? It's going to be who can adjust to the game plans better. And I think I feel very confident about Al Golden's ability to do that. I think mentally he's like freaking Yoda. He went to Penn State. I think it's personal for him. What I was going to say too is Notre Dame has a lot of really good athletes and they're smart kids. And I think he shows a lot of fronts. I think he fakes one thing. He shows a zone and he moves into man and they play a little man zone combos. They blitz, they get pressure. And then they got guys. I mean, when you have a good coach and you got good players, good things happen. But, it's going to be a chess match. Somebody's going to strike a first blow. You're going to have to adjust to that. Who's going to make the best halftime adjustments? I mean, all those things that win close games.
Yeah, offensively, I think they're gonna go with a lot of the check down. They've got to get this Drew Aller to throw the ball on time because if you're watching the Georgia game, you see that the mistake that quarterback made was, or an offensive line didn't give it to him, is he didn't have a lot of time. So if it's not there, throw it away or go with the check down, and that'll really frustrate that front. Whatever pressure they bring, the front four, or if they decide to bring 5 or 6, and just take what the defense gives you. Short to medium passes until he gets his rhythm. They will take some shots downfield, but I don't see a lot of that. Maybe screens and draws. I don't know how much schools are doing that anymore, but take advantage of some of that Notre Dame aggressiveness and speed, and of course at the same time try to control the line of scrimmage and win the battle in the trenches and the rush. Defensively, Penn State's going to take away. They're going to take away that short to medium passing game, and they're going to have somebody account for Riley Leonard in the run game. And then, but to your point, like you said, they're going to stack the box, and they're going to say, if you're going to beat us, you got to beat us up top. So it'll be an interesting game. I really see it as a chess match with two evenly matched teams as far as personnel. It'll be interesting to see the game management from the sidelines, both on the sideline and then up in the box as well. So
we forgot to talk about. I mean, look, special teams has been a real advantage for the Irish all year.
Right.
It continued to be. Won the game against Georgia.
Right. Won the game against Georgia.
We didn't talk about how about Marcus Freeman running 11 guys on and running 11 guys off and getting the offside penalty.
Right.
That was awesome.
That was awesome.
And I saw another interview with some of the Irish current coaching staff. And they said they had never worked for a guy that was as aggressive as Marcus Freeman. So I think as he's gaining confidence, I don't, to me, yes, we can go back to the Ohio State game a couple years ago and the bonehead plays, and we didn't get 10 guys. We had 11 guys, didn't have 11 guys. But I think, so far in the big games, the guy looks like he's in control and he's made good decisions and he's been aggressive and the team showed up, and we just got to hope that keeps going, All
right. So you got Notre Dame winning 24-20, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I see it similar. I'll say 27-24. All right. For Under the Golden Dome with your host, Wes Pritchett, Frank Stams, Mike Stonebreaker had to leave. All right, Irish Nation, you're back under the Golden Dome with your host, Michael Stonebreaker, Wes Pritchett, Frank Stams, the three amigos from the 88 National Championship team. Welcome. Reviewing Georgia Tech. Notre Dame stands 6-1. All right, seems to be gaining a lot of momentum. And the midshipmen of Navy at 6-0 are up next and playing the game in the Meadowlands. All right, thoughts on the game. Mike, we'll go to you first. What were your thoughts on Georgia Tech?
Georgia Tech was a good game. Notre Dame came out. They gave up 7 points. Started slow for the defense. They kind of got it together, put up, 21 points. It was a lot closer game than what the score. Like in the third quarter, it seemed like Georgia Tech had a chance to get back in it. But Notre Dame's defense played well. They held Georgia Tech, who was averaging 204 yards a game. They held them to, I believe it was 64 yards. 68
yeah, way to throw those numbers out. Yeah.
There you go.
That guy.
So the defense shut down the run like we wanted them to, and they played well against the pass. My only concern about the game, defense had a couple scores. The special teams had 2 fake punts, a fake field goal, end around. They did they ran another play. I don't know. The special teams were doing their thing on fourth down.
So to that point, let me build on that, and I want to stay with you, Mike. Is the question was asked to Marcus Freeman? Were you dressing up the score for the playoff committee or the people deciding on who's going to get in? You know what I'm saying? On who's going to get in on the playoffs? Were you making it look good with those? Because they were in control of the game, and all of a sudden these things popped up. What do you think?
Well, I think it was a closer game than what the score showed. And as I believe we might have addressed last week, is their kicker. I know they hadn't had a lot of confidence in their kicker. I think they're running with a second-team field goal kicker. And so I think last week, they would be going for it more on fourth downs than kicking the field goals. Now, they didn't do it traditionally. They did it through the kicking special teams, but that's what you have to do, man. You're playing to win the game. You're not worried about last week, and you're not worried about next week. You're playing to win the game. Now, I would say that, halfway through the third quarter, going into the fourth quarter, the offense didn't really do too much. They didn't end the game very well. Defense was able to get a a score in to put another 6 points on the board, but the offense didn't shut the game out from the third quarter on. So that was a little worrisome, but other than that, it was a good win.
Awesome. Wes, you were at the game. What was it like tailgating beforehand, and what was it like the atmosphere inside the game?
It was a really good environment. I mean, Tech's natural stadium or their campus is not very far from the Dome.
Where is it? Is it downtown? Is it downtown Atlanta?
Yeah, it's pretty much downtown, and the Dome's probably, I don't know, 2 miles from Georgia Tech or something like that, or Mercedes-Benz. But it was a good crowd. I mean, they had, it was, I would say the stadium was probably 80-85% full. Tailgating was it was an absolutely gorgeous day, beautiful. The whole Home Depot area, which is where their main tailgating area, was packed. It was a really good environment. I mean, the stadium was loud. The Tech fans were fired up. Notre Dame had, at least 50-60% of the stadium with their fans, traveled well. It was a big day for the Pritchett family. My son, who's a freshman, got to play in his first college football game against my alma mater. So that was
awesome.
He actually got in the game.
Awesome.
So that was pretty special. And
congratulations, that's wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, it was kind of a surreal moment. And I had realized when I was talking.
Did you cry?
I did not cry, but I was very proud. Very proud.
I was looking hard. I saw number 30 on the field. Running down on the kickoff, he did good.
No, he's fast.
Way faster than his dad, I'll tell you that.
Not even. Hey, coach, like 4 steps. No, he's got some motor. You know what? Here's the thing. He was good. They told him he was going to get redshirted. He was on the scout team. He's practicing hard all week. Or for the last 6 weeks, I told him, I said, just grind it out. Do your best. You will get noticed if you're out there grinding it in practice. You remember Zorich when he was on the scout team, and I would like to think that the same thing happened to me. Anyway, long story short, they did notice him, and he got promoted, and he got an opportunity to play. So
awesome.
Hats off to him. He worked hard. He deserves it, and it was definitely a special moment for me. As far as the game, I think Stoney did a good job of summarizing it. Tech came out and looked really good on the first drive, and went down.
They held the ball. You talk about
ball. They were running the ball. They were throwing the ball, and I think over time Notre Dame just got better players. We didn't make a lot of mistakes. I think Riley Leonard continues to get better. I don't think he is a great thrower of the ball, and I don't think he's gonna be. But he runs the ball very well, and I think he's a good sort of manager of the game. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't put us, when you got a really good defense and you don't turn the ball over on offense, you got a chance. I mean, it's kind of old school football, and that's kind of what we're doing. So it's it's not like
it's kind of vanilla.
It's not the pretty game that everybody wants football to be now. So
right. Yeah. No, and I listening to Marcus Freeman, I hear his comments about he plays with great confidence. He plays with great confidence. He plays with great confidence. So after a while, I'm thinking to myself, thou protest too much, Falstaff, I think. Just to quote a little Shakespeare, and I know I butchered the shit out of that. But, I mean, when you start trying to say he has all this confidence, I think the guy might have a confidence problem, and he's making sure that Riley Leonard hears this in the press conference, and that that gets instilled in him, through that medium, because he's a great. I see his running ability. I think it's exceptional. For a quarterback, God, he's making plays. He's making guys miss. He's got a great instinct when it comes to that. But, throwing the ball, I think he does lack a little confidence in that. As a result, and I think he wanted to emphasize that even more because he did throw the one interception. I think it was what was it, the first series?
First series.
Yeah, the first series, and that'll shake a guy's. That'll shake your confidence a little bit. So, you're right. You don't want a quarterback, costing you the football game, and fortunately he didn't. But yeah, I saw it the same way. Notre Dame just wore him down. They wore him down in the second half. Defense made some plays in the second half, took over. I think they caught a break with Zach Pyron, I believe his name.
Yeah.
They caught a break there with the quarterback. But you know what? Hey, that's football. And Notre Dame did what they were supposed to do. I was happy. They covered the 14 points. So
yeah, I think Tech's a totally different team with their starting quarterback. But like you said, football, it's football, and he was out. So next man up mentality. But I thought Notre Dame came out. They weren't flat. I thought they played hard. I thought their linebackers played really, really good in that game. They were flying around. They were making plays. They tackled well.
They tackled well, and what did we say? What have we always been saying? They knocked people backwards.
They did.
They
looked really good. I'm serious. I mean, it was. I noticed it. You know what I mean?
Yep. They were short. Third down. They didn't give up that extra 2 yards and make it 4th and a half or let them get the first down on third down. They were knocking people backwards, and that was good to see.
Yeah. No, I thought they got a group of their linebackers. I don't think they're very old. I mean, I don't know how they play a lot of kids. I can tell you that.
I know they have 3 freshmen out there that are linebackers.
But I'm telling you right now, man, they had guys coming in. It was crazy seeing it, being at the game. How many guys we were actually playing, which means we're deep. They keep saying that we have this is one of the most talented teams we've had. And and Marcus is a great recruiter. There's no doubt about that. So, and he's he's giving young kids a chance. So, there's a lot of stuff I think to be positive about with Notre Dame right now.
So, do you think
just gotta keep it going?
Yeah, I'm going to have to put my Clouseau hat on and investigate why there's so much substitution going on, because I'm a believer in the more you're out there, the more you play, the better you get. And I think that's the way I played. That's the way. I don't know. Mike? How did you feel about that? Did you like being?
No, did I like being sub? No, I didn't like being substituted, Frank.
Yeah. No.
Why did I know the answer to that?
But as far as Notre Dame this year goes, I think they have a lot of injuries on that D line, so they're trying to use these linebackers as rush ends or what they're doing on defense, trying to keep them fresh and keep them on the field.
Well, Wes, what did you felt like you got better as the game went on, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, you would have had to. I was not coming out of the game. No, I worked too hard to get out there, and I had X amount of reps, and I was not coming out.
Well, I think
it's a different world, man. It's a different
I think
world
a small
out there.
part of that is they want to keep them happy, right? These kids will go somewhere else.
I think your point you're making is actually a really good one. Yeah, you have to manage. We weren't leaving, right? I mean,
yeah, I didn't have any place to go. Nobody wanted me. So
I mean, Tech all year as an example. I'll give you an example. The backup quarterback that started against Notre Dame. Every time Tech got inside the 5-yard line, they rotated that guy in at quarterback and let him score a touchdown. He's been doing it all year, and it's only because of exactly what you just said. They're trying to keep these guys happy. I don't know if that's what's going on with Notre Dame. I think we got a lot of young players that are good, and they're trying to get them game time experience too.
Yeah, I think that defensive coordinator is doing a really good job with that defense, and whatever he's doing it right. And I think it does have to do with the injuries on the defensive line, and they're just trying to keep that front seven, rotated through.
You're under the Golden Dome with your hosts Wes Pritchett, Mike Stonebreaker, Frank Stams, 3 All-American linebackers off the 1988 National Championship team, breaking down Fighting Irish football to this point in the season and talking, sharing some stories and then talking about the lessons that we learned from the past in hopes to add the 2024 team to the National Championship ranks. And as you can see, Mike is sporting the championship apparel. You are sporting the championship apparel.
I
Thank
am.
you.
Irish 88.
Yeah.
Irish 88, N88D.com. A portion of all sales go to the Holtz Heroes Foundation, and we are donating to the Notre Dame's NIL funds. So go out and support a great cause. Irish 88, N88D.com.
Nice. So, Mike, and I liked what you said because I heard it in some of the post-game press conference about even the reporters were recognizing the toughness at which Notre Dame played and the speed. I'm talking about the defense and the speed at which the defense played. 2, 3, 4 guys around the ball. They out-hit Georgia Tech. And like Wes, you said, that takes its toll eventually. The other team either quits or just, they just aren't, they can't maintain the line of scrimmage anymore, and teams can finish. But having said that, Notre Dame's offense, I don't know how well they finished in that game Saturday against Georgia Tech.
Yeah, they didn't finish. They didn't score. With the third quarter, I don't know how many drives it was, but they had 3 or 4 drives in a row that they couldn't continue the drive, and the defense came in and got a pick 6 to help really put the game away for them. So
yeah, Georgia Tech. You're right, Mike. Georgia Tech had opportunities. They got inside the red zone twice in the first half, and they had a blocked field goal and a muff field goal. I don't know if the second one may have been in the second half, but if Tech could have, but then again, like you said, the offense couldn't finish, but the defense could finish. So the defense shut Tech down in the second half. They had opportunities, and Notre Dame wasn't necessarily pulling away, and then the defense kind of slammed the door. So that team win. And special teams were great. Like you said, I think we had a fake field goal with Tyler Buckner that they converted, and then they had 2 sort of like trick plays on 2 they had 3 fourth down situations that they converted, 2 sort of fake punts and a fake field goal. So I mean, I love it. I love the fact that we're playing to win instead of playing not to lose.
So Wes, you're at the game, you're in the stadium, and are you rooting for Georgia Tech, or are you pulling for your alma mater?
I was pulling for Georgia Tech, Stoney. My son is on Georgia Tech, so I was pulling for Georgia Tech.
Awesome.
But at the same time, it doesn't hurt my feelings that Notre Dame won the game.
It's a
and
no
my
lose
son got to
situation.
play. So it's sort of really a best case scenario, if you will.
Yes.
I still have allegiance to Notre Dame, but when your son's playing for the other team, you got to pull for your blood. Right?
Yeah, blood's thicker than water all day.
100%.
Good answer. Good answer. That's the answer I was looking for.
Well, but you're in a win-win situation, bro. You can't lose. So
Can't lose. No, yeah, exactly right.
all right. Notre Dame. Yeah, big concern to me too. I saw the defense. About finishing the game and not being able to, making some mistakes, some penalties, not scoring, help getting the defense to help you. So that offense definitely has some room to grow. And Marcus Freeman recognizes that because he continues to say, you're not great until you fulfill your potential. And that offense is not fulfilling its potential. All right, so but it's a win. A win is a win. Oh, I wanted to ask you,
win. That's a solid win against a dangerous team. At basically an away game. So
I wanted to ask you a question. If I couldn't come down, I wanted to come down to the game, but I had to go to a wedding. If I would have come down to the team, could I have gotten a couple of tickets in the parking lot and got in the game? Were they selling them?
I had extra tickets.
Oh, you did.
Okay. You were invited, Frank.
I know. I just couldn't.
We actually had. It was funny. All the Georgia Tech guys were inviting me to. I had a bunch of different suite tickets that we sort of used and aggregated and watched it from the suite level.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing about Mercedes-Benz though. They have like 4 levels of. They have a lot of suites. It is you can tell that stadium was funded by the sale of suites because it's. I've never seen that many suites in a stadium.
Sweet. The stadium sounds like it's sweet. So that the Shakespeare quote is bothering me. The lady doth protest too much, methinks, is the correct. Is the correct. And so, anyways, I really believe that. I really believe that he's trying to build his confidence up by telling him you have confidence. And
well, Frank, now that you've brought up Shakespeare, I would like to say that he was indeed the glass wherein the noble used to dress themselves. He had no legs that practiced not to skate. And speaking thick, which nature made his members, became the accents of the valiant. For those who would speak low and tartly of him, return their own perfections to abuse to seem like him. So as to speech and gait, military delight, he was the mark and glass copy and book that fashioned others. And him, oh wondrous him did you leave, second to none, unseconded by you, to look upon the hideous god of war, a disadvantage to invite a field where nothing but the sound of Hotspur's name did seem defensible. Let them alone.
Awesome.
Encore.
Awesome.
Encore.
I remember you gave. Didn't you do that at the banquet? Did you do that at the banquet? Holtz had
I
you
did it somewhere.
Lou
got excited that he heard that I could do that, so I did. I can't remember where I did it, but
He broke you out.
I can't believe I remember it.
He broke you out wherever he could. He put you up on stage.
Yeah,
Listen,
exactly.
I
didn't do it very often.
Yeah, I remember.
Wesley, give him some of that Shakespeare.
I remember that. I'm so impressed by that because I can't even read Shakespeare, let alone recite it.
Bro, I memorized that in 8th grade.
Wow. Yeah, that was
That's
before.
weird, isn't it?
That was before all the.
I can't tell you what I had for
brain
breakfast,
damage.
but I can remember that.
All right. Moving on. 6-1. I think
Go Irish.
We're over the halfway hump, and we've got go to Navy in the Meadowlands. You talk about historic. You talk about I'm going to say rivalry, but in the sense that they've just played forever. And at one time, Navy, I think in the 40s, Notre Dame was struggling, and Navy was the one that carried Notre Dame through the hard times. And Notre Dame, in my opinion, done the right thing and continued to play them. And I think that's a wonderful frickin' rivalry or matchup. And the reason I say that is for a lot of reasons. The first college game I ever went to was in Cleveland Stadium, and my dad took me to see Notre Dame play Navy. They call it the Shamrock Series now, but they were doing it 50 years ago. And I'll never forget, man, the jets flying overhead and the midshipmen marching in the stadium beforehand. You talk about an impression on a young man. I mean, it really, really was something. And to me, Navy and the academies in Southern Cal, those are the rivalries, and that's why I went to Notre Dame. I've got a couple. I got one story about us playing Navy in the Meadowlands under Jerry Faust my freshman year. But I want to hear your thoughts, Wes. What are your thoughts about Notre Dame playing Navy this week?
You guys know anytime you play one of the academies, you better buckle up and be prepared to play 60 minutes. Our in 1988 we went 12-0. I mean, we struggled with Navy that year, so Navy's going to show up and play. This is arguably one of their best seasons they've had in a long, long time. We were looking at their schedule. They haven't really played anybody, but they're still undefeated.
Yeah. You did look at their schedule.
Yeah.
Who did they play? Bucknell.
Here, let me pull it up again because it was kind of shocking. Honestly,
I don't mean to mock the naval.
No, listen. I have Notre Dame. We all have. I have respect for all the academies.
What the F?
But their football schedule year to date has been a little suspect.
I know they still run that what they call it, the midline.
Well, here's the thing about Army and Navy are both undefeated. What's really cool is 23, 24, 25 in the AP rankings this week are Army, Navy, Vanderbilt. How about that? When's the last time those three teams were in the top 25? So that was pretty neat. All right, this is who Navy's played so far. They have played Bucknell, Temple, Memphis, UAB, Air Force, and Charlotte.
Nice.
Okay. I mean,
6-0. 6-0.
Yeah.
You could
6-0.
win the ones you're supposed to win, right?
Well, Memphis is pretty good.
Yeah, Memphis. There's a couple in there that I don't know.
I'm telling you right now,
I don't know
they're
about
dangerous.
Charlotte and Bucknell, but oh well.
They're dangerous. They're going to play hard, and they throw the ball. I don't know. I haven't really watched a ton of them, but I know that Navy and Army are throwing the ball. So,
well, and that's
how it is to defend. When you're defending the option, you have to commit so many guys to the line of scrimmage that if they can actually throw the ball, they're going to be dangerous.
Mike, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are I always enjoyed playing the service academies. They were always tough games because we felt like we were supposed to win those games. So you had to get there, get on them, and shut them down early. And running that wishbone triple option, it's dive, quarterback, pitch. Dive, quarterback, pitch. You have to smash the dive, bounce for the quarterback, and sprint to the corner and hit the pitch man. And you have to make those reads, man. You have to stay. The ones that have to stay behind, and you have to make those reads 48 times a game. And be consistent with it and make the right read. So I love playing that triple option, man, because that's what my high school ran the option, and I love dive, quarterback, pitch, man. That's how I learned how to play football. So
getting to know you a little bit at Notre Dame, I'm surprised. You would have struck me as an academy guy. It was like Navy and Army and Air Force. That was that high on
Mike,
your list?
was it Notre Dame or Navy?
Well, the Air Force it was going to be, but you see, I'm wearing glasses, so my sight kept me out of that. So I defaulted to Notre Dame.
It was your sight, and I think those 4 a.m. wake up calls that they would get. I remember you guys remember Lance, Rick Lance, wasn't his name Rick Lance?
Yeah, he recruited me at Georgia Tech before he went to Notre Dame.
Okay, so he might have been there before you, Mike. He came. I think Jerry Faust hired him, and
he was there me and you's first 2 years. I don't think he was there with Stoney.
He wasn't there with me.
So Jerry had Rick Lance talk to the team because he'd coached at Navy before coming over to Notre Dame. And I'll never forget, and this just kind of resonated with me, and to this day I've never forgotten it, thinking, God damn, he said, he goes, let me tell you something. The academy, the servicemen, the midshipmen, they come here. He goes, it's a break. It's a break for them. They get to sleep in. The away games. They get to sleep in till 7:30, 8 o'clock, and I'm thinking, oh my God, how miserable must it be?
Don't you remember? Was it Lou that put their who was it that put their schedule on the board? Do you remember that?
I don't know that. I didn't remember.
I think it had to be Holtz. He was talking about when we were playing them, and somehow he had a list. He had put their schedule on like what they do in a day. It was insane. I mean, wake up at 5 a.m. and basically sprint full speed until you went to bed at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Well, they used to do that in down here in high school, South Lafourche, the team that down on the bayou. They're like, these guys are shrimpers. They have full beards. They've been working their whole lives. They chew tobacco. You better get down there and play well. I'm like, all right.
Did you guys beat them?
Yeah, we always beat them.
Beat them? Yeah.
Curtis is good. They're very well coached. Unreal. That's it. Stoney, how many state championships has your high school won?
I don't know the number of state champions, but
I heard 22 was the number I heard.
All right, 22. And I don't know what is it 348 or is it 638 wins, like 128 losses and 18 ties?
What is your coach's name?
JT Curtis. He's the all-time winningest high school football coach in the country.
That was, what, by the way, what an amazing, how cool is it? I can't even believe that my kids' team got to go down there and play you guys. That was special. And then it ended up being in the Silverdome.
Superdome.
Superdome. I always say Silverdome. That's Detroit, isn't it?
That is.
Was.
That is exactamundo. Was is right. Yeah, it was. So, yeah, no, I always thought, God damn, man, those guys, they come and they get a day. He goes, so they get this is fun for them. This is a day off coming to play because they get to sleep in. I'm thinking, oh, shit. But, yeah, no, but Navy I was listening to Marcus's press conference on Navy. He said they're running out of shotgun, or their formation.
Navy?
Yeah, they're out of gun a lot more than they were in the past. And like you said, Wes, they're throwing the ball a little bit more, and that makes them a little bit more dangerous. And as he mentioned, as you guys know and mentioned, is that option. I mean, the option football has more options than what the defense can, I think, adjust to.
Well, with the quarterback running the ball, they have a one-man advantage, right? Typically.
Yeah, well, I mean, unless you commit the safety, then you don't. I mean, if you play, with a free safety, it engages that safety in the game.
Typically, though, they run it to the side. They know they have a one-man advantage.
Yeah,
Right, but
yeah.
your defense if your defense knows that Stonebreaker is going to tackle the dive, tackle the quarterback, and then tackle the pitch, then it makes it a lot easier on everybody else.
Yeah,
Wait.
right. We got one guy equal to four of your guys, so we actually have the advantage.
Well, one of us, we take down three of you. I love that.
Right.
So, and that was the thing, from my defensive end position, when we played, I thought
Frank, were you on the '88 team?
A little bit, yeah. No, I got in a little bit. We Air Force, I always thought was the toughest one that ran the option. And I remember the last year we played them at home. And really, they lined me up, they put my hand in the dirt and lined me up inside the tight end. Or if I didn't
against Navy?
No, Air Force. Yeah. I'm talking about versus the option, the assignment, or I was listening to the presser, and he was talking about it. Eye discipline, and I've heard this more than once. Eye discipline. It's funny to me how these coaches today in this world, they come up with this. It's the same shit. They just call it different stuff.
Different terms, yeah.
Yeah. Eye discipline, assignment football.
Read the
Well,
ball.
here's what I don't understand. You guys tell me, watching just football in general. Lou beat it into our heads so much you could never get hooked. Like, we never let guys outside. It's just unbelievable to me how they get the edge in football. It doesn't matter. High school, college, pro. Like, all we learned was we turned everything in, right? Which was great for us linebackers. But Stoney, I found this Curtis thing. We were off. You're not even good. Listen to these numbers. This was October of last year. JT Curtis is 621 wins, 78 losses, and 6 ties. Dude, that's insane.
78 losses.
He's 621 and 78. That's pretty damn good.
That's pretty
Wow.
fundamentally
crazy.
sound.
Since 1962. Man, that's insane.
And, they ran the gambit from, the AA, AAA, quad 4A is the biggest in Louisiana. And so, they've been playing the top level teams throughout time.
And doesn't the guy have like his whole family there too? I mean, it's like his brother, his cousins, like it's a complete family affair.
They're Baptist folks. JT Curtis, John Curtis Sr., his wife Merle, JT, Leon was the defensive coordinator. He taught me how to play. All the sisters, everybody, all the kids, they all run the school.
That's crazy. Well, that's cool.
I know
they're playing Navy. I saw that they were 12.5-point favorites.
Navy is not a favorite. Notre Dame is.
No. The Irish are coming in to play.
Yeah, that's not kind of wow. That's kind of low. So, you know, going back to playing that, I'll have to process that 12.5 points. You still there, Wes? Anyways, so Holtz would always, what I gathered from his defense, and he knew because we ran the option. And he knew how to defend or he thought he knew best on how to defend the option. Because, it's hard for a team that, say, is a pro formation or, 5 wides, and all of a sudden, to go against the option football, and now all of a sudden you're trying to get the look team or the scout team to run it for you, and it's just hard. But when you have an offense that runs that, bam. That's what we saw in the spring, and, so we were used to it. And I'll never forget his philosophy in defending that, and was to make them execute the offense or their option football to the fullest. So, like you said, stop the dive, stop the quarterback, make them pitch the ball. And that's hard to do. That's a lot of moving parts with that option football, and to execute it to its fullest, not only is hard, but it also takes time, and that takes time for the defense to recover. And plus, you're pushing it to the sidelines where you have the 12th man. So, I always thought that was, the best way to defend that.
I had 22 tackles. One game against Army or Navy, whoever it was running that wishbone.
Nice. Well, yeah, man, they're coming, they're attacking you. To you, is it that when, that to me, I always thought that mesh was the hardest. I didn't see it like you saw it from your position, but that mesh with the fullback or the running back and the quarterback, whether he pulled it or not, I always thought that was a bitch.
I always smashed them at the line of scrimmage. Don't make him pull it, and then bounce out to you. You're going on the tight end. On the quarterback. I'm coming up from inside out on you. I remember a couple times I was putting my hands on your back and trying to get around you, heading out for the pitch because I knew you had the quarterback, and you're like, man, you can't put your hands on me, man. You can't put your hands on my back, man. What are you talking about? I'm going for the pitch, Frank. All right. And so, dive quarterback pitch, man. You have to read fast. It's called a fast read. When I was playing in the Louisiana All-Star game, it's an All-Star game, so there's no blitzing and for the defense because it's an All-Star game. And my coach was telling me that in the other team was like complaining that he's blitzing. And my coach was like, he's not blitzing, he's fast reading, because that's what they taught us, how to fast read. And that was dive quarterback pitch, man. Bam, 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 And so it's just what you have to do.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. That's a good story. My thing was, for them, most of the time I was crashing and taking out the quarterback and making him pitch it. Regardless of whether he handed the ball off to the fullback or, if he kept it, great. I was in great shape, but I was to take him out and make him pitch it right away. Look, here we go, Wes. So you jumped off us real fast, Wes.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think my phone died.
You've got an orientation issue on my end.
Yeah, I see that.
It's like the old Batman series. That always shows the Riddler upside down.
Problem. Here we go. Let's just do it this way. Here we go.
It's all good. You got a favorite story playing the academies, or you've got a favorite story playing Navy? We never played at Navy. I know last year we played them in Baltimore, and the other years, we were either at home or in the Meadowlands. I thought
I do have one because I was telling my son this story. I was redshirted my freshman year, and I was one of the only guys. I may have been the only guy that didn't travel. And I remember I made Scout Team Player of the Week. And so I got to travel. And I got to go to the Navy game our freshman year that we played in the Meadowlands. And I had never been to New York. So not only did I get to travel, we went to New York. We hung out in the city. It was a really cool experience.
They took us to lunch at the downtown athletic.
No, we went to the United Nations.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. We're walking around.
That was a really cool trip. So I just remember that was my first time in New York. I'm an 18-year-old kid. I mean, it was a really cool experience.
That was a very cool experience. I remember walking around, and it was typical tourist. And when we're waiting for the light, and when the light changed, and like a sea of humanity came at us, and we're walking against it. And at the same time, I'm looking up all these skyscrapers.
Yeah, the first time. Had you ever been to New York? You had never been either, right?
Maybe when I was a kid. My dad took us when we were a kid, but nothing like that. But that game, I'll never forget that game. Going into that game, Jerry's our coach. I'm a freshman, and I'm running down on the kickoffs and special teams. And going into that game, Notre Dame had not lost to Navy in an ungodly amount of years. It was like 41, 42, 43 years. And, Jerry, the heat was starting to mount on Jerry as far as, his tenure there at Notre Dame. And weren't having a great season. You certainly didn't want to lose to a team that, your predecessors had beaten every time. And so we go and play the game, and sure enough, it's close. They're winning the game with about 3 or 4 minutes to go. And we drive down, and we get close enough for a field goal. And they're winning the game by, I think, 1 or 2 points. And we kick the field goal to go ahead with I'd say about maybe a minute 30 left on the clock. And, of course, the, kickoff team goes out, and we kick the ball off. And as you were alluding to earlier, Wes, and Mike, this, they play to the echo, the midshipmen, they play to the echo of the whistle. I mean, you talk about effort. There is no quit in any of the academies. And so I'm running down there, and the play was away. The guy caught it. The play was away, and this guy just kept blocking me and kept blocking me and kept blocking me. It was like a freaking gnat, And then all of a sudden, I got pissed because I saw the ball going down, and the play was ending, and so I'm pissed, and he's still blocking me. So I turn around and I give him a forearm upside the head. All right. Well, as I'm in this motion, the whistle blows, and as I finish, the flag hits me in the back of the head.
No.
And yeah, so they get the ball. So they returned it out to maybe the 25-30, had another 15. Now they're out close to the 15 midfield. All right. And we're only up by 1 or 2. And I'll never forget Jerry's going nuts on the sidelines saying, "Who did it? Who did it?" He's going up and down the sidelines. "Who did it? Who did it? Who did it?" And I'm down around about the 15-yard line or the 12-yard line, and I'm coming off the field down there, way far away from the bench because I don't want to go anywhere near the bench. And I think I could hide. I'm going to get away with this. And Carl Selmer, the offensive line coach, sells me out. He starts pointing at me. He saw it. He saw what I did, and he starts pointing at me. And Jerry sees him pointing at me, and Jerry comes running down the sidelines, and he just gets in front of me, and he doesn't know what to say. He's completely at a loss for words, and he just freaking lets go, and he freaking gives me a sucker punch in the gut. And
he doesn't.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
You
no,
deserved it.
It was exactly. Now, it wasn't something that it wasn't a Mike Tyson blow, or it wasn't really something that he really was. It was like hurtful or anything like that. He was just so frustrated, and it just kind of hit me. But it just shocked the shit out of me.
But we won that game.
And then we went down. Oh, they got the midfield right, and we held them at midfield, and and then we win the game. But I'll never forget that playing Navy in the middle.
That's funny.
Irish fans, you're listening to Under the Golden Dome with your hosts, Michael Stonebreaker, Wes Pritchett, Frank Stams, the three Amigo linebackers from the 1988 National Championship team, talking Irish football, present, current day, breaking down the games, broke down the Georgia Tech game, previewing the Navy game, and then trying to apply some of the lessons that we learned winning that national championship almost 40 years ago today. So, to me, Notre Dame has just got – the only reason Notre Dame would lose this game is coaching. I mean, the athletes, they've got far, far better athletes.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just effort and coaching. I think I don't know. They should, at the Georgia Tech game. I thought that was a game they could potentially be flat, and I did not. To me, it did not look like the Irish were flat. So hopefully they turned the corner on the motivational side. I think you're right. We got guys. We really are. We're talented everywhere. So we're young, but we're talented. So I think are we making predictions on the game?
No. I noticed, Michael, not yet. We got some time left in the podcast. We've got about 15 minutes. I noticed that drew a little chuckle from you. So, Michael, I'll take it back. You know what? There are rare occasions. There are rare occasions that the players lose the games. When you turn the ball over, they drop passes, they miss tackles. So I get that, but I see the difference in athlete that goes to Notre Dame versus the academies, and this is not to belittle the academies, because I've got all the greatest respect in the world for those guys. They do shit that I can't do, and I'm tremendously grateful, not only for their service, but for what they do and how they do it. But I just don't think. I mean, offensively they may score some points. They could score 30 points against the Irish, but if that's the case, the Irish should score 40.
Yeah, I just don't see how they're going to slow Notre Dame down. I mean, you would think our offensive line, our running backs, our quarterback. I mean, we should be a lot for them on for their defense to stop. So
I mean, Michael said it best. I mean, he had the dive, he had the quarterback, and the pitch were his responsibilities.
Right.
This week, these kids who haven't played against that wishbone, when they first get out there, you can't do, Navy. Are they playing Navy or Army?
Navy.
Navy. I get them confused. Navy's, they're a lot quicker than what your scout team's going to be, because they're more proficient in it. And so, you might get a couple bombs, a couple big yardage plays, but you would hope, as the game goes on, they get used to the reads and understand how to do it properly and shut them down. The coaches can call whatever they want to call. The talent of Notre Dame should be able to eventually shut this team down. And just like they did with Georgia Tech, who was running for 204 yards a game, and they only got 64, so they should be able to shut down Navy also. And so
yeah, no, I'm with you. They should be just, and like you said, and they talked about, again, I love listening to these press conferences. But yeah, you can't, and we knew this, you can't simulate in practice how Navy executes the wishbone. So what they were doing is they had some of I think the second and third string quarterback running with, or some of the more talented running, could be a receiver. I forget the names that they were talking about, playing quarterback for the scout team. So to try to simulate that speed, because it is going to happen very fast if you're not used to that. It's those older guys like Jack Kaiser, I think, the backer, he's used to that. But some of the, that young squad, it's going to be a different pace for them, and their margin for error is going to be smaller.
Yeah, and when
Well, I
the
mean,
pitch hit,
you can take one false step and give those guys a little, a little alley,
Right.
and they're up on
And
your
when-
free safety in 1-2 seconds.
when the pitch hits the corner quick, man, there's one guy, your cornerback, getting blocked by the receiver, like you said, and he's gone. So you can get burnt pretty quickly. You just have to have everybody running to the ball on every single play.
Okay, Notre Dame's chances. That's it. What do you guys? You said, Wes. You mentioned the 12.5. I don't know. What do you think? It seems awfully low to me, but I don't know.
I mean, I think Navy's dangerous. I think they're better. I think they're confident. I think they haven't really played anybody. I think Notre Dame's got a lot more talent. All the stuff that we've talked about. I think the Irish cover again. I think we win by 3 touchdowns.
And
I just don't see how they're going to it's kind of like Georgia Tech came out and gave it their all, and it was a close game, and we just we beat them down, and I can't see why we wouldn't do the same thing to Navy.
And I have a question about last week's game. What were our choices last week? I think I said 35-17 Georgia Tech. What was the final of that game?
31. What was it? 31.
14?
31-12. Hold on. 31-13.
All right, so I won that one too. So I've won every week.
Awesome. Good. Who do you like this week? You're only as good as your last game.
All right. And so this week, I feel like Notre Dame's going to roll on this team up in the 40s again, and I think they're going to score 24 points. I think Navy's going to have success, but Notre Dame's offense is going to be better.
I'm going to write these down. What was the final you got? So
I'm going to say 42-24.
Wes, what do you have?
I'll say I said 21 points, so 42-21.
Uh-huh. All right. Yeah, no, you know what? I like those. Those.
Because I think I don't. You never know. You have to play the game.
Now,
It's
Navy
hard
is averaging like 44 points a game, by the way.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I think to slow them down to 20 is going to be a good effort.
That would be a good defensive, 100%. They're going to move the ball. There's no way they're not going to move the ball.
I'm gonna high scoring game, 49-31, Notre Dame. All right. Yeah, so Notre Dame's chances of making the playoff now has increased. Just to talk a little college football, what do you think about Texas losing at home to Georgia?
About them dogs.
Yeah,
I think
that shocked me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think. Well, everybody thought Texas was going to win, including me. Do not underestimate. Kirby Smart to me is one of the greatest. I mean, he is very Saban-esque, but even with more emotion. He does not. I think he gets his guys so riled up and ready to play, man.
The last 3 years, he's been
They just
putting it
can't
on
beat
people,
Alabama.
man.
I mean, other than Alabama, he's beat everybody.
Yeah.
So I think the dogs. I mean, you got to think. I think there's a good 6 teams that can win it this year. I think Ohio State's still got a chance. I think Oregon's got a chance. I think Georgia's got a chance.
You think about Texas, who hadn't been there in a while,
right?
And had that all that energy, all that alumni energy behind being number one with those 2 stud quarterbacks, and everything's great, and you get that loss, man. That's painful for those guys,
Well, in that game, Georgia just beat them. Georgia beat them up. Georgia won in every aspect of that game.
Beat them up.
To me, there was no question who was a better team in that game.
Yep.
I don't know. They may play again. It could be a completely different scenario, but they got Penn State. I think is ranked number 3. I don't know. I don't know about that ranking.
They got a pretty good quarterback at Penn State. The kid grew up not too far.
Got that dude, the tight end, number 44 for Penn State. If you haven't watched his highlights, do yourself a favor and watch him. He had 17 catches against Southern Cal.
That's the one thing I like about these super conferences now is like you're getting a lot of big on bigs, and I like that.
Yeah. And, I keep going back to the second game when Notre Dame lost it. I'm like, no, the season's over. It's over. But now you've got this big, playoff conference, 12 teams, right?
Right.
And
Notre Dame
everybody,
wins out, they're going to be in the playoffs. I don't have any doubt.
Whatever the stats are, they can only be number 5. They're going to be. If they went out, they're going to be in the playoffs.
No doubt
You're
about
never
it.
not going to have Notre Dame if they're close in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then you just,
Well, I think if they
everybody-
went out, they deserve to be in the playoffs. Look, Texas A&M's pretty damn good, by the way. They've played they're 6-1. So,
All
that was
right,
a good win.
There you have it, straight from the Amigos' mouths. Notre Dame football, Week 7 of the season. Irish are 6-1, going to the Meadowlands to play Navy. Thank you for joining under the Golden. You've been under the Golden Dome with Wes Pritchett, Michael Stonebreaker, and Frank Stams talking Notre Dame football. 3 former All-American linebackers from back in the day, the '88 team, the last national champion. So, welcome, Irish Nation, to Week 14 of the 2024 college football season. Irish fresh off the victory against the Black Knights of Army. Michael Stonebreaker, Wes Pritchett, Frank Stams here, your host, under the Golden Dome, talking Notre Dame football, past and present, and trying to do some math in our head. How many miles is a 10-kilometer race?
6.2.
6.2 miles.
Well, that makes sense. That was easy math because you just told us that the 5K is 3.1. Even a guy who took math over at St. Mary's knows that shit.
6.2 divided by 3.1 equals X. Frank, solve for X.
Oh my God!
And go.
Hold on, I gotta get some pen and paper and do some ciphering.
It's
Mike's
between 1 and
point-
3.
You know who tutored?
6.1 times 5 is 30. So 30 minutes you knocked out that 10K, huh, Wes? 28?
You know who tutored me was Jethro
I was trying to
Bodine.
break an hour, and I did. I had never run 3 miles at the most. I can do a 5. Like I had run 5Ks before, pulling my son. We did this like turkey trot or something, and I pulled my little 5-year-old because I was so competitive. I was trying to win the age division. Poor kid's crying, and I'm like pulling him down the road. Typical.
Win.
Yeah, we at all costs.
Listen, if I wasn't watching the Three Stooges in my dorm, I was watching the Beverly Hillbillies. And Jethro Bodine was a mathematician. He was a math genius with his whole double carry the aught. It was just unbelievable.
I got to be honest when I say I have not seen the Beverly Hillbillies since I was in your room in college.
Yeah. No,
Grew up on the Beverly Hillbillies, however, I have not. That would be interesting to go back and watch that. Is it as funny as you remember, or is it horrible?
Oh my God! Are you kidding me? It's even more funny now with everything that. Yeah, I mean, it's just. I would say it's equivalent to today's South Park. That's how funny it is. And South Park could be the funniest show.
Well, did
ever.
you guys ever used to watch Sanford and Son?
Yeah, I did.
Dude, that and we used to watch Sanford and
I'm
Son, the
not the big
Jeffersons,
dummy.
Beverly Hillbillies. Yeah, some
What
classics.
do you guys? We didn't have that kind of stuff down where I'm from.
Yeah, you
I was
did.
raised in front of the television.
Hell,
set.
I think I watched a lot of it black and white.
Right. Oh my God.
We had the antennas and we had the aluminum foil on the top of it.
Right. If I wasn't watching television at home with a TV dinner, remember the TV dinner? Did you guys ever have TV dinners?
We had the special.
Salisbury steak.
We had the special little trays that we would eat them on.
Right.
Yeah. And we had no remote controls either.
Yeah, I was the remote control.
Exactly.
Wesley, change that channel, son.
And if I wasn't watching at home a Saturday night, I'd have to go to my grandma's, and she'd put us in front of the television. Now that was the worst television ever, because that was Hee Haw and the Lawrence Welk Show on Saturday night, and I swear to God, I was losing my mind.
Wait a minute, Frank. Was this the southern side?
No,
northern side.
These were the Greek. These were the Greek immigrants. These were the Greeks.
But wasn't your mom from the south?
Listen. She put us in front of a show one time. My grandmother was a trip on the Greek side. She was a trip. She put us in front of a show one time. It was all about VD,
what?
Venereal disease. It was about getting it and staying away from it and the evils of it.
You obviously didn't listen to what she had to say, Frank.
Dude, I'm 6 years old, 7 years old. My parents came to pick me up. I was crying because I thought I had VD.
Little did you know, in 10 short years, you would contract.
You would be crying yet again.
Bro, I was
Grandma, is this supposed to burn?
I was so traumatized by that. Traumatized. And that's the kind of shit, you grow up with. And,
I saw an interesting article today, or maybe it was yesterday, but they were talking about how, this whole generation, how they just react. They're going crazy about, let's just say, like the election or when something doesn't go their way, because they've been so pampered that they haven't experienced loss and hurdles and overcoming failure. Like, hell, you guys, you learn more in life by being challenged and failing than you ever do getting your way, right? And so it just seems like, I don't know, our parents let us fail. That was all part of growing up, Shit, I remember. I think I lost a game in one of my sports one year, and just being, devastated. But
no,
what are your thoughts on allowing your kids to fail?
Hey, listen, I'm with you, man. I think my kids included, today's children, today's kids, whatever you call them, Gen Zs or before that, they lack a layer of skin on them. And I think that's because we've tried to, I know I'm guilty of it, is tried to protect my kids from a lot of it. But you're right, Wes. We learn more from our failures than we ever do our successes. And, life's, and I love what John Wooden says, the famed UCLA coach. He says there are no mistakes in life. There are no failures, only lessons. And I just frickin' love that. And, I didn't learn, and I wish I would have learned that more. I wish my coaches would have shared that with me more growing up, because it wasn't until later I got into the NFL where they said, and this was the greatest thing ever, man, and it lifted the weight of the world off my shoulders. They said, listen, we know you're going to make mistakes. Just make them 100 miles an hour. He goes, we'll correct the mistakes, but we can't correct your effort. And I thought, wow, this is great. These guys understand how hard it is. And I think that's why I didn't really like, at the college level, I saw the coaches, it was just always, it was always CYA, covering your ass. They were worried about getting fired from their job. And Holtz, he was tough on those guys. So, whether we were doing it the right way, there wasn't a lot of individual freedom. And that's what Mike, I saw in you a lot is, you would just say, hey, screw it. And, and just go play football. And I didn't learn that until my 5th year, that last year. And finally I said, you know what, these sons of bitches, I'll tell you a story. The year before that, I'm sitting on the sidelines watching Timmy Brown play. Wes and I came in with Timmy. And I'm sitting there at my my senior year, I'm watching him play. And I'm thinking, shit, and I'm feeling really bad about myself because I'm watching him play. I'm not on the field. And I'm saying to myself, God, and Timmy comes off the field and says, Coach, you got to give me the ball, man. I'm wide open. He goes, I'm burning that guy all day long. And I'm like, man, that's what the coaches will steal from you They'll steal from you that attitude you had at 7 and 8 and what you had in high school and why you were there to begin with. They'll steal that from you and try to make you robotic and try to get you to, do shit that, that's not what you do, because they're all, it's like great pitchers in baseball. None of them are textbook. They're not cookie cutter. Football players aren't cookie cutter. And then I said, my last year, and bear with me, I've got one more minute here. Bear with me, because my last year I said
50 seconds.
I said, screw it. My last year I said, screw it. I'm going to do it my way. I'm going to do it how I know what's best. And I did. And I enjoyed it. And we had more success that year. And what was I going to say about all that? But yeah, I just
playing to your not playing loose versus playing tight.
I'm not playing worried.
Yeah,
you can't worry about shit when you're playing football. You can see some of these in general. You can't play worried.
You can't play anything. It's like golf. If I go into a tournament playing, if it's like, remember what Lou said? If you hold your hand like this and you're tense, then by the time you go to punch somebody, you don't have any strength. But if you're loose, you can pop somebody. It's like it's exactly the same thing with athletics. I think when you have to trust it. I think my fifth year, our last year too, same thing. I didn't have to think about the defense. The coach wasn't on my ass. Like, I was just playing, and I think that was contagious for all of us. I think if you go back and watch our defense wasn't. We were also very confident, and we're also very good.
Well, Foge set the tone for that the year before. He was the first coach. I remember him sticking up for us as players, and I thought, damn, that's awesome. Somebody was coming down on us as players. It could have been, an offensive coach or somebody, and he stuck up for us. And I was like, man, that just took it to the next level, because I never felt like anybody had my back at Notre Dame. I always felt like, I was there just fending for myself all the time. And then, but it wasn't until Foge and showed up, and then Barry, just took that torch and ran with it.
Yeah, I think we were, at least for, I think we were very, very, very lucky to have Barry as defense coordinator. I've talked about it before. I've never had a relationship that close with a coach while I was playing that I actually liked and actually was giving me good advice and coaching. And that was a very unique year. I didn't have a lot of school. It was my fifth year, my last semester. I got to spend a lot of time in his office, watched a lot of film, just basically played football, really.
Right. Well, Wes, did you get a chance to watch any of the game?
I watched almost all of the game.
Nice. What'd you think?
I feel like I'm always cautiously optimistic about the Irish. And because I've had to listen to the Georgias and the Alabamas down here talk to me after we played. So I think we've always had pretty good peripheral guys, at least on offense. I know the second I say it, something bad's going to happen, but I think we are very good, Frank. The defense is elite. They lead the FBS in the top 5. I think it's literally every category, and top 3 in most. And it goes back to what we talked about. I think defense wins championships. I think the offense is getting better every week. And I think their confidence is really growing. That was the best looking Notre Dame team I've seen. You tell me what they did wrong.
Well, I wanted to ask Mike. Yeah, no, they don't do much wrong, and they're getting better. And I wanted to ask Mike. I'm watching the game on the big screen, and Mike's in front of me with a bunch of young kids, and every play he's high-fiving them. Man, he was into it. Dave Butler's child Liam and all his buddies went to Notre Dame, and you guys were into it. What'd you think of the game, Mike?
Well, I was with the knucklehead 21-year-old, 22-year-old kids, so they have all that young energy, you know. So I was getting them all hyped up to get them to do dumb things, and they didn't let me down. And throughout the game, they did dumb things that gave me a good laugh and a good chuckle, you know. Yeah, they're exciting. They're exciting to watch. They have consistently gotten better, and they're consistently playing better. Their defense is consistently making plays and keeping touchdowns off the board. The offense is scoring 40, 50 points a game. You know, they've grown as a team, and they're beating lesser competition the way they should beat lesser competition. Now, you go out there against that Army team, and they look cute and everything, but you should dominate those guys and shut them down just like they did. Their defense swarmed that offense. They couldn't run the ball. They couldn't run their trick quick pass, you know, for long bombs. They physically, you know, shut them down. And so that's what they're supposed to do.
Right. No, what I wanted to say, oh, yeah, you know, I feel the same way. We've been talking about it. Now I think, you know, them getting better. And I think now we can, I mean, you know, we can start talking. This is based on our experience playing for that 88 championship team. I think this is really when you start talking about national championships. And I think that you can start having this conversation, because I think that's the goal, what should be now. And that starts, the playoffs start now for Notre Dame.
Well, yeah, I mean, they got to take care of business in LA this weekend, which, you know, I got to be honest with you. I mean, I saw the way they were prepared. I saw pictures of the kids in the locker room. Like, what? Maybe that NIU game was good for them, to be honest, because maybe they figured out what they were missing in their preparations. Because, like you said, I mean, they've not had a letdown since then.
Well, let me just say, watching that game now, yeah, a lot of great things. And Mike, I love what you said, is they're doing what they're supposed to be doing against Army. And even the Army coach, you know, in his post-game remarks said, hey, listen, they just outclassed us in every phase of the game. And we knew that going in. You know, you start reading the hype and the television and all that, and you're thinking, you know, Army's ranked, they're undefeated and all that. But, you know, the reality of it is, you know, Notre Dame should win that game, you know, 100 times. You know, 100 times they play, they should win 97, 98 times. And what I liked, I like what they certainly controlled the line of scrimmage. They shut the Army running attack down. You know, big play. Love was averaging 10 yards a carry.
That guy, dude, he is elite.
He is elite, and we've said this going all the way back to the Texas A&M game. He had a great game in that game. He'll be a first rounder.
100%.
Yeah, and he's strong. He breaks tackles. You know, one guy is going to bring him down. He is the real deal. I like Riley Leonard was composed. Defensive line, the defense showed up, did a great job. 14 points, 7 in the first half. You know, that quarterback just didn't have anywhere to run. And you know, big plays in the run game. The one thing, though, is, you know, but a lot of their drives, I mean, they took advantage of this. I mean, you know, opportunity. They had a lot of short fields and explosive big plays. And that was, you know, they had a number of them when I look back at the recap of the game. And, you know, and like, you know, again, like what you said, Mike, they did everything that they were.
Well, you know, Notre Dame's defense leads the nation in turnovers.
26, right? 26 forced
big deal.
Turnovers. Yeah.
But I want to make a point. I want to say a few things about the playoff. You know, obviously the playoffs have been dominated. Really, the SEC's been sort of the elite conference. The Big Ten's obviously had a couple of years too, but it's really been a two-conference race. And I think that the SEC, I think NIL and the transfer portal has really dispersed the talent in the SEC. It feels like, to me, this is the first year in a long time there really is not a dominant SEC team, or at least, like the Alabama team that we played in 2013, 14, or whatever year that was when we went down there and they had 10 guys go in the first round.
And I think that's the whole point of this new playoff is
100%. Yeah. Well, I think it's all come together at the same time, right?
Yeah, and it's good. It's exciting when people are watching, and everybody has a line in the water.
Well, I agree with you 100%. And think about it this way: I was talking about it this weekend. When they had the 4 teams, right? You really knew by this point of the season there was probably only 5 or 6 schools that you could be talking about a national championship. Now, you got 12 teams, right? And you probably have 15, 16, 17 colleges across the country talking about making the playoff. So it's just, it's genius, really. If you think about how much more interest and how many more people they're pulling into the television audience, which is what you would expect, but it's a lot more fun for me to talk about. When you start talking about does a 3-loss South Carolina team make the top 12? They beat Clemson this weekend.
I was looking at the top 5 teams, right? And I don't know why every week I keep going back to Texas because I don't know how they're ranked as number 3 in the country, right? Texas does not have a win against a team that has more than 7 wins. Everyone that they've beaten is 7-4, 6-5, 6-5, 5-6, 2-9, 6-5, 6-5, 6-5, 6-5, and 4-7.
Well, I don't know if you. That's crazy.
Well, that is interesting because at the beginning, at the outset,
Wait a minute.
When they beat Michigan, I thought, man, they were the odds-on favorite to win.
I have a stat here that says wins over bowl-eligible teams heading into the final weekend of the season, and it has Texas as 7 bowl-eligible teams.
Well, you only have to win 6 games to
Penn
be bowl
State
eligible.
6, Alabama 6, Ohio State 5, Boise State 5, Miami 5. Interestingly enough, Georgia only 4 and Oregon only 4.
All right, I have a question for you guys. Guess what? One team has played 4 of the 5 top teams in the country. They've all played the same team. Who is it?
Say that
Florida.
again.
No.
Which
team has played 4 out of the 5 top teams in the country and lost to them?
4. When you say top teams, what is that? Top 10?
One team
Top
is
5.
4 of the top 5.
Would it be?
I don't even know.
I gotta believe. Is it Texas?
No.
Is it Georgia?
Somebody in the Big Ten.
No. And
Is
they've
it-
lost to 4 of them. They've lost.
Is it USC?
No.
All right, we give up. Who is it?
All right, it's the Purdue Boilermakers.
It's Purdue. That's right, because they played Notre Dame.
Playoffs.
Purdue played Penn State and lost Ohio State,
Notre Dame and Oregon, probably.
Oregon, and Notre Dame.
Wow.
Yeah.
Poor Purdue.
So the conversation. So you're Irish Nation. You're under the Golden Dome with your hosts Wes Pritchett, Michael Stonebreaker, Frank Stams, 3 former linebackers on the '88 national championship team, talking Irish football, past and present. Serving. We early on in this podcast, we serve as kind of the board of directors for everything football at Notre Dame. I'm sure that gets if anybody in the football department is listening, I'm sure that gets a chuckle out of them. But
What do you mean? I understand that they play it in the coaches. All the coaches watch it on Thursdays to try to get
they
excited
should
for the game. Figure out, see if they're in line.
Last minute change.
Adjustments.
So it's legit to start talking about national championship, especially with all that parity you guys were just talking about, and teams having multiple losses, and I start throwing out our Holtzisms because I love this. One of the things he said that made me laugh was, it's and this really isn't relevant, but kind of. When you lose one, you lose two games, it's easier to lose a third time than it is the first time. And, I don't know who we were playing. It could have been Navy, where we had an incredible win streak. And he says, people talk about, you beating a team 6-7 times in a row, 10 times in a row, that the other team is due. All right. He said, that's because that's the biggest bunch of crap I've ever heard in my life. And he kind of, made it G-rated with this analogy. He said, it's a lot easier, get a girl kiss you the second time than it is the first time. And he said that with a wink and a nod, and I kind of liked him for that. But the point being is, if you beat a team 6 or 7 times in a row, your chances of beating them the 8th time, 7th and 8th time are pretty damn good. It's not like they're due to beat you. There are some exceptions in that. But anyways, so that's why I kind of like their chance. Notre Dame's continuing on this 8 or 9 game win streak. The thing that bothers me about this game, and this is rivalry week. Rivalry week coming up is with SC. Of course, to me, that was the game. That was the rivalry.
Yeah.
Of all the games, that's pretty much that game in the academies. That's really kind of why I went to school at Notre Dame, because I just love the national spotlight. And they are going to get the national spotlight. And they are a 7-point favorite going to this game. But look at SC's wins. SC, I think, is 5-6, I want to say.
I don't know.
Maybe they're 6-5. But they're
USC is 6-5.
They just beat UCLA. I thought they were 5-5 going into that game.
Okay, they've had two wins back to back. They beat UCLA, and I think they beat Nebraska the week before, and that was a close game. But my point being is they're 4-1 at home, and they've beaten LSU at home. They've beaten Nebraska at home. They've beaten UCLA at home, and I know UCLA is not all that great this year. But
I think they beat Michigan at home. No, that was LSU, huh?
Yeah, no, I think they lost to Michigan on the road.
First game of the year, or early in the year.
It wasn't it was early in the year, but they had another big win at home. They beat Wisconsin at home, and Wisconsin's well coached. That Luke Fickell, he does a nice job up there. So this is and what's the guy's name? Lincoln Riley.
Yes.
Yeah, Lincoln Riley.
He knows how to coach. He's had a lot of success.
He's been under a lot of scrutiny this year. Southern Cal, it's a rivalry. They have nothing to lose. They have talent, and they got a good coach. I don't know what the problem was earlier in the year. I know they've been active in the transfer portal. They've been giving guys crazy amounts of money. Southern. When we always played Southern Cal, we knew they had as much talent as we did. We just always thought we were tougher than them. At least that's the way I always thought.
They've been in every game that they've been in every game. It's not like they've been blown out. It's a little bad read here, bad execution here, and they're losing games.
Not being consistent, and that'll get you beat. Not winning those 6 or 7 big plays that you need to win in a close game. But you guys know this, and this is not like Army. We walked out on the field, we physically knew that we were superior. You go on you see the pregame and you look at those SC athletes. Those are some of the best athletes in California at SC. Those cats can run
in the country.
In the country,
California.
When they're firing off at those big offensive linemen, and then they're backing it up with the 6'3", 230-pound running backs firing off at you. They try to wear you down.
Yeah.
Right.
But guess what? If you hit them harder than they hit you, then they can't wear you down. Right, Wes?
When you scream at them and tell them that you're going to kill them, and then you run at the guard in front of you like 4 plays in a row and give him a mild concussion, then you have an advantage for the rest of the game. But they were impressive when they broke the huddle. I'll tell you that. While they're Michigan, and USC, those cats broke the huddle. And they kept turning around and come towards you. You're like, holy shit, I'm going to kill that big guy.
So there's a lot to hit right there.
Wow, that's a big dude. I'm going to hit him right in the face. Oh, man. No, they're huge. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember the year we played them. I mean, it was 35, however many years ago that was, 36 years ago, 35. Remember how they put the names up in the locker room on the board? Remember they would have their picture and their weight and all that? I remember because their two tackles were like 325, everybody on their line was 300 plus. The tackles were like 320 and 325, and they were huge.
Oh, they had a lot of talent. But the thing I remember, I remember playing them out there my freshman year. I didn't make the trip my junior year, broke my leg, and then playing them out there our senior year, or my fifth year. But I remember going into I think it was when Holtz got there. Holtz would play the fight song.
He did it every year.
On the loudspeaker during.
It was like Pavlov's dog.
Well,
don't you remember that?
Oh, I
play it out because we had the only. I remember practicing.
He played it loud and continuously
for the whole practice.
But here's the thing. I love that fight song. I think it's the greatest fight song in the history of fight song.
I love that.
This
fight
is the
song
coolest
until
shit
Lou
ever.
Started playing it, and then it was like the whole time it was playing, all I wanted to do was kill somebody.
Yeah. If they were really on their game, they would have brought some of the cheerleaders in to cheer on the sidelines during our practice. Now that
would have fired us up a little bit.
And it's funny now because I had a good game and our defense had a good game and we won the game. But we play out there our fifth year, Frank and I's fifth year, 10-0 Notre Dame ranked number 1, 10-0 Southern Cal ranked number 2, biggest game of the year in college football. That was a national championship for us, my opinion. But I remember we were walking out before the game and we stopped. Oh, no. The USC cheerleaders were walking up the tunnel when we were walking out. And I'm walking beside Alvarez. And I've never seen anybody that beautiful in my life. And I just stopped and stared. And Alvarez hits me in the helmet. It's like, Pritch, get your mind on the game. I was like, did you see that blonde? Coach, did you see her?
You know who I met in the tunnel? Was OJ.
No way.
Oh, yeah. And I'll never forget meeting OJ in the tunnel. It was the fifth-year game. And OJ came up.
I kind of remember seeing him in the tunnel.
There was a couple of guys with me, and I forget who it was, but he was doing the game. And he came up, and he said hello to us, and he shook our hands. And his hand engulfed my hand. It was so freaking big. His head was twice as big as Mike's head.
Hey,
that's impossible.
That's not anything to joke about, okay? Let's get that straight right now. We don't cross the line there, Frank.
My point being, he was just a big boned
dude. It's
dude.
funny you say that, Frank. It seems like every time I meet an old timer, I guess I'd call him an old timer, but a guy that was a really good football player, they always have huge hands. It's all whether they were quarterbacks, running backs. It's really bizarre.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know what the reason is, but
well, that was a great day out there. That last game.
Yeah.
Best memory from that game, SC game.
Well, for me,
yeah,
I would say hitting Rodney Pete on his last play in the Coliseum and driving him into the ground and seeing him get off the ground with a piece of turf about this big in his helmet, knowing that we had won the game.
How about you, Mike?
Let's see. Probably, after the game, walking off the game, talking with Barry, walking off the game, laughing that we just smoked these guys like we were supposed to, and we're about to play for a national championship.
Yeah.
Right. I remember being on the sidelines, and I thought I was done for the day because, I don't know what the final score of that game was.
27-10.
Yeah, it wasn't close. I remember being on the sidelines. I thought I was done for the day, and all of a sudden they called me to go back in the game. I couldn't find my helmet, and I'm racing around on the sidelines trying to find my helmet. And finally they said, "Forget about it." I was so late to report to the I was on the bench, and then it was report to the coordinator of the sideline. I forget who it was, probably Alvarez. But yeah, I was like, "Oh shit, man! I don't have my helmet. I can't go in. You can't go in the game without your helmet."
Well, you can.
Yeah, I guess you can. Would be a penalty though. All right, so yeah, I'm a little scared about SC in the game.
Trap game.
Well,
I don't know that it's a trap game, though. I don't think.
Well, that's what you said earlier. I laughed at when you said, "I want to trust. I want to trust Notre Dame that they're better. That they're a really good football team, but I can't trust them just yet."
Yeah. Well,
because
we'll see.
Well, do you trust them, Mike? Do you trust them?
I don't think that they have been tested at all. And so, if you haven't played a 9-1 team, a 10-2 team, you can beat the little guys. Okay, now have you learned how to win? And so that's going to carry over against a tougher opponent. You know what I mean? I don't know. Because we haven't seen them play a 9-2 team or a 10-1 team, or a good football
Army was
team.
undefeated, but
you understand what I just said,
Yeah.
right? A real team.
Well, I wish I, back in the day we went out, didn't we go out Thanksgiving?
We did go out Thanksgiving. We always had Thanksgiving on the beach
yeah,
by
I can
ourselves.
remember having Thanksgiving at John McDermott's house.
So that's one thing I think, a little bit change of schedule. First time they do that.
You fly out of South Bend and you hit L.A. and everybody's all bundled up, and you hit L.A. and the weather's so nice and all the grass is cut nice and short. It's a great feeling, but it's real easy to get caught up in that feeling for a little while.
It feels like you woke up on another planet.
No. Yeah.
I can remember being at that hotel, and you can see the ocean down one end, and it's like 75 degrees, no humidity. Yeah, it's a very different.
And then you older guys, like, I think found like a bar or something that you guys would go to, and I
don't know what you're talking about.
Have a couple of drinks, but I was younger than you guys, so I was back at the.
I believe didn't Zaleski and Zagelski have an issue out there, or was it which one was it? Didn't one of them fall off? Did he out there?
That was. I heard that was the year I didn't make it out. That was '86.
Oh my God! That poor guy. How he didn't die? Number one. Number two, He had a bruise. I swear to God, on his side.
Well, if I recall, there was a helicopter out there one time.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, wait, that included me. Yes, there was a helicopter involved. Funny thing about that, there was a helicopter, there were handcuffs, and then there was nothing. Somehow, Berline talked me out of it. Next thing you know, cuffs go off, running to make curfew. Big John's looking at his watch. Nobody ever said a word to me. That was fortunate.
I think it could have been that last year. I forget what it was, but I know it happened. There was a buddy of mine here from Akron that drove out his RV all the way out to Southern California. And this RV it wasn't no $1 million RV. This RV, I'd look at this RV and I'd say he couldn't make it to Cleveland, which is 30 miles north. But he got that RV all the way out there, and I kid you not, we piled a bunch of guys. You might have been in this RV, Wes. I don't think you were, Mike. We piled a bunch of guys in that RV, and we went up and down Pacific Coast Highway between.
I was not in this RV.
Newport Beach and Laguna Beach. Now we've got to mention our dear friend
Vic
Ireland. And Vic was part of that. Vic was our host out there. Vic was a great guy. And you mentioned John McDermott. They worked together. And Vic just loved hanging out with the Notre Dame guys. And he went to Nebraska, but John McDermott, his associate, is the guy that ran the law firm. John was the guy that employed guys out there, and Vic was the guy that took him out and showed him a good time. And boy, he did not fail this time. We got in this RV and drove to all his spots up and down Pacific Coast Highway. I thought for sure, we're going to get in trouble and some shit's going to happen and 10 guys would be suspended.
I don't think that they didn't give DUIs back then, Frank.
Well, the guy would drive in. I was afraid he'd get in a wreck. There was at least 10 guys in this RV, and I was afraid I don't think he was drinking. He kept it together. He knew. I mean, this guy right now, currently, he applied this year to become an usher at Notre Dame Stadium. He just loves Notre Dame, and he is an usher at the stadium now. And to this day, we still talk about it. But boy, that was a great trip, going up and down Pacific Coast Highway with all those guys hitting the places to go. It's just so many memories, between the plane ride and the game and the time out there. But I'm worried for them. Looking at the game again, what they're going to run into out there is they're going to run into a much faster team. We were watching that game last week against Army, and one guy says to me, he said, "Man," he goes, "Notre Dame looks really fast." I said, "Well, you got to remember when you're looking at them playing against Army, yeah, they are going to look really fast. It's not a good."
Yeah, but I think, listen, I agree with you 100%. I'm just telling you, just looking at them, from as a non-objective observer. We have not had that kind of defensive speed and tenacity and dudes. I don't remember ever seeing our defense look like it looks right now. The way they execute, the way they fly around, they're physical. They got two safeties that run downhill. Their linebackers are killing people. They got lockdown corners, and they got pretty good D linemen. I don't know.
They haven't been tested. They haven't played anybody. That's the bottom line.
Don't disagree.
That's why I want them to win, and I want them to fucking do well. But they haven't been tested, so I'm not giving them my 100%.
You can't. I don't think you can give anybody 100%. You're still talking about 20-year-old kids in college.
I want to give them my 100%, Wes.
Can I trust you?
Can I trust you?
Mike, I want to play right.
I'm thinking about your comment. They haven't been tested, and well, I want to say, I want to disagree with that, but it's hard for me to do that. I would say they've been quizzed a lot. How about that? Can we just settle on that? They haven't taken the final exam
Yeah,
yet.
they're good quiz takers.
Well,
Let's see how they are.
We're going to find out. Look, if they beat Southern Cal soundly, then
Okay, so let's talk about beating.
Southern Cal's 4-6? What is USC's
6-5?
6? Is that
4-1 at home. Okay, listen. So what are they going to run into out there? They're going to run into one that a coach, he knows what he's doing. It's a good coach. A lot of the guy.
They're running into a coach that likes to pass the ball and not run the ball, and he's getting in trouble for trying to pass the ball too much and not run the ball as much more.
Okay, so what is he going to need? I don't know how stubborn he is, but I don't see him changing his MO going into this game. So what is he going to need passing the ball? He's going to need to be able to protect that quarterback. And I saw that quarterback's numbers; they're pretty good. And I don't think I think he's only been sacked, or no, that's the defense sack, and they've had 18 sacks on the year. I don't know how many times the quarterback's been sacked, but if they can if they can give them time, and those receivers, we're talking about their athletes. That was the one thing that I noticed about their athletes is, man, those wide receivers, damn. They all were like 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", 215 pounds or, 200 pounds. I mean, they were all big-time receivers. Now, I don't know what kind of personnel
How's
they
their
have.
route running, Frank?
Yeah,
Well, I think the one thing that Al Golden, I think Al Golden's a great coach. I do. And I think that he's done a really good job of disguising fronts, looking like a zone, looking like man, going out to zone and doing zone blitzes and switching it up. I think this year on defense, can't talk about the offense. It feels like our defense, for the most part, has outcoached the other side. So, and we got the dudes to play.
They've taken away whatever the other offenses.
Yeah, so I think it's
without
not. He's not. It's not going to be a new system. Lincoln Riley's going to have tendencies, whether when he was at Oklahoma or where he's at Southern Cal, and we'll see. We'll see. At the end of the day, you got to execute. Right? It doesn't matter. If you can have the best game plan in the world, if the guy in front of you keeps beating you, your game plan is not so good. So,
yeah. Well, Notre Dame, I think, and I agree with you, Mike. They haven't taken the final exam or even close to it. They are playing well. The defense is flying around. I think they're playing more physical up front, and they're gonna. I see them continuing to do that. What I worry about for them is not getting to the quarterback, and the quarterback for SC having a day and start throwing that ball downfield, and then all of a sudden that puts it changes to me. It changes the complexion of the game. When you start getting into a track meet with the other team. I don't think the last 3 or 4 or 5 weeks that they've played a team with this kind of potential or scoring potential as SC. And they are going to have to step up their game, and and they need to do it in the first half, because I don't know what kind of catch up they can play in the second half. Now offensively, I think they want to be more run than pass. And I guarantee you, you'll see the game start out with Riley Leonard throwing some high percentage passes to build his confidence, quick releases, throwing the ball on time, something to build his confidence, which Marcus Freeman has talked about him all year long, is confidence.
Listen, I think his confidence levels probably has to be increasing given his performance and the team's performance. But look, we've got good tight ends, we've got decent wide receivers, and we have elite running backs. So we have weapons ourselves too.
And I noticed you didn't include the offensive line in there.
Well, I think the offensive lines actually played really well. They're just young, but I think the young guys have gotten a lot better. Didn't we lose like 2 senior guys preseason?
I think it was all patchworked up at the beginning of the season.
Yeah. But look, the O-line's clearly played very. The reason Jeremiah Love has the numbers that he has is because the offensive line is doing their job. So I should have mentioned the offensive line. I didn't, but
no.
Positions.
No. I think the offensive line is the question mark going into this game. Are they going to be able to control the line of scrimmage? Is Jeremiah Love going to be able to get the 10 yards of carry against SC that he got against West Point? The answer to me is no. But if they consistently win on first down and make life easier for Riley Leonard on 3rd and short, or make it life easier for those coaches on 3rd and short, then it's going to be a whole nother game. And it's all about, it's all about where they're going to be as far as, on the sticks.
Get out there, Frank. You have a good Thanksgiving dinner on Thursday. What day do they play the game? Saturday?
Saturday.
Is that a Saturday game? You have your good team Thanksgiving. You get a little rest. You get out there and fire it up, man. Going to the West Coast, playing in the Coliseum. Are you kidding me? What time's the game? 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon in the Coliseum. You win the game. You're going to the playoffs. You're in the championship.
That's why you
get out there and dominate. Right. That's why you went to Notre Dame. Get out there, play ball, and knock somebody in the dirt. You know what I mean?
100%.
Right. Let's talk about that college football playoff. Notre Dame looks very, very likely to, finish at 5 and host a game. I saw today some people have them playing Tennessee.
Well, what I would like to know is, so they're going to have the 4 teams with the bye are going to be the conference champions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Theoretically, you could be like
I
the
want to
15th.
talk about that. The 4 what 4 conferences are those? The 4 super conferences?
You got the SEC, the ACC,
Big 12.
Big 10, and the Big 12.
Okay. So where's this fifth conference champion?
Not one. At least in this, they don't have representation as of. So whoever wins the conference championships in each one of those conferences is in those first 4 spots.
No, they specifically say, and this is where I was struggling. I was trying to find out the answer. They take 5 conference champions, but the 5th one gets ranked wherever CFP has them.
That's correct. Okay, that's right. All right.
Now, if they're ranked outside of the CFP, when I say outside of it, I mean 12 or above, then they get the 12 spot.
Right.
But what is that 5th conference? What is that? Is it all the ones, the Atlantic Coast conference?
I don't know. Is it Mountain West?
Mountain West? Is it all those?
What is Boise State?
Is it the
in?
Mid-American
What
Conference?
conferences? No, it's not Mid-American.
Well, no. What I'm saying is it all the rest of the conferences combined?
I don't know the answer.
highest
We don't know
ranked
the answer to that, but I know that Boise State is 10-1.
Yeah, they are. They got a gorilla. That running back's amazing. But that kid he touches the ball. If you look at his rushes, he's got 2x the carries that Jeremiah Love has. Jeremiah Love carried the ball as many times as that kid. His numbers would be off the chain.
Yeah, he could be a Heisman candidate if he had more carries. Okay,
Hold on,
so
I'm trying to figure out what
do you
5
think,
conferences.
what's the best matchup? What's the best matchup at home for Notre Dame? I don't like the matchup with Tennessee.
No.
I don't like a matchup with Penn State. I do
Yeah.
not like that.
I like the matchup with Penn State.
I'd rather play Penn State
Why?
than Tennessee.
Why? I'm going to tell you why. Penn State, Frank,
Yeah.
has played West Virginia. They're 6-5.
Played
Bowling
Ohio
Green,
State.
the Bowling Green Falcons. They're 7-4. The Kent State Golden Flashes. They're 0-11. They played Illini. They're 8-3. That's the best team that they've played and beat is Illinois. UCLA's 4-7. USC 6-5. Wisconsin's 5-6. Huskies are 6-5. Purdue's 1-10, and Minnesota Golden Gophers are 6-5. And they got beat by 10-1 Ohio State Buckeyes. So they're a team to beat.
Yeah, but I don't
I
like
would,
him.
I would rather. I'm telling you, I would rather play Penn State than Tennessee.
Here's who I'd love to play Boise State. Or
Yeah,
maybe not.
that
Maybe
would be the best. I'm trying to figure out. Darn it, what is the fifth conference?
Yeah, that's.
I don't know.
Let's just save
So,
that
I
for our
mean,
next
Yeah,
podcast.
it doesn't look like Alabama's going to make the playoffs now with 3 losses. That's not going to happen.
It's going to be close on Alabama. They got
Georgia-
to play.
Georgia-
They got to play Auburn this week.
Georgia, I loved what that quote you sent me about Bear Bryant. I said, sure.
Yeah, it's a
I'd
big deal.
love to beat Notre Dame, but what do you call that? What do you call Auburn?
The
That
Cal
college?
University.
They do not like each other down there, brother. He said, "Sure, I'd like to beat Notre Dame. Don't get me wrong, but nothing matters more than beating the Cal College on the other side of the state."
Cal College.
Auburn's a veterinary college.
I better what?
A veterinarian
Yeah.
college.
I don't think he said on the other side of the state. It's really not that far from Tuscaloosa.
So they, I've got, as far as the conference champions, I see, it's going to be Ohio State or Oregon from the Big Ten. They're in. The ACC, what are we looking at? Oh, I see that could be possibly SMU in the ACC.
They're saying, SMU and Clemson probably in that game.
Right. In the Big 12, we're looking at Texas. In the Big 12.
No, Texas in the SEC.
Oh, sorry. Texas is in the SEC. In the Big 12, who's that? That's going to.
The Big 12 is probably. I think that's Boise State.
Boise State.
You got Boise State. They're saying Boise State can win their conference. SMU can win a conference. I don't know who wins the SEC. Texas or Georgia. Looks like they're going to play each other. And then who is it in the Big Ten? It's going to be Ohio State and Oregon again, right?
Yeah. Why are we drawing a blank on this quickly? Ohio State in the Big Ten. In the Big 12, Boise State. In the ACC, SMU. Oh, in the SEC, they're talking about Georgia. Georgia could be that winner.
Georgia or Tennessee. So what happens to Georgia if they lose to Tennessee and they got 3 losses?
Oh, that's good. That's a
Gotta
good
make
point.
it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's.
Well, there's also talk about South Carolina, who barely lost to LSU. The only real bad loss they had was to Ole Miss. They've got 5 or 6 bowl eligible teams they beat. They got to play Clemson this weekend. What happens if South Carolina smokes Clemson? I tell you what, I would want to play South Carolina. I've watched their last 2 or 3 games. I think their quarterback was hurt for the middle part of the season, and he's come back. They're nasty.
So I sent you guys something, last week, and it looks like BYU. I don't know if they're still in it. This was a couple of weeks ago. Alabama's out. Georgia, Ole Miss.
By the way, Alabama's not out. They're ranked 13th.
Okay. Now Indiana's still in it. I'd like to see that matchup with Notre Dame.
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
Indiana squeaks in at 12. Notre Dame comes in at 5. And that, to me, that's the matchup. You want Indiana at home. I think that'd be a great matchup.
I think we'd smoke them.
Oh, I do too. Not to disparage Indiana, but I think Notre Dame would, a lot of people, I don't know.
You don't like Indiana? Why don't you Google them, Frank?
Yeah.
That was pretty funny. Oh, and then we got to, think about Miami. I'd love to have Miami at home. That'd be perfect.
Especially up there in the cold.
December 20th.
There would be that would be a huge. Well, they're saying, if you look at the top teams, that the Southern boys are going to have to go north for sure.
Yeah.
So,
and it's not out of the question is Texas A&M coming back. How about that?
I think South Carolina gets in before A&M. And I think A&M loses to Texas this week.
Pretty much up for grab.
If A&M beats Texas, they got to. It's all about this weekend. If Texas beats A&M, they're out. If A&M beats Texas, then they got to be. They're right there. There's a good argument for them, I think.
Well, Irish Nation, I hope we made it clear as mud for you with all our college football
Really
playoffs.
cleared that up, didn't we?
Right. I want to thank you. A quick shout out to Kay. Kay is a listener, and Kay is a friend of the show, and we wish you all the best, Kay. We hear you that you like the show, you watch the show, and we think the world of Kay and your daughter as well.
Thank you, Kay.
So, you've been under the Golden Dome with your host Wes Pritchett, Frank Stams, Michael Stonebreaker, talking Notre Dame past and present. Recapping the Army game and previewing the Southern California game next week for the Fighting Irish. Any last thoughts before we wrap?
Well, we've got to throw some numbers on this game.
Well, I like SC. I think that game right now it's at 7.5. I think that game's going to go to 8.5. I think Notre Dame the bettors will bet Notre Dame. You'll see it move. Wait. If you're going to throw some DraftKings money on it. Wait until game time. You'll get a better number. And then I like Southern Cal. I do. I think they're going to give Notre Dame a game.
I don't like Southern Cal. I hate them. I think we're tougher than them. They're a bunch of sissies.
I always thought they were 5-0 against them when I was there. I think the Irish take care of business. Defense shuts them down, punches them in the face early. I'm going to say the Irish. Let's go back to basics. 27-10, like 1988. 27-14. 27-14 Irish.
I was him hawing around, but I'm like my buddy Wesley there.
That's
I'd like
right,
to
Mike.
have confidence in Notre Dame's defense. I would like them to do well, and I'd like them to shut USC down.